Chapter 1732. The supreme battle in the primal chaos continued. The fluctuations of the human emperor's power surged out from the primal chaos, shocking the heavens. The two extreme evil forces were not any weaker than the power of the human emperor's divine weapon. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's power was also erupting, and the other supreme divine weapon that directly broke into the virtual sky world, which was comparable to the human emperor's divine weapon, also joined the battle. There was a powerful existence controlling that supreme divine weapon. Thinking of the origin of that person, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this battle would alarm the two peerless figures of the human realm. That supreme divine weapon was a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. This supreme divine weapon was not unfamiliar to the experts of the major forces because this diagram had been guarding the Northern Devil Territory for hundreds of years. That person suppressed all the devils in the Northern Devil Territory with his own strength. His boldness was comparable to the ancient supremes, and he was also respected by the world. If Gu Fei was here, he would certainly recognize that the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was once sealed in a piece of divine jade. It was also because of this piece of divine jade that he could embark on the path of the strong. That person who was sealed in the divine jade reconstructed his body and was reborn against the heavens. That piece of divine jade turned into a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram and became that person's supreme divine weapon. That person suppressed the Northern Devil Territory with his own strength. His prestige was no less than the #1 emperor in the human realm, Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The impact of this battle was probably even greater than the rebirth of the evil ancestor. The corpse of a supreme had never been seen for thousands of years, and the corpse of a supreme that had undergone a corpse transformation had never been seen before. That extreme evil force was absolutely comparable to the evil ancestor. Once it appeared in the human realm, it would definitely be a catastrophe for the billions of creatures in the human realm. Roar! Ghost Emperor Fengdu's roar kept coming from the primal chaos. He seemed to be in big trouble. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Even someone as powerful as Ghost Emperor Fengdu was not the opponent of that evil corpse. It should be known that Ghost Emperor Fengdu was an invincible existence in the human realm. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, in the depths of the primal chaos, a huge cauldron protected a valley, floating in the primal chaos. Above the cauldron, streams of primordial chaos chi fell like dragons, completely sealing the valley below. Even the power of the human sovereign divine weapon could not shake it. Within the valley, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the valley. There were countless Tao patterns interweaving on his body. Those were primal chaos Tao patterns. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming, and a ball of chaotic true force in his dantian was emitting a vast amount of pure chaotic energy, cleansing his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. The martial body was transforming. Although the process was very slow, there were already changes. The Yin and Yang essence chi had long since transformed into primal chaos essence chi. Gu Fei had taken another big step towards the chaos martial body realm. Gu Fei had gone on many expeditions and even dared to fight against demi-sages. Through these life and death battles, he had already accumulated the capital to break through. This was especially true after his state of mind had experienced a great upheaval. His understanding of life had deepened by another level, and he could no longer suppress his cultivation. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, which seemed to be only a moment but also as long as a lifetime, Gu Fei's consciousness returned from that illusory state to reality. At this time, every part of Gu Fei's body had chaotic Tao patterns faintly appearing, interweaving with the truth of heaven and earth and triggering the power of the Great Path. The foundation of the martial body was the bone body. The bone body was the frame, and the flesh and blood were attached to it. What Gu Fei needed to do now was to forge the bone body. Only by refining the bone body into the chaotic bone body would his chaotic martial body be almost completed. Gu Fei could sense that countless chaotic Tao patterns were imprinted on his bone body, giving him a feeling of rebirth. However, to truly transform the bone body into the chaotic bone body was not something that could be done overnight. Although countless Tao patterns were imprinted on the bone body, these Tao patterns were still very unstable and could dissipate at any time. In fact, there were not many Tao patterns that could really be imprinted on the bone body and were stable. Gu Fei clearly felt that the Tao patterns of the Great Path that he had comprehended were much more than the Tao patterns on the bone body, but he could not completely imprint these Tao patterns on the bone body. Gu Fei knew that this could not be rushed. If he could succeed in one step, then the path of martial arts would not have completely declined. The chaotic essence chi circulated rapidly in Gu Fei's body. Wave after wave of chaotic essence chi spread in his flesh and blood like a chaotic divine knife. Traces of chaotic essence chi integrated into his flesh and blood. The embryonic form of the chaotic martial body was already in place. He had taken the most crucial step. Gu Fei could clearly feel that every piece of his skin had a feeling of swelling, giving him an impulse to look up to the sky and roar. Rumble! The chaotic aura in the valley was tumbling violently. Within the chaotic aura, there was a vague dragon and phoenix dancing in the air, emitting a mighty aura. It was as if the real ancient divine beasts had descended. Is the heavenly tribulation coming? Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he sensed this powerful pressure. He had already discovered that he could trigger the heavenly tribulation in this kind of place in the chaotic void. This time, the heavenly tribulation was not ordinary. It should be known that there were no laws of heaven and earth in the chaotic void. Rumble! A dazzling lightning suddenly tore the chaotic void apart and landed in the valley. A small half of the valley was immediately turned into flying ashes under this strike. Then, lightning suddenly appeared and bombarded towards Gu Fei in the valley. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. The heavenly tribulation had finally descended the lightning's wrath. Soon, a sea of lightning appeared in the chaotic void. Countless lightning directly appeared in the chaotic void, causing the chaotic void to tremble. At this time, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to face the heavenly tribulation alone. Only by using his own strength to pass the heavenly tribulation could he truly obtain his own strength. What's going on? Why did another force appear? In the outside world, many people felt the fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation. However, these people did not know that it was caused by Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation. They thought that another big shot had taken action. Gu Da! Sensing the familiar aura, Hei Tian's heart was finally at ease. Gu Fei was fine and seemed to be undergoing the heavenly tribulation. This time, he had really profited from a disaster. The terrifying heavenly tribulation enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. The endless destructive power even tore the chaotic void apart. Countless destructive lightning constantly bombarded Gu Fei's body. He did not resist. Instead, he directly attracted the power of the heavenly tribulation, using the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his chaotic martial body. This action of Gu Fei was absolutely crazy. One should know that this was a heavenly tribulation that descended from the heavens. This kind of heavenly tribulation could destroy everything. No one would undergo the heavenly tribulation like Gu Fei. He actually let the heavenly tribulation affect him. What was the difference between this and suicide? Chapter 1733. The chaotic martial body's heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying. The tribulation lightning enveloped a radius of thousands of years. It was unknown how many times stronger than ordinary heavenly tribulations. The terrifying destructive power could even tear the chaos apart. If it was any other almighty, they would have long been annihilated by this heavenly tribulation. Even if a half-sage came, they would most likely die. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His entire body was covered in lightning. Bolts of lightning blasted into his body, destroying his life force. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resounded. Under the bombardment of the lightning, Gu Fei's martial body was severely injured. However, his vitality was too strong. He almost instantly recovered. Kill! Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He struck out a primal chaos fist to contend against the heavenly tribulation lightning. The entire sea of lightning shook and countless lightning dissipated under his fist. He was fighting against the heavens and earth. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, colliding with thousands of lightning bolts. His entire right fist was blasted into a bloody mess by the lightning bolts. Even his bones were exposed. The divine robe on Gu Fei's right arm instantly turned into ashes. Under the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation lightning, even the divine robe could not withstand such destructive power. Bah! Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His mangled right hand was rapidly recovering. The damaged flesh was rapidly growing. Very soon, his right arm was completely healed as if it had never been injured. He moved quickly in the sea of lightning. However, the entire void was filled with lightning and lightning. The target of these lightning bolts was him. He could not escape at all. Again! Gu Fei's unyielding battle intent was incomparably high. So what if his opponent was the heavens and earth? He wanted to trample the heavens and earth under his feet. He wanted to be a supreme expert above the heavens and earth. To be a supreme expert, one must have an extremely strong heart and an invincible belief. Gu Fei battled in the sea of lightning tribulation. He wanted to surpass himself and surpass heaven and earth. In this world, only saints could break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Becoming a sage was Gu Fei's goal. However, the current him couldn't become a sage. He knew very well that what he needed to do now was to surpass himself. As Gu Fei attacked with all his strength, several powerful divine wills came from the depths of the primal chaos void. Some powerful existences had sensed what was happening here. Gu Fei sensed danger. Among the divine intents, there were two that were filled with enmity towards him. His expression couldn't help changing. Such existences could easily kill him. At this time, he was in the midst of transcending the tribulation. If these two mysterious existences were to attack him, it would be terrible. However, Gu Fei soon sensed that there were other powerful beings restraining the two evil forces. At the same time, the fluctuations of the heavenly path mirror and the human emperor seal were also transmitted over. Could it be? When Gu Fei sensed the fluctuations of the human emperor seal and the heavenly path mirror, he couldn't help but be startled. He had already guessed what these two powerful evil forces were. Rumble. Gu Fei resisted the tribulation alone. His fists constantly shattered the lightning bolts before he retreated in another direction. He couldn't provoke those existences, but he could hide from them. This time, the tribulation lasted for a long time. In the end, Gu Fei's entire body exploded several times. However, with the strength of his martial body, he had already reached the stage of rebirth from a single drop of blood. In other words, as long as there was a drop of blood, Gu Fei wouldn't die. In the end, the heavenly lightning turned into divine chains of laws that wrapped around Gu Fei, causing Gu Fei to encounter an unprecedented crisis. The divine chains of laws were a manifestation of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was very difficult to break them. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He struggled with all his might, but 49 divine chains of laws wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to move. The power of the grand Tao contained in the divine chains of laws emitted divine flames of the great path, calcining his martial body. The fire of tribulation of heavenly thunder was the most terrifying kind of tribulation that Gu Fei had encountered. This kind of tribulation fire could not only calcinate the flesh, but it could also ignite the soul. If he couldn't resist it, Gu Fei's body and soul would probably be destroyed this time. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. There was no fear on his face. In an instant, a long sword rushed out of his body. It faced the thunder fire and slashed at the divine chains of laws that wrapped around him. This divine sword was the 9 Heaven Star Sword that he had personally refined. The 9 Heaven Star Sword was refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron, an immortal divine material. Such a divine weapon would become even more powerful after the baptism of the thunder tribulation. Clang! Gu Fei used his divine will to control the sword and slashed at one of the divine chains of laws on his body. There was a clang as if the divine chain was a real divine chain. The divine chains of laws were so condensed that they were almost tangible. When the 9 Heaven Stars sword slashed at them, it only left a shallow mark. It couldn't cut through such divine chains at all. From the looks of it, it seemed that only the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sword of the great path, could resolve the current situation. However, Gu Fei didn't want to overly rely on external forces to solve the problem. Again, Gu Fei didn't give up. He resisted the fire of tribulation of heavenly thunder while refining his divine sword with the heavenly tribulation. Then he wanted to cut the divine chains of laws on his body. The 9 Heaven Stars sword, which had been baptized by the heavenly tribulation, was also transforming. The 9 divine patterns of the great path that were imprinted on the divine sword gradually lit up. Then, they automatically gathered the power of the great path. Gu Fei didn't know how many times he had slashed. In the end, the 9 Heaven Star Sword was finally sharpened. It displayed its powerful combat ability and cut through one of the divine chains of laws on his body. Virum! The divine sword vibrated. Under Gu Fei's full power, the 9 Heaven Star Sword seemed to have turned into a divine sword of the great path. It continuously cut through the divine chains of laws on his body. Break! Gu Fei roared. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, he successfully broke through the few divine chains of laws that were wrapped around his body. He broke free and then grabbed the 9 Heaven Star sword in his hand. Just as Gu Fei broke through the divine chains of laws, the power of the heavenly tribulation began to gradually dissipate. At this time, Gu Fei finally succeeded. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The powerful sound waves penetrated through the chaos and spread out. He could feel the new power in his body. This was a power so strong that even a demi-saint couldn't ignore it. Am I a mighty cultivator or a half-saint now? Gu Fei didn't know what level his cultivation and strength had reached. He was just an expert at the 7th heaven of mighty cultivator before. Now, even if he wasn't a half-saint, he should be at the pinnacle of the mighty cultivator. He really wanted to find an opponent to practice with. But at this time, he was in the void of chaos. Where would he find an opponent? Chapter 1734. The war in the chaos was still going on. Even someone as powerful as Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't suppress the turmoil for a while. Even if the one in the extreme north took action, it seemed difficult to suppress the two evil forces. Rumble! Peerlessly terrifying evil power surged out from the depths of the chaos. It became the most terrifying place, and no powerful creature dared to approach it. Rays of annihilating evil light constantly shot out from the chaos, directly tearing it apart, penetrating the barrier of heaven and earth, and entering the virtual sky world, causing all the cultivators in the virtual sky world to feel threatened. The peerless evil power deterred all living beings in the world. Even the most powerful existence in the human realm couldn't help but be moved. In some forbidden areas in the human realm, powerful auras also appeared. The water in the human realm was very deep. No one knew how many peerless figures were lurking there, but these existences would never appear easily. Now, only Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the one in the extreme north were taking action. Buzz! The void of the chaos shook, and the auras of yin and yang intertwined. A yin and yang Tai Chi diagram floated there, emitting supreme fluctuations. This was a divine tool comparable to a divine weapon of the human emperor. The fusion of yin and yang gave birth to the Great Path. This kind of divine tool was the carrier of the Great Path and could display the strongest power. Below this Tao artifact was a crystal coffin. The endless evil aura seeped out from a crack on the crystal coffin. The yin and yang Tai Chi diagram emitted terrifying fluctuations, sealing the area and suppressing the crystal coffin below. However, the situation was not optimistic. The evil power coming from the crystal coffin was constantly increasing. The evil power inside seemed to be endless, as if the most terrible evil ancestor in the world had awakened. The divine diagram was shaking. The evil power in the crystal coffin was too powerful. Even this divine tool seemed to have a hard time completely suppressing the evil coffin. Thousands of yin and yang essences fell from the divine diagram. Each of them was like a big dragon, emitting extremely powerful fluctuations. On the surface of the crystal coffin, there were blood-red evil Tao patterns faintly visible. The inside of the coffin was chaotic, and it was impossible to see inside. There was only a crack on the crystal coffin, but the evil power that seeped out from this crack was enough to contend against the yin-yang divine pattern. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if the crystal coffin was completely opened. In another direction, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was fighting with an evil shadow. The blood-boiling sound of the war drum kept coming. Vaguely, the sound of a magnificent army charging and killing could be heard in the primal chaos. Inside the virtual sky world, many people were shocked to the extreme. When Devil Ancestor of the northernmost demonic land appeared, many people witnessed that battle. That year, Ghost Emperor Fengdu beat the war drums and summoned the peerless figures in the human world to fight against Devil Ancestor. The drum of the past resounded once again. However, this time, the sound of the war drum did not spread throughout the 3 worlds and 6 Tao. Ghost Emperor Fengdu did not summon other peerless characters. I didn't expect there to be fish that slipped through the net. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice resounded. He seemed to know this peerless evil spirit that was fighting endlessly with him. This evil spirit might be in existence from the same era as Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Humph, I can't believe that the little kid from back then has grown to such a level. A cold voice rang out, and the figure of the demon appeared in the void. Boom! A terrifying evil power erupted. An evil weapon broke through the primal chaos between the 2 experts and slashed towards Ghost Emperor Fengdu in front of him. This was a demon axe. In an instant, it became as huge as a mountain. Evil patterns constantly emerged on its surface, interweaving into ancient and evil patterns. Thousand Illusion Evil Sovereign, Today is the day you die. Ghost Emperor Fengdu shattered the primal chaos in front of him and directly opened his inner world. A ghost domain appeared in the primal chaos. Countless ghost howls resounded. This kind of sound made people's scalps numb.
You little brat, back then, even that invincible big brother of yours did not dare to say that he would definitely be able to kill me.
Just you alone? You want to kill me? That evil figure said coldly. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's background was very great. He was the younger brother of Supreme Being and his big brother. He once fought all over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, invincible in the 3 worlds and 6 Tao. He was the strongest existence in the world. As the younger brother of Supreme Being, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's cultivation could indeed sweep away all experts below Supreme Being in that era. However, when the Great Change came, even Supreme Beings would fall. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's fleshly body was also destroyed by others. He had no choice but to create the path of ghost cultivation. The Great Change back then affected too many people. Countless living beings died in that great calamity. Even the great desolate world was shattered. Countless powerful races also disappeared. Since then, Supreme Beings disappeared, sages went extinct, and the world was reconstructed. The great desolate world became the universe.
Reckless brat. You dared to say these words in front of my big brother back then.
Ghost Emperor Fengdu attacked. Behind him, countless ghost shadows appeared. Kill! Ghost Emperor Fengdu roared. He stood in the middle of the ghost domain and raised his fist towards the demon axe. The countless ghost shadows behind him followed his movements and punched out at the same time. Boom! Endless ghost Dao power erupted. Under the impact of this power, the demon axe that was chopping down trembled. The devil chi dissipated, revealing the huge axe inside. Buzz! The huge axe vibrated, and the evil patterns on it flickered. There was a kind of extremely evil power condensing. It was this power that was fighting against the power of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. This demonic tool was blocked by Ghost Emperor Fengdu's fist, which surprised the evil spirit. The other party was more powerful than he had imagined. This devil lurked in the ancient ominous city, controlling the corpse soldiers and corpse generals in the ancient city. He had been recuperating. Just hundreds of years ago, the mountain and river cauldron that he had always wanted was taken away. This was the treasure of heaven and earth that he had guarded for countless years.
If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation had reached a critical juncture and he couldn't come out, who could have taken away the mountain and river cauldron?
Now, these people broke into the virtual sky world again. This time, these people even brought Ran Huang divine weapons, forcing him to take action. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. He was only a few hundred years away from being able to return to his peak state. However, it was these people who had ruined his plans and ruined his previous efforts.
Go to hell!
Thousand Illusions Evil Lord madly urged the evil power in his body, and the vast evil power kept pouring into the devil axe. With the support of this evil power, the devil axe sank several hundred feet, and it had already chopped into Ghost Emperor Fengdu's inner world. However, the downward momentum of the demon axe stopped. No matter how much power Thousand Illusions Evil Lord exerted, the demon axe could no longer descend. Chapter 1735. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Sovereign were fighting. Thousand Illusions Evil Sovereign was in existence from the same generation as Ghost Emperor Fengdu. He was extremely powerful and was fighting endlessly against Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Thousand Illusions. Is this all you've got? Then you can just wait for your death. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice was incomparably calm without a trace of emotion. In his opinion, these devils would only bring chaos to the world and deserve to die. Buzz! The devil axe vibrated and released wave after wave of saber energy. However, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's strength was too great. The devil axe simply couldn't shake Ghost Emperor Fengdu's inner world.
Now it's my turn.
Ghost Emperor Fengdu said and waved his hand. A war drum immediately flew out from the depths of his inner world and landed in front of him. An immeasurably ancient aura emanated from the war drum. Seeing this war drum, even Thousand Illusions Evil Sovereign couldn't help but be shocked. This ancient war drum was filled with the marks of time. One could even faintly see dried bloodstains on its surface. It's that person's war drum. Thousand Illusions Evil Sovereign didn't dare to be careless. The mountain-like devil axe flew back and vigilantly looked at Ghost Emperor Fengdu in the ghost domain ahead. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was very bold. He imitated the ancient sovereigns and wanted to establish a true underworld. For countless years, his inner world had taken in countless wandering ghosts. His inner world was very stable, so he wasn't afraid of Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign's attack. Boom! The sound of the drum resounded. Along with the sound, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the ancient war drum. Wherever this transparent ripple passed, everything was directly annihilated. Even the primal chaos stopped. Then, a large amount of primal chaos energy was also annihilated, turning into the most primal existence. Roar! Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign roared. His faint and illusory figure instantly flew several hundred li away. His condensed body almost collapsed. The ancient war drum emitted a supreme killing power, instantly injuring this peerless devil. You! Thousand Illusions' evil monarch was shocked to the extreme. The power displayed by that war drum was too great. If it weren't for the protection of his demonic artifact, he would have died. At this moment, the devil axe turned into a huge bell, enveloping the Thousand Illusions' evil lord within. Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign's devil tool seemed to be able to transform into all kinds of shapes. It was incomparably miraculous. The large bell was covered in evil runes, and to a certain extent, it was able to cancel out the majority of the sound's killing power. Your Thousand Illusions magic tool is quite extraordinary. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was surprised to see that his attack only heavily injured Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign. He knew the power of this war drum. In the past, even the demon ancestor had to be wary of this war drum. Clang! At that moment, the demonic bell started ringing. A soundless sound wave spread out from the demonic bell, shattering the void. You're really overestimating yourself. Ghost Emperor Fengdu laughed when he saw that Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign actually wanted to compete with him in pinion killing technique. Boom! The ancient war drum rang out once again. With just a single ring, the killing sound of the demonic bell was instantly dispersed. The sound of the war drum was unstoppable. Buzz! The devil bell wailed. The ancient war drum released a sound-killing technique, causing the devil tool to suffer a great impact. The Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign was sent flying away along with the bell. This time, Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign revealed his true form. He was a skinny old man with tattered clothes. Some parts of his clothes were even rotten. This peerless demon had been suppressed in the ancient ominous city for countless years. However, this demon was quite impressive. He actually broke through the seal and turned the ancient ominous city into a dead city. Swish! Seeing that the situation was bad, Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? Ghost Emperor Fengdu naturally wouldn't let this devil escape so easily. He waved his hand and kept his inner world. Then, he held the war drum and chased after Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign. The two peerless existences instantly disappeared into the depths of the primal chaos. Buzz! At this moment, a dazzling divine light pierced through the primal chaos and shot towards the Yin-Yang Tai Chi divine diagram. The aura of the human sovereign spread out from the divine light. An ancient mirror floated in the primal chaos. Below the ancient mirror sat a figure. This person was the big shot from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity. This big shot from the Zhao clan controlled the heavenly mirror and wanted to suppress the crystal coffin. Boom! A terrifying evil aura erupted. The crystal coffin trembled. Countless blood-colored evil runes gushed out from the coffin. The blood-colored evil runes were like small snakes, swimming around the crystal coffin and intertwining with each other. A mass of blood-colored light emerged and enveloped the crystal coffin. The divine light emitted by the heavenly mirror shone on the layer of blood-colored light outside the crystal coffin. However, it couldn't penetrate the layer of blood-colored light. This shocked the experts of the Zhao clan. How is this possible? He never thought that the supremacy evil corpse in the crystal coffin would be so terrifying. It didn't even come out of the coffin, yet it already had such power. Rumble! In another part of the primal chaos, a huge seal broke through some kind of seal and rushed out. Below the seal stood a person who seemed to be standing in the darkness. A chilling aura spread out from this person's body. The surrounding primal chaos seemed to be frozen by this chilling aura. This person was the ancient nine-shade saint of the Dongfang clan. He and the big shot from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity had joined forces to break through the ancient ominous city. However, they were plotted against by the Thousand Illusion Evil Master, who used the broken supreme formation in the ancient ominous city to send the two into the void of primal chaos. The supreme formation was extremely powerful. Even though it was broken, its power was still amazing.
At this time, the two of them relied on the power of the human sovereign divine weapon to rush out of the supreme formation.
This supremacy evil corpse is really evil. The ancient nine-shade saint felt everything around the crystal coffin and couldn't help but be shocked. Even the divine diagram of the northernmost god couldn't suppress this evil corpse.
If this was really the case, then no one in the entire mortal world could suppress the supremacy evil corpse in the crystal coffin.
At this time, the human sovereign seal above the ancient nine-shade saint's head emitted a myriad of divine lights that blocked the surrounding primal chaos. The human sovereign seal was like an immemorial divine mountain that pressed down on the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin kept shaking. Even the three supreme powers couldn't completely suppress it. The ancient nine-shade saint and the others couldn't believe this scene. At this time, Gu Fei's figure also appeared nearby. When he sensed all of this, he was also shocked. The supremacy evil corpse was too evil. Chapter 1736. The supreme evil corpse in the crystal coffin was extremely strange.
The lid of the crystal coffin had only cracked a little, but the evil power that seeped out could actually contend against the three supreme powers.
Sensing all of this, even someone as determined as Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It couldn't be said that the yin-yang diagram was not strong, nor could it be said that the Renhuang divine weapon was not strong. However, in the face of this crystal coffin, these powers seemed to be at a disadvantage. Roar! A deep roar came from the crystal coffin. Then, the crack on the coffin lid began to gradually widen. Something inside the crystal coffin wanted to open the lid and rush out. This was not a good thing. Ancient seven-step Saint Joine and the great figure of the Zhao family of the antiquity couldn't help but change their expressions.
Previously, they had been plotted against by Thousand Illusion Evil Master, and were trapped in the supreme formation.
They had already used up a lot of Yuan Qi. Their bloodline power was almost completely exhausted, so it would be difficult for them to awaken the power of the Renhuang level. At this time, if the supreme evil corpse in the crystal coffin came out, even if they had the Renhuang divine weapon, their lives would still be in danger. The Dongfeng family and the Zhao family of the antiquity were ancient clans that had once produced Renhuang. The experts of these clans all had the Renhuang bloodline flowing in their bodies. The recovery of the Renhuang bloodline allowed ancient seven-step Saint Joine and the great figure of the Zhao family of the antiquity to borrow the power of their ancestors for their own use. When the bloodline was completely recovered, ancient seven-step Saint Joine had once become a Renhuang.
Unfortunately, he had been plotted against by Thousand Illusion Evil Master, and his bloodline power had been used up in the supreme formation. And the great figure of the Zhao family of the antiquity was like ancient seven-step Saint Joine. His strongest power had been used up in breaking the formation. At this time, it was impossible for them to recover the Renhuang bloodline in their bodies again. Buzz! Just as the crystal coffin was shaking more and more violently, the yin-yang diagram floating above the crystal coffin was also shaking. Yin and yang intertwined, and a powerful force came down from the diagram. The essence of yin and yang surged, and the diagram suppressed all directions. On the diagram, there seemed to be a tall figure faintly visible. Rumble! With the appearance of the figure on the divine diagram, the crystal coffin became even more uneasy. Endless evil power surged out of the crystal coffin, and blood-red evil patterns covered the entire crystal coffin. Boundless evil energy was condensing. The blood-colored evil runes attracted a wave of extremely evil energy. Let's fight! The ancient sage to be made up his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the human emperor's seal. He was using the blood of the human emperor's descendant to activate the human emperor's seal. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, the ancient sage to be's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His expression became weary. He had injured his vitality once again. Boom! A peerless and terrifying Renhuang power suddenly burst out from the big seal. The chaotic void continued to shatter, and the supreme Renhuang power appeared again. Bam! The power that erupted from the yin-yang divine diagram and the human emperor seal caused the crystal coffin to sink several thousand feet down. Swoosh! At the same time, the heavenly mirror also displayed its power. The bright mirror light directly shone on the crystal coffin's lid, and the endless evil energy dissipated under the mirror light. One could vaguely see a hand that had already stretched out of the crystal coffin. Under the mirror light, it quickly retracted back into the crystal coffin. Gu Fei sensed all this, but he did not take advantage of the ancient sage to be's weakness to attack. He knew very well that at this time, only the three supreme powers could barely suppress the supremacy evil corpse in the crystal coffin. If Gu Fei attacked and killed the ancient sage-to-be, the consequences would be very unpredictable. No matter what, the supremacy evil corpse must not be allowed to come out. Once it appeared in the human realm, it would definitely be a disaster. I didn't expect the one from the extreme north to also take action. Standing in the chaos, Gu Fei sensed the fluctuation from the yin-yang tai chi divine diagram. He could not help but be moved. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of power. In the past, he had obtained the yin-yang jade pendant, which allowed him to break the shackles of cultivation and achieve what he had today. Bam! At this moment, an even more powerful evil force burst out from the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin lid, which had a crack on it, flew into the air. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded from the crystal coffin, and a peerlessly frightening aura spread out. Even the cultivators in the virtual sky world, separated by a layer of chaos, could hear this roar. What is that? Inside the virtual sky world, countless cultivators were paying attention to the battle in the depths of the chaos. The supremacy evil corpse's corpse transformation was a threat to all cultivators. No one could remain calm. The eruption of the most evil power was like the awakening of a supreme evil ancestor. This power was too powerful, unstoppable, and unstoppable. This was equivalent to the descent of a supremacy. Without any suspense, the ancient sage-to-be, the great character of the Zhao clan, and the yin-yang tai chi divine diagram were all sent flying. The human emperor seal and the heavenly Tao mirror were sent flying into the depths of the chaos, which greatly frightened the ancient sage-to-be and the great character of the Zhao clan. They couldn't afford to lose their clan's supreme treasure, the human emperor divine weapon. Although the two suffered a great impact and kept vomiting blood, they still desperately chased after the human emperor divine weapon. Swish! While the supremacy evil corpse was displaying its might, a figure sitting cross-legged in the sky above a devil cave in the northern devil territory suddenly opened his eyes. In the dusky world, this person's eyes emitted a divine light, like a bolt of lightning. His gaze was extremely sharp. This was a middle-aged man. He looked like a supreme god of war. The aura emitted from his body intimidated the entire area. From time to time, scalp-numbing demonic roars came from the bottom of the devil cave. There were definitely terrifying demonic creatures in the depths of the devil cave, and there were many of them. However, none of them dared to rush out of the devil cave. In the vicinity of the devil cave, there were many huge skeletons. These skeletons were all black, and they were the remains of some powerful demonic creatures that were killed by others. These skeletons could be seen everywhere around the devil cave. For hundreds of years, countless demonic creatures had died in this person's hands. He used his own strength to suppress this devil cave. How is this possible? Yin and Yang auras intertwined on the middle-aged man's body. Ancient Tao patterns appeared in the void around him. He sensed something and looked towards the 100,000 mountains in the southern wilderness. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void, ignoring the distance and the barrier between heaven and earth. He looked into the virtual sky world and the depths of the primal chaos. Swish! The middle-aged man stood up in the void and took a step forward. He directly tore the void and walked in, instantly disappearing from the sky above the devil cave. Roar! As soon as the middle-aged man left, the devil cave boiled. Endless devil aura surged out from the depths of the devil cave. Within the devil aura were countless demons, rushing towards the exit of the devil cave. This devil cave was the largest devil cave in the entire northern devil territory. It could be said that this was the origin of the demons in the northern devil territory. The earliest demons of the northern devil territory came from this place. In the past several hundred years, demons had appeared in many places in the human world, and many powerful demons had been born. However, the northern devil territory was only a small area, but there were very few powerful demons. The reason was very simple. It was because the origin of the demons had been suppressed by a single person. During these years, the countless demons below the devil cave had been thinking about how to break the seal and invade the human world. However, that person was extremely powerful, and he had a supreme Tao tool, the yin-yang divine diagram. Even the powerful demons had been suppressed by that person for several hundred years. Not a single demon could escape. Now that that person had left, the demons in the depths of the devil cave naturally wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break the seal and invade the human world. Boom! Just as the countless demons rushed to the exit of the devil cave, The whole devil cave suddenly trembled. Then, ancient Tao patterns appeared in the void one after another. In the blink of an eye, the top of the devil cave's exit was shrouded by countless Tao patterns. Rumble. Countless Tao patterns intertwined, and a huge yin-yang divine diagram that covered an area of several thousand miles appeared between heaven and earth. What? Countless devils were alarmed. They slammed into the incomparably huge yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Devil blood blossomed on the divine diagram. Those devils were directly turned into blood mist by the mighty divine power of the divine diagram. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. More demons fell from above into the depths of the devil cave. Roar! How could this be? Peerlessly powerful demons roared. They were both shocked and angry. Even if that person left, they still couldn't rush out of the devil cave. That person had left behind a world-shaking formation. The formation operated and transformed into the yin-yang divine diagram, sealing all directions. Countless demons kept attacking the formation, but still, not a single demon could escape. While the devil cave was in chaos, the master of the yin-yang divine diagram appeared in the virtual sky world and entered the depths of the primal chaos. The person from the northernmost region displayed his great divine ability. In just a short while, he rushed here from the northernmost region. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei couldn't catch up. That person's arrival excited the old antiques in the virtual sky world. Without any superfluous words, that person directly attacked the existence in the crystal coffin. The yin-yang divine diagram fell into his hand, and its power increased by more than 10 times. Bam! The crystal coffin, which had already been opened, was swept away by the yin-yang diagram in the man's hand. A figure, who had already sat up in the coffin, was pressed down. Is there really a supreme evil corpse in this world? The person from the northernmost region was extremely shocked. However, he was now one with the diagram, so he wasn't afraid of the existence in the crystal coffin. That person is too strong. He actually managed to sweep away the crystal coffin. The battle prowess displayed by that person was too powerful. It was simply heaven-defying. Even Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Chapter 1737. A fierce person from the far north devil region personally came and displayed his supreme strength, sweeping away the crystal coffin. This result shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This existence that defied the heavens and was reborn from the yin-yang godly jade was too powerful. This was an invincible powerhouse like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the crystal coffin. A frightening figure emerged from the crystal coffin, and a primal chaos mist emerged from the coffin. A powerful supreme aura appeared in the void of primal chaos. Is it really the corpse of a supreme being that underwent a corpse transformation? At this time there was no doubt. Only the corpse of a supreme being could have such power. A wisp of its aura was enough to crush the void of the world. A supreme being was invincible. Even if it had fallen for countless years and the corpse had undergone an ominous change, it was still peerlessly terrifying, able to contend against the peerless characters of the mortal world. Humph! The middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. The yin-yang godly diagram above his head directly attacked. The powerful supreme aura couldn't stop him, and he ignored this kind of pressure. However, not everyone could withstand this kind of supreme pressure. Around the crystal coffin, the primal chaos was constantly obliterated, and the supreme power rippled far away. Gu Fei directly used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and quickly retreated. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook repeatedly. Under the impact of the supreme evil aura, the god inside the cauldron actually showed signs of awakening on its own. This caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. Once the god inside the supreme divine tool awakened, it was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. He might be forced to fight against that supreme evil corpse. No matter who you are, as long as you are the source of this chaos, you must be erased. The middle-aged man walked towards the crystal coffin. Yin and yang energies intertwined on his body, and a peerless aura also surged out from his body. At this time, the figure inside the crystal coffin actually sat up. This was a figure shrouded in primal chaos mist, and there were faint supreme Tao patterns on its body. No one could see its true appearance because no one could see through the primal chaos mist around this figure. Swish! Suddenly, 2 streaks of crimson light shot out from the evil figure's head and swept towards the approaching middle-aged man at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! The void trembled. The yin and yang pattern above the middle-aged man's head emitted streams of yin and yang energy that looked like huge dragons, rushing towards the two beams of evil blood-red light. The blood-red evil light broke through the layers of yin and yang qi and continued to pierce towards the middle-aged man with unstoppable force. "Hey!" the middle-aged man shouted. His right hand pressed forward, and yin-yang Dao pattern surged between his palm and fingers. He immediately used this type of great technique, drawing over great Dao power. In the end, the two beams of blood-red evil light were blocked and shattered by the giant hand in the void. Bam! After that, the middle-aged man sent a punch towards the evil figure in the crystal coffin. A supreme power erupted from his fist, causing the entire chaotic void to tremble. His true body had arrived. The middle-aged man's battle prowess was too strong. He could actually contend with a sovereign evil corpse. Could it be that this person was also a sovereign in the past? The darkness of the past affected too much, the effects too great, unprecedented. Even supreme being level unmatched existences had the danger of dying. Some people believe that this supreme evil corpse was the remains of a supreme being that had fallen in that era and was sealed in the ancient ominous city. Vaguely, the evil figure that sat up from the crystal coffin also punched. The vast and mighty chaotic mist instantly shrouded the void around the crystal coffin. Boom! With a loud noise, the two supreme powers collided together. Then, these two powers turned into an extremely chaotic energy storm. With the point of collision as the center, the storm swept out in all directions. Rumble! The power fluctuations from the depths of the chaotic void shook the virtual sky world. Is it that fierce man from the extreme north? Many people saw the middle-aged man enter the depths of the chaotic void. This fierce man suppressed the extreme north devil territory with his own strength. The whole world knew that with this fierce man taking action, this crisis would most likely be resolved. Kill. At this time, in the depths of the chaotic void, the middle-aged man and the sovereign evil corpse were fighting. Terrifying fluctuations constantly spread out from the depths of the chaotic void. These fluctuations were too powerful, so powerful that even Gu Fei couldn't intervene. Inside the virtual sky world, all living beings were trembling. This was the aura of a true supreme being that could deter the ages. Even though it was weakened by the chaotic void, it still made people's souls tremble. Gu Fei didn't take action. In a battle of this level, even if he had a supreme divine tool, it wouldn't be enough. If the god inside the supreme divine tool didn't recover, he would be bombarded to pieces. He didn't want to take risks, and he didn't want to be a hero. After leaving that place, he rushed out of the chaotic void and returned to the virtual sky world. Just as he returned to the virtual sky world, He Tian ran into trouble. He was targeted by an ancient half-saint from the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity. The resources of a colossus like the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity couldn't be compared to ordinary forces. The Zhao clan easily found out the relationship between He Tian and Gu Fei. The ancient half-saint didn't say much. He attacked right away, causing Erebus to suffer quite a bit of a loss. This shocked and enraged Erebus. "Little child, die." This was a white-haired old man who had lived for countless years. His cultivation was world-shaking, and he already had 1 foot in the quasi-saint realm. The old man's saint-level aura was vast and mighty, and he already had the aura of a saint. Although He Tian was also a half-saint, he still felt extremely strained. The other party had been in the half-saint realm for a much longer time than him, so they couldn't be compared. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The Zhao clan's ancient half-saint displayed a supreme great technique, conjuring the primal chaos furnace and trapping Mahakala within. He used the primal chaos true flame to refine Mahakala. The chaotic furnace was thousands of meters tall and contained endless chaotic fire. This kind of technique was very rare and powerful. After all, chaotic fire wasn't something that just anyone could control. He Tian, who was trapped in the furnace, had array runes rushing out from all over his body, interweaving to form a magic array outside his body. He used the power of the magic array to keep the flames of primal chaos out. "You old brat. You want to kill Uncle He? You don't have the qualifications." Although He Tian was trapped, it didn't mean that he would wait for death inside. This wasn't his style. After all, he had a body that could die 100 times and had reincarnated countless times. "Is that so?" The old man sneered. He constantly sent out great Dao divine runes and branded them on the chaotic furnace. He was constantly increasing the power of the chaotic furnace. The power of the chaotic fire in the furnace was constantly increasing.
Roar! This old guy really has some skills. Old Black, if you don't come, I'll have to reincarnate again. Tion was still cursing in this life and death juncture, as if he didn't care about life and death at all. Read a word-free novel / your best choice. Chapter 1738. Semi-Sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan was incomparably powerful. He wasn't someone that a new half-saint like Tion could compare to. Semi-Sage Gu unleashed his great technique, conjuring the chaos furnace and trapping Tion within. Semi-Sage Gu continued to send out primal chaos Dao runes, imprinting them onto the chaos furnace. The chaos furnace's power increased rapidly. Rumble! The chaos furnace shook as the primal chaos flame raged inside. Tion was in big trouble. The grand formation around him was showing signs of collapsing. This wasn't a good thing. Once the grand formation collapsed, Tion would be completely exposed to the primal chaos flame. However, he wasn't in a hurry because he still had a life-saving technique that he hadn't used yet. It's rare to be able to kill a formation grandmaster. Semi-Sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan was incomparably arrogant. It was as if he already had his opponent in his grasp. The feeling of controlling his opponent's life and death was simply too great. Tion was a formation grandmaster and had successfully cultivated the void formation technique. This was absolutely rare even in the desolate era. One had to know that a true formation grandmaster was an unparalleled expert. The Tao of formation was mysterious and unfathomable. There were great divine abilities and great techniques that could be used to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to increase one's battle prowess. However, it was very difficult to master the art of formations. Thus, from ancient times until now, not many people had been able to cultivate the art of formations to a high level. It was obvious that Tion was an exception. His Tao of formation had reached a level that even Semi-Sage Gu was afraid of. He had trapped Tion in the chaos furnace for so long, but Tion was still alive. If it was an ordinary half-saint, he or she would have been burned to ashes by the primal chaos furnace and perished in both body and soul. Tion's Tao of formation was different from ordinary ones. Countless formation runes rushed out of his body and imprinted themselves in the void around him. The grand formation could absorb energy from the surrounding void. Even the primal chaos flame contained the primal chaos flame was drawn over. Good fella. The Semi-Sage Gu couldn't help but admire Yi Shiwen. Becoming enemies with such a person would be a huge problem for the primordial Zhao clan. He must nip this fella in the bud. If Tion was allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become a powerful enemy for the primordial Zhao clan. Even if your Tao of formation is divine, you will still die under my chaos furnace. Sage-to-be Gu of the Zhao clan was very confident. Ever since he cultivated this great technique, he had been successful in every endeavor. Even some opponents who were stronger than him would die as long as they were enveloped by his chaos furnace. Semi-Sage Gu didn't think that Tion would die. Humph, don't be too proud. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. Tion sneered. Even now, he was still calm and composed. Countless runes rushed out from his body, replenishing the runes that had been destroyed by the flame of chaos. The grand formation was in operation. Even the chaos furnace couldn't break through Tion's grand formation in a short time. Haha, you're still so stubborn. Don't cry for me to spare your life later. Semi-Sage Gu laughed. Stop fooling around. At this moment, a voice rang out nearby. A figure stepped on the void and walked over step by step. A powerful aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth without any warning. You are. Semi-Sage Gu was shocked when he heard this voice. This person was already so close to him but he didn't notice it. Could this person's cultivation be higher than his? When Semi-Sage Gu saw the appearance of this person, he was shocked. He had seen this person's portrait before. This was the human race martial body Gu Fei, who had a great feud with the primordial Zhao clan. Semi-Sage Gu had just woken up from his slumber. He hadn't seen Gu Fei in person. He had only seen Gu Fei's portrait. How could he maintain his composure when he saw Gu Fei now? The human race martial body was synonymous with power in his era. He couldn't let such an existence get close to him. The consequences would be unimaginable if an accomplished cultivator got close to him. Elder Gu, you've finally come out. Your cultivation seems to be
Tian noticed the changes in Gu Fei's body after just one glance at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's cultivation and combat strength were definitely not weaker than his. Gu Fei's arrival made semi-sage Gu feel a great sense of danger. This person only had the cultivation of a peak almighty, but his chi and blood were too vigorous. This person was simply a ferocious beast in human form. Semi-sage Gu's clothes were soon drenched in cold sweat when he glanced at him. "I'm not playing anymore." Just as semi-sage Gu was on his guard, Tian, who was trapped in the chaos furnace, suddenly showed his might. A nearly transparent sword light rushed out of his body. Buzz! The invisible sword vibrated, and the nearly transparent sword light instantly split the furnace. Sage-level sword chi fluctuations spread out as it rushed out of the furnace. "This is..." Semi-sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan was shocked. His opponent actually had a real sage weapon. Sage-level swordlight had broken the chaos furnace's sealing power. Tian rushed out of the chaos furnace. Only now did the Zhao family's half-sage Gu realize that Erebus was toying with him. No wonder Erebus's expression hadn't changed since the beginning. Semi-sage Gu knew that he had made a fatal mistake. He had severely underestimated Tian's combat strength. At this moment, Tian and Gu Fei had blocked all paths of retreat for semi-sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan. He had nowhere to run even if he wanted to. Semi-sage Gu immediately gritted his teeth when he saw this. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The chaos furnace suddenly exploded. Monstrous chaos fire instantly enveloped the void within a radius of thousands of miles. Gu Fei and Tian were no exception. They were swallowed by the mighty chaos fire at almost the same time. This guy. Gu Fei and Tian were both shocked. They had never expected semi-sage Gu to be so ruthless. He had actually self-destructed the chaos furnace. Not everyone had such courage. After all, once the chaos furnace exploded, even semi-sage Gu would be in danger of losing his life. The mighty force directly destroyed everything within a radius of thousands of miles. Large swathes of trees were directly swept away. The earth shook, and one mountain after another collapsed. The entire region was in chaos. Countless birds and beasts did not even have the chance to escape. Chapter 1739. The half-saint from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity was decisive and ruthless. As soon as he sensed that something was amiss, he immediately detonated the chaos furnace. The destructive power instantly engulfed the three of them. This was definitely a great disaster. No life within a radius of several thousand miles could survive. Mountains collapsed one after another. This kind of power destroyed everything. What was especially frightening was that the chaotic fire in the chaos furnace swept through the world. Under the burning of this divine fire, even the void was distorted. Gu Fei and Tian didn't expect such a thing to happen. They used their divine weapons to protect themselves as they soared up into the sky, trying to evade the explosion. However, the destructive energy from the explosion of the chaos furnace was simply too strong, causing them to suffer quite a bit of impact. Preposterous. Gu Fei was furious. This guy wanted to kill him and Tian together. This old guy is really ruthless. My Tian used the invisible divine sword to protect himself, so the flames of chaos were unable to get close to him. They were repelled by the sword chi that spread out from the invisible divine sword. Even so, he was still sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Compared to Tian, the impact on Gu Fei was much smaller. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei and Tian quickly retreated, a sword chime resounded in the chaotic energy storm. Then, rays of chaotic sword light rushed out, breaking through the chaotic destructive energy and piercing towards them. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He waved his fists and used his flesh and blood to contend against the incomparably sharp chaotic sword light. His martial physique was extremely powerful, causing the chaotic sword light to shatter under his fists. Big Dipper Sword Formation. At that moment, Erebus shouted and displayed a sword formation. 7 rays of sword light rushed out from his body and formed the shape of the Big Dipper. They met the chaotic sword light that was coming at him head-on. This kind of sword formation seemed simple, but the power it displayed was indeed amazing. The 7 sword lights resonated with the Big Dipper star field in the sky. Even in the virtual sky world, they still attracted the endless power of the stars. A starry sky vaguely appeared around the 7 sword lights. A vast energy spread out from the 7 sword lights and blocked the streaks of chaotic sword lights. Shwa! At the same time,
An almost transparent sword light flew out silently and entered the chaotic flame. Roar! In next to no time, a furious roar resounded amidst the chaotic fluctuations of energy, and it belonged to the half-saint Gu from the primeval Zhao clan. The invisible sword light flew back with a drop of blood dripping from it. On the other hand, Gu Fei was even more domineering. He charged straight into the depths of the shattered space and entered into battle with the half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan. He completely ignored the terrifying energy storm formed by the explosion of the chaos furnace. A layer of stellar energy emerged from his powerful martial body and protected him. Boom! Bang! Shocking sounds of collision rang out continuously. The half-saint Gu roared again and again. He was in big trouble. He never thought that a peak expert could force him into such a difficult situation. This guy had a successful martial body and was extremely powerful. He couldn't be treated with ordinary standards. It wasn't a good thing for any expert to be approached by a martial physique expert, and it didn't take long for that half-saint Gu to be defeated. Pfft! Gu Fei punched the semi-saint Gu's chest. His fist directly penetrated the semi-saint Gu's chest and came out from his back, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The half-saint Gu's blood contained his power. One drop was enough to kill an immortal spirit. This blood was very precious to some cultivators, but it was useless to Gu Fei. No. At this moment, the half-saint Gu finally knew how terrifying Gu Fei was. He didn't want to die, but it was already too late. Gu Fei's right arm shook and a wave of power exploded from his arm. Bang! The half-saint Gu's body was immediately shattered into a bloody mist. The powerful half-saint Gu didn't even leave a single bone behind. In the bloody mist, a small figure wrapped in divine light soared into the sky, trying to escape. It was the half-saint Gu's primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, the half-saint Gu would be able to reconstruct his body and return to his peak state. He wouldn't die. For existences of this level, the fleshly body was nothing more than a bag of skin. Their primordial spirit was the most important. If the bag of skin was destroyed, they could just get a new one. However, if their primordial spirit was destroyed, they would truly die. Gu Fei wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He stretched out his hand and used the heaven-covering palm. The palm enveloped the sky and grabbed the primordial spirit. Don't kill me! The primordial spirit struggled in Gu Fei's hand. The half-saint Gu didn't want to die, but at this moment, his life was in the hands of someone else. In the past, he was the one who controlled the life and death of others. This time, his life was in the hands of someone else. This was karma. Bang! Gu Fei directly crushed half-saint Gu's primordial spirit. The primordial spirit instantly turned into specks of light and dissipated in the void. The half-saint Gu had lived for countless years and experienced the darkest era. Even he didn't expect that he would die here. At the moment when Gu Fei crushed the primordial spirit, far away in the eastern domain, in a forbidden area of the primordial Zhao clan, an ancient life tablet shattered. The half-saint Gu's life tablet shattered. How could this be? An elder of the primordial Zhao clan who was guarding the forbidden area panicked. Very soon, all the experts of the primordial Zhao clan gathered in the forbidden area. How is this possible? Who dares to kill the half-saint Gu of my clan? Furious roars rang out from the forbidden area of the primordial Zhao clan. The death of a half-saint Gu was not a small matter. The half-saint Gu was definitely a peak existence in the primordial Zhao clan. This was a loss that was difficult to make up for. There were very few half-saints that survived in the ancient times. The death of one was one less. This was the foundation of the primordial Zhao clan. The death of the half-saint Gu caused everyone in the primordial Zhao clan to feel like they were going crazy. Very soon, news spread that the half-saint Gu of the Zhao clan had died in the hands of Gu Fei. This news shocked and enraged everyone in the primordial Zhao clan. That brat from back then has really grown up. Such voices rang out from the primordial Zhao clan. The rise of Gu Fei was unstoppable. He would become a great enemy of the primordial Zhao clan. Gu Fei's rise made all his opponents feel immense pressure. His enemies in particular felt uneasy. Chapter 1740. The rise of the martial body had truly made a name for itself. This made all those who had ambitions to walk the path of a supreme being feel an enormous pressure. These people were very clear on how terrifying a martial body that had successfully cultivated was. In the virtual sky world, the Dongfeng clan and the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity all felt the danger.
They had a great grudge against the human clan, so no one could stay calm in the face of such an enemy. Rumble! The battle in the depths of the chaos was still going on. The power of the human sovereign and the yin and yang tai chi diagram shattered everything.
No one could sense the situation there. After Gu Fei killed the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, he left the virtual sky world with He Tian. At this time, the virtual sky world was full of experts from various forces. There were even sage to be among them. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't want to provoke them. When Gu Fei and He Tian came out of the virtual sky world, they were blocked by a beautiful woman who emitted a shocking divine power. Her monstrous demonic aura deterred everyone.
It's you.
When Gu Fei saw this woman, he was also surprised. He didn't expect the turmoil in the virtual sky world to alarm this person. Gu Fei. When the woman saw Gu Fei, her eyes immediately emitted two golden divine lights. They swept over Gu Fei like two heavenly swords.
Chaos Demon Lord, long time no see.
Gu Fei said with a smile. This woman was the Chaos Demon Lord whom Gu Fei challenged during the turmoil on Mount Lingshan. This great demon was originally a golden bird with the bloodline of the golden crow, an ancient divine beast. The Chaos Demon Lord had a great background. He was originally a demon lord on the third layer of the ancient Buddha realm, but he was subdued by heavenly monk and converted to Buddhism. This time, Buddhism was not absent in the turmoil in the virtual sky world. The Savage Beast Lord also converted to Buddhism with the Chaos Demon Lord. This Savage Beast Lord was also extremely powerful and was almost as strong as the Chaos Demon Lord.
You deserve to die.
Without any unnecessary words, the Chaos Demon Lord immediately displayed her life-slain method. Her hands turned into two golden claws and grabbed towards Gu Fei.
Shua!
Gu Fei grabbed He Tian and quickly retreated. This primal Chaos Demon Lord was a quasi-sage with unparalleled cultivation. His two golden claws tore through the heavens and earth, displaying a powerful might. Golden Winged Rock. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but feel shocked. This primal Chaos Fiend Lord was extremely powerful. If he were to fight against it, he would probably be killed in a single exchange. One must know that this great demon was a sage-to-be. Moreover, it was an ancient sage-to-be. Even the current Gu Fei felt immense pressure in front of this ancient sage-to-be.
Kill!
The primal Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent soared to the heavens. A pair of golden wings appeared behind her.
With a flap of those wings, she transformed into a beam of golden light and charged towards Gu Fei.
She's too strong. He Tian's heart trembled. This great demon gave him too much pressure. Although he was already a half-sage, compared to the primal Chaos Demon Lord, he was as weak as an ant. The pressure of a sage-to-be intimidated everyone. Every cultivator who sensed this pressure couldn't help but pale. Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He grabbed He Tian and used the 8 desolate void steps, once again evading the primal Chaos Demon Lord's attack. The two experts rapidly moved through the void. The powerful shockwaves alarmed everyone in front of the gate of the void sky. No one was willing to miss out on a battle of this level. Even some of the old antiques were alarmed. That person is. When they saw Gu Fei, the various superpowers were incomparably shocked. The current Gu Fei could be said to have shaken the entire wildlands. Even some of the most remote cultivators knew of Gu Fei's name. When the wildlands forces returned to the human world, all the superpowers of the human world were restless, afraid that these forces would attack them. One must know that not even West Earth's Buddhist sect could suppress these wildlands forces. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the wildlands forces that came from the third layer of the ancient Buddha realm didn't disturb the human world's cultivation world, nor did they fight for territory with the superpowers of the human world. The wildlands forces didn't clash with the human world's superpowers at all. Moreover, these experts that came from the third layer of the ancient Buddha realm rarely made a move. Almost no one had ever seen them in action. It was only today that people saw a divine beast protector from West Earth's Buddhist sect fight against Gu Fei. The primal Chaos Demon Lord was so powerful that even Gu Fei was forced to retreat, unwilling to face him head-on. To Gu Fei, this kind of situation rarely happened.
Great sun incinerates the heavens.
The primal Chaos Demonic Lord roared and displayed the great technique of the golden bird. Her body was engulfed in monstrous flames. She seemed to have transformed into a divine sun. Golden flames swept out in all directions and instantly enveloped a radius of 100 miles. It was as if a real divine sun had appeared in the world.
This is Gu Fei sensed the terror of this divine fire. This was the true divine fire of the sun. It could burn everything. Even immortal divine materials could be smelted. Buzz! The void trembled. Gu Fei shook his martial body and a ball of Qi immediately emerged from his body, enveloping him and He Tian in the primal chaos Qi. Killing martial arts weren't divine arts nor great immortal arts, but they weren't any weaker than divine arts or great immortal arts. Among offensive arts, killing martial arts were even better than divine arts and great immortal arts. Gu Fei summoned his primal chaos aura and blocked all the solar true flame sweeping over. The solar true flame could not approach him. However, although the true sun fire was blocked by Gu Fei's martial path Qi, the terrifying heat emitted by the divine fire penetrated the martial path Qi and entered. That terrifying heat was enough to melt godly metal. Gu Fei and He Tian both felt like they were suffocating. It was as if all the water in their bodies were about to evaporate, and their mouths were dry. "Boss, let's run," He Tian said nervously. This demon beast was far too strong and was not something they could fight against. Even if they used their saint weapons, they would not necessarily be a match for it. If he couldn't win, he would run. This had always been He Tian's style. Run your head. It's rare for a decent opponent to appear. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't fight? Gu Fei wasn't willing to retreat. He wasn't afraid of quasi-sages. He used the 8 desolate void steps and moved rapidly in the sea of fire, looking for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, he was a little worried. Since the primal chaos demon lord was here, the savage beast lord was probably nearby. If 2 quasi-sages attacked him, he could only retreat. However, the savage beast lord did not show himself. Chapter 1741. In the mountains thousands of miles away from the entrance of the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered their powerful enemy, the Chaos Demon Lord who came from the 3rd layer of the ancient Buddhist realm. The Chaos Demon Lord was definitely an unparalleled great demon. She was only half a step away from the demon saint Fruit of Wei. Being targeted by such a powerful enemy, a fierce battle was bound to happen. Boom! The golden wings swept down from the sky like a heavenly blade. Golden divine fire covered the sky and earth, burning everything. A mountain was instantly turned into dust. The moment the golden wings swept the mountain into dust, Gu Fei soared into the sky, broke through layers of sun-real fire, and attacked the golden bird in the sky. Humph! An ant on the ground dares to challenge the 9th heaven divine phoenix? You're courting death. The Chaos Demon Lord's voice was very pleasant, but in Gu Fei's ears, it was a murderous voice, full of murderous intent. In the 3rd layer of the Buddhist realm, Gu Fei had offended her dignity. He actually dared to challenge her, and he even escaped from her hands. To the Chaos Demon Lord, this was definitely a humiliation. This humiliation had to be washed away with the blood of this human. There was nothing to say, they could only fight to the death. At this time, Gu Fei had already thrown He Tian into his inner world. In a battle of this level, He Tian couldn't help at all. Kill! Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei didn't hold back when facing his strongest opponent. He displayed his strongest fighting strength, and his qi and blood sword. Seeing how fierce Gu Fei was, even the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't help but be shocked. This human was stronger than he was in the 3rd layer of the Buddhist realm. How was this possible? How long had it been? This human's cultivation increased again. This kind of growth speed was absolutely heaven-defying. After all, in the Almighty Realm, the 9 minor realms were like 9 layers of heaven. It was very difficult to break through. Almighty Realm 9 heavens. 9 minor realms. Every minor realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven. We can't let this person live. The Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent was incomparably strong. Given the cultivation speed of this human, it wouldn't be long before he was no longer a match for him. Although it was cruel to kill a genius, it had to be done. Bang! Endless true fire of the sun condensed into a huge sharp claw, exuding a powerful demon saint aura. It grabbed at Gu Fei, shattering the void. A quasi-saint was much stronger than a half-saint. The primal chaos demon lord was going all out. Half of the sky had turned red with the true fire of sun, and even the cultivators who were thousands of miles away could feel the heat wave. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to be in the middle of the true fire of the sun. The temperature there was probably comparable to the temperature inside the real sun. Who is that? How could he be so powerful? All the experts in the vicinity of the gate of the ruined sky were alarmed.
This kind of fluctuation was too strong and intimidated everyone.
Some of them had cultivated divine eyes and could barely see the scene inside the true sun flame.
That Gufei is crazy. He's actually fighting with a quasi-saint, someone said. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This human martial physique was really crazy. There was only one outcome for a peak expert to fight against a quasi-saint, and that was death. This was too crazy. However, those who were rational wouldn't think that Gufei was going to die.
Daring to fight against a quasi-saint? Could it be that his battle strength had already reached the level where he could fight against a quasi-saint?
The rise of the human martial physique was too shocking. This kind of heaven-defying battle strength wasn't something that just anyone could have. Who is that golden bird? Someone noticed the golden bird that was as big as a mountain in the true sun flame. This was a mutated species that had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the golden crow. In the human world, a mutated species like the golden bird had long gone extinct. It seems to be the newly born protector of the Buddhist sect. Some well-informed people had already figured out the origin of the golden bird. On that day, the Buddhist sect of West Earth was in chaos. It was said that someone had attacked the spiritual mountain of West Earth, causing the Buddhist sect to suffer heavy casualties. In the end, a quasi-saint of the Buddhist sect jumped out and led two great protectors of the Buddhist sect to quell the chaos. Almost all the experts in the entire Tinglong continent could feel the fluctuation of the supreme Buddhist weapon of the Buddhist sect. This golden bird should be the protector of the Buddhist sect under the seat of the quasi-saint. Boom. At this moment, a huge collision occurred in the true sun flame. Gufei punched out. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It directly collided with the sharp claws of the Chaos Demon Lord. Two extremely powerful forces suddenly collided. A circle of transparent ripples spread out from the center of the collision. The endless true sun flame dispersed. Gufei blocked the attack of the Chaos Demon Lord. How is this possible? The Chaos Demon Lord simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. This human was actually able to block his attack. He was merely a pinnacle almighty. This is heaven-defying. This is truly heaven-defying. The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked. Gufei's performance had already exceeded her expectations. Bang! The sharp claws formed by the true sun flame exploded. Gufei was sent flying thousands of feet away by this force. A trace of blood seeped out of his fist. However, the trace of blood quickly disappeared. His physique was so strong that he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. In this world, there weren't many divine weapons that could truly threaten him. With such a physique, only a truly awakened divine weapon could threaten Gufei. Not long ago, he was completely not a match for the Chaos Demon Lord. But now, he could already challenge the Chaos Demon Lord. This cultivation speed would make anyone's heart turn cold. Even an existence like the Chaos Demon Lord could feel the threat that Gufei posed to her. Clang! The pair of golden wings on the Chaos Demon Lord's back flapped continuously. Golden feathers transformed into rays of golden sword light that soared into the sky and slashed at Gufei. The terrifying sword chi rippled for 30,000 miles. All the cultivators watching from afar felt as though they had fallen into an icy cavern. Everyone felt as though a heavenly sword was pressed against their throats. This move again. Gufei's heart trembled. Back in the third Buddha heaven, he had experienced this killer move of the Chaos Demon Lord. This killer move was extremely terrifying. Every ray of golden sword light was imprinted with Tao patterns. This was a Tao sword. A sword of the great Tao that could destroy everything. Roar! Facing the Chaos Demon Lord's powerful killer move, Gufei exhaled and roared. Chaotic true force surged throughout his body. Streaks of Chaos Tao patterns surfaced on his skin. The Chaos Tao patterns activated the Chaos Tao power. Gufei looked like a Chaos War god. He waved his fists and activated the Chaos Tao power, striking out with the strongest Chaos Fist. Boom! With a punch, the dozen or so golden Tao swords that had pierced through immediately shattered. Specks of golden light shot out in all directions like golden meteors. Chapter 1742. Gufei displayed his strongest combat strength and struck out with the Primal Chaos Fist. The Primal Chaos Fist was invincible. With a single punch, dozens of golden sword lights were instantly shattered. Specks of golden light blossomed under Gufei's fist. Like golden meteors, they pierced through the void and shot out in all directions. Boom! A speck of golden light hit a mountain in the distance. The mountain instantly crumbled into dust, disappearing from the earth. Seeing this scene, the spectators panicked because there were many golden lights shooting towards them. A speck of golden light could destroy a mountain. Even a half-step saint would have to retreat from such power. Buzz!
A saint weapon hummed as the power of a saint was awakening.
Someone wielded a saint weapon and blocked the golden lights that were shooting towards the crowd. No one could see the shape of the weapon. All they could see was the silhouette of a divine phoenix flying out.
It looked like a true divine phoenix that had descended, emitting the powerful fluctuations of a saint.
The divine phoenix danced in the sky as the specks of golden light dissipated in the void. Soon after, the silhouette of the divine phoenix disappeared as well. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for someone wielding a saint weapon that blocked the golden lights, many people would have died. Who's the one that's attacking? Could it be that someone from that ancient race survived? Some of the old antiques seemed to have noticed something. However, they weren't too sure because that ancient race was said to have been annihilated a long time ago. At this moment, the battle was still ongoing. Gu Fei was fighting against the primal chaos devil lord.
Each of his punches shook the heavens and earth, causing the mountains in the distance to crumble.
Clang! Golden sword chi surged. The primal chaos devil lord was extremely domineering. He actually formed 100,000 golden swords that blotted out the sky as they slashed towards Gu Fei. Every single golden sword light was powerful enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. This was a killing technique of a quasi-saint. One should know that a quasi-saint was an expert that was closest to becoming a saint. In the entire mortal world, there weren't many quasi-saints even with the arrival of the Great Era. Such an existence was a deterring force in the mortal world. But now, Gu Fei was challenging a quasi-sage. Everyone who saw this was in disbelief. An almighty being at the pinnacle of the world was challenging a quasi-sage. Moreover, the battle was going on endlessly and he was not at a disadvantage. Something like this had never happened before. Boom! Primal Chaos True Force erupted as streaks of Primal Chaos Divine Runes appeared on Gu Fei's body, drawing upon the Primal Chaos energy of heaven and earth. The Primal Chaos energy of heaven and earth undulated along with Gu Fei's fist. This power was too strong, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. How could he be so strong? Even the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't help but be moved at this moment. Gu Fei's strength had already exceeded everyone's expectations. This wasn't the strength of a peak almighty.
However, even though Gu Fei's cultivation was at the pinnacle of almighty cultivation, his battle prowess was so strong that he could challenge a sage to be. This was the terror of the path of martial arts. Being invincible among those of the same cultivation level, and challenging those of a higher cultivation level.
This might seem impossible to others, but it wasn't just a legend. Gu Fei shattered the layers of golden sword rays and charged towards the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord would become his whetstone. Damn it! The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked and furious.
She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence merged with the 9 golden sword rays in front of her. The 9 golden sword rays were immediately dyed with a layer of blood red.
Swoosh!
The 9 sword rays instantly pierced through the void and disappeared into the void.
At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt his heart palpitate, as if something bad was about to happen. This was a natural reaction of a martial body towards danger. Swoosh! At this moment, he felt a strange fluctuation coming from 9 positions around him. At the same time, 9 blood-red golden rays pierced through the void and shot towards him. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. The 9 blood-colored golden sword lights were clearly different from the others.
With just a glance, he could sense that there were blood-colored runes vaguely appearing on the 9 sword lights.
Preposterous! Gu Fei wanted to dodge, but the 9 sword rays had pierced through the void from different positions around him.
The 9 sword rays had already trapped him. No matter which direction he rushed out from, he would be hit by the sword rays.
At this moment, there was no time for Gu Fei to choose which direction to rush out from.
He instinctively rushed to the side because the power of the 9 sword rays was the weakest in that direction.
Pfft! Blood splattered. Gu Fei's left shoulder was pierced by a blood-red golden sword ray. He had dodged the other 8 sword rays, but this one was the only one he could not avoid. The blood-red golden sword ray was imbued with a power that could pierce through a martial body.
The golden sword ray pierced through Gu Fei's shoulder and came out from his back, bringing with it a spray of blood.
What a powerful bloodline power. Gu Fei had suffered a great loss. His martial body was incomparably strong. Even if he had been struck by the Chaos Demon Lord's golden sword ray, he would not have suffered such heavy injuries. Although the golden sword ray was powerful, it was very difficult to injure Gu Fei. However, the golden sword ray that was imbued with the Chaos Demon Lord's blood essence was different. The Golden Bird clan was the descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. They had the Golden Crow's bloodline in their bodies. The Chaos Demon Lord spat a mouthful of blood essence on the 9 golden sword rays and imbued the bloodline power into them. Humph, no matter how strong your body is, you will die under my Golden Crow's blood sword. The Chaos Demon Lord sneered. No one who had been hit by her Golden Crow's blood sword could survive. The Chaos Demon Lord's bloodline power invaded his body. This external power was destroying Gu Fei's vitality. This made Gu Fei feel danger. This was not good. He felt the vitality in his body rapidly draining away. The wound on his left shoulder was difficult to heal. There was a power attached to it that was difficult to expel. I didn't think that the bloodline power could be used like this. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. The Golden Bird had the Golden Crow's bloodline. When this bloodline power invaded his body, it was as if he was fighting against the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow's bloodline power was eroding the vitality in his body. At this moment, if he continued to fight, it would be very disadvantageous for him. At the thought of this, Gu Fei wanted to retreat. The Chaos Demon Lord's cultivation was much higher than his. If he was at his peak, he might be able to fight endlessly with her. However, at this moment, there was a problem with his martial body, which affected his battle strength. However, just as Gu Fei was about to retreat, the Chaos Demon Lord had already made her move. Huge flags that were wreathed in flames rushed out from her body and trapped Gu Fei in a formation made up of 81 flags. Chapter 1743. The Chaos Demon Lord wanted to kill Gu Fei, so she used the bloodline power of the Golden Bird clan. This power was inherited from the legendary ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. This bloodline power was comparable to the bloodline of the human emperor. The ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow, was a connate divine beast born from the Sun Star. Although it was not a supreme divine beast, a fully matured Golden Crow was comparable to a human emperor. As a sage-to-be of the Golden Bird clan, the Chaos Demon Lord had definitely awakened more than half of her bloodline power. Even this half of the bloodline power was enough to put Gu Fei in danger. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The Golden Crow's blood sword had pierced through his left shoulder, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole. The clothes around the wound had already been torn to shreds. The skin around the wound was blood red and there were golden things surging on it. It was as if there were earthworms swimming under the skin. This is... Gu Fei's expression changed when he sensed this power. The Golden Crow's bloodline had started to corrode his martial body. The flesh around the wound was surrounded by golden snake-like essence energy. This golden essence energy was the bloodline power of the Chaos Demon Lord, which was inherited from the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. This power was attacking the Chaos Dao power on Gu Fei's body. The Chaos Dao pattern on his left shoulder gradually dimmed. It seemed like it would soon be unable to withstand this bloodline power. The power of the bloodline was very strong. The golden essence kept rushing towards his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had imprinted the Dao pattern on his body and his martial body was incomparably strong, he would have died a long time ago. There was something wrong with Gu Fei's body and he could no longer fight. He wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, the Chaos Monstrous Lord made her move once again. This time, she unleashed a total of 81 banners, sealing the entire area and trapping Gu Fei within an ancient formation. Humph, to be able to die under the great formation of my Golden Bird clan, you should be proud of yourself. The Chaos Demon Lord stood in the middle of the array. A golden divine flower appeared beneath her feet and supported her. This was a divine flower that was completely formed by the power of the sun's true flames. The petals of the flower seemed to be cast from gold and were extremely solid. Preposterous! Initially, Gu Fei had wanted to retreat. However, the other party refused to let him off. Could it be that this Demon Lord Quasi-Sage still thought that he was that puny human from back then? Boom! An extremely powerful aura erupted from Gu Fei's body. Primal Chaos Dao patterns emerged around the wound on his shoulder. Chaotic Dao patterns interweaved and prevented the golden bloodline power from spreading throughout his body. After that, the space around Gu Fei suddenly distorted. A world appeared in the void. This was Gu Fei's inner world. The power of the world surged as he opened up his inner world. Torrential divine flames of the sun surged from the 81 flags. Ancient Tao patterns could be faintly seen on the flags. This was the supreme treasure of the Golden Bird clan. The Golden Bird clan had long gone extinct. This Chaos Demon Lord was probably the last Golden Bird in the world. She possessed many treasures left behind by the experts of the Golden Bird clan. The flag sealed off the entire area and formed a great formation. As it circulated rapidly, a shocking power gathered. Rumble. The 81 flags turned the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, the silhouette of a golden crow could be faintly seen. A powerful fluctuation of the saint realm spread out. This is a saint formation. Some of the old antiques saw something and were extremely shocked. A complete saint formation was too shocking. Only the ancestral courts of the ancient desolate clans would have such a great formation. Furthermore, the saint grade great formation of the ancient desolate domain couldn't be moved. It could only protect the ancestral court from the invasion of external enemies. It wasn't like the Chaos Demon Lord, who could instantly set up a saint grade great formation. A saint formation was incomparably terrifying because it was specially used to deal with saints. Even a true saint would face the danger of dying if he were to barge in. And Gu Fei was far from being a saint. Boom! The terrifying power of the sun was vast and mighty. Ancient golden Tao patterns began to rush out from the 81 banners. The Tao patterns intertwined with each other and condensed into a golden crow on each of the banners. Sensing the changes in the great formation, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This great formation wasn't as simple as a saint formation. Under the control of the Chaos Demon Lord, 81 golden crows charged towards Gu Fei like 81 divine suns. The terrifying true fire of the sun burned the void, causing it to be destroyed. The inner world around Gu Fei shook. The power of the great formation was too strong. The power of this great formation had probably surpassed the saint realm. It was too easy to kill a pinnacle almighty with such power. It was as easy as crushing an ant. However, the ant Gu Fei was incomparably tenacious. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his battle intent. He waved his right hand and blood splattered. An arm fell off. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. The muscles on his face twitched slightly due to the intense pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He actually used his hand as a knife and chopped off his left hand and his left arm. This was equivalent to chopping off a small part of his body. You! The Chaos Demon Lord, who was standing on the divine flower formed by the true flames of the sun, couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. This human was even harder to deal with than he had imagined. This kind of person had an incomparably firm mind and was wholeheartedly pursuing the strongest power. If one offended such a person and couldn't kill him, it would definitely become a huge problem in the future. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the stage where he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Chopping off half of his body was nothing more than a slight pain. The life force in his body was vast and mighty. His injured muscles and bones were rapidly regenerating. In just an instant, the half of his body that had been chopped off was as good as new. Buzz! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body. An illusion of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body and enveloped him. Rumble! The entire gold crow great formation began to shake. The 81 gold crow silhouettes, which had been rushing towards Gu Fei, all dispersed and turned back into essence sun flames. Amidst the flames, the golden Tao patterns were extinguished one after another. Within the golden crow formation, the ancient cauldron floated up and down. Even though the 81 flags emitted monstrous true flames of the sun and burned the void, they still couldn't shake the ancient cauldron. It's the mountain and river cauldron. Someone recognized the ancient cauldron floating in the sea of flames. The aura of primordial chaos energy made all the spectators feel a great pressure. Of course, the true primordial chaos energy hadn't appeared yet. This was just the aura of the ancestral energy. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult to use the mountain and river cauldron at once. Using a supreme artifact required a long time of preparation and the power of heaven and earth. It was absolutely impossible to use a supreme artifact with one's own strength unless one was a supreme. Even if one borrowed the power of heaven and earth, it would still be difficult for the supreme artifact to display its true power. However,
Even if one could only activate a trace of the power of a supreme, it would be enough to kill all opponents. Kill. Sensing the aura of the mountain and river cauldron, the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't sit still. She roared and shot up into the sky. The divine flower beneath her feet dissipated. Boom. The 81 flags that formed the Golden Crow formation vibrated. The 81 golden crows that had been scattered by the mountain and river cauldron's aura once again condensed on the flags. The formation activated and the sky darkened. The essence of the sun that hung high in the sky was almost completely devoured by the formation. The Golden Crow formation was terrifying. It had borrowed the power of the sun. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The sun had existed since the beginning of time. This star had illuminated the starry sky for countless years. The power of the sun it possessed was definitely unimaginably strong. Legend had it that in the mythological era, there were supreme beings who tried to refine the star but failed in the end. This was a miracle of the world. An eternal star was something that even supreme beings could not refine. The ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow, was born on this star. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. The opponent had attracted such power. This was like activating a supreme artifact. The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron trembled continuously and showed signs of dimming. Rumble. An endless amount of essence of the sun was attracted by the Golden Crow formation. The 81 flags released endless sunlight. The entire sky was illuminated in gold. The 81 golden crows bathed in the essence of the sun and rushed over from all directions. Boom. They collided with each other. The Golden Crow disappeared, but a divine sun appeared in its place. A wave of power that truly surpassed the holiness level spread out from the divine sun. It was vast and mighty in all directions, intimidating everyone. It's too strong. It's like a real Golden Crow has descended. Even some of the old antiques were intimidated at this time. The Golden Bird race possessed such a powerful great formation, so how could they have completely declined? The rise and fall of this race must be a great secret. When the 81 shadows of the Golden Crows collided, the patterns of the Golden Crow on the 81 flags fused together. A complete pattern comparable to that of a Ren Huang was intertwined. It was as if a real divine sun had descended from the sky. The golden divine fire burned the entire world red, and the ground was sinking. Even the spectators who were thousands of miles away had no choice but to retreat further away. The heat from the sun's fire was too shocking. All the vegetation within 1,000 miles withered quickly. The moisture contained in the vegetation was quickly lost. What was originally a lively region had actually turned into a withered yellow world in just a few breaths. This change was too fast. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed great danger. The divine sun in the sky was descending towards him. This was a power comparable to that of a human emperor. This kind of power caused him to fall into a dangerous situation. Chapter 1744. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The godly sun descended. A peerlessly powerful force caused the heavens and earth to tremble. This was the complete Tao runes of the Golden Crow intertwining, transforming into a godly Sunday. It was as though the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow, was making a move. The mountain river cauldron that enveloped Gu Fei shook. Under the impact of the Golden Crow's power, the ancient cauldron gradually dimmed. Billions of golden rays shot out from the godly sun, illuminating the heavens and earth. It was even more dazzling than the real godly sun in the sky. The golden rays pierced through the void. Within the godly sun, a golden figure was condensing. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He stared at the descending godly sun in the sky. This was definitely a force that could kill him countless times over. The Chaos Demon Lord actually used the trump card of the Golden Bird clan to kill him. This made Gu Fei both shocked and angry. There's no other way. Gu Fei knew that if the Chaos Demon Lord didn't die, then he would. He didn't want to die. With a thought, an ancient cauldron rushed out from his dantian. An earth-shattering aura emanated from the ancient cauldron. Just a single strand of aura was enough to cause the heavens and earth to lose their color. At the same time, Gu Fei's strength rose rapidly. He held the ancient cauldron in his hand. Rise! Gu Fei had no other choice. He could only use this secret technique. His eyes were incomparably sharp. His eyes twinkled like the stars in the sky, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Boom! The void around Gu Fei trembled. Circles of transparent ripples spread from his body. The powerful energy emanating from his body shook the void. Within his body, it was as though an ancient beast had awakened. The energy that erupted from his body was too strong. This energy ripple even spread out from the Golden Crow Grand Array, causing the experts thousands of miles away to feel their hearts palpitate. What? Within the Golden Crow Grand Array, the Chaos Demon Lord was incomparably shocked. The energy ripple of this human who was trapped within the array had increased by several folds. Could it be that this human had cultivated some kind of secret technique that could instantly raise his battle prowess? Furthermore, the aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron made the Chaos Demon Lord very uneasy. This ancient cauldron was extraordinary. Even within the Golden Crow Great Formation, the power of the Golden Crow could not shake it in the slightest. Damn it! Gu Fei's strength had exceeded the Chaos Demon Lord's expectations. To the Chaos Demon Lord, this was definitely not a good thing. This human definitely had a great background. At this time, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension Secret Art. His battle prowess instantly increased 5-fold, allowing him to break through to the half-step saint realm. An ancient martial half-sage was an extremely powerful existence. The Chaos Tao pattern on Gu Fei's body moved the power of the Great Tao. His entire person was as terrifying as an ancient sage. Buzz! The mountain river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand started to vibrate under the drive of the martial path true power of the half-sage realm. A wave of heaven-opening power spread out from the mountain river cauldron. Boom! 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 Under this wave of power, the true sun fire around Gu Fei was like snow under the scorching sun as it dissipated into the void, turning into a primordial essence. Phew! In a single breath, the primordial essence of the true sun fire was devoured by Gu Fei into his body, replenishing his depleted essence chi. Sensing this, the Chaos Demon Lord could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Golden sun illuminates the skies, Golden Crow incinerates the heavens. The primal Chaos Demon Lord didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately activated the Golden Crow Great Formation and displayed the strongest power of this great formation. 81 Golden Crow Great Flags fluttered crazily in the air. An endless amount of sun essence rushed out from the Golden Crow Great Formation and entered the Divine Sun in the middle of the Great Formation. Boom! The entire heaven and earth quaked as a terrifying aura spread out from the descending God Sunday. Within the God Sun, a golden crow was trying to break out of its cocoon. This was the power of the ancient mythological beast, the Golden Crow. To think that there would be a clone of such an unparalleled mythological beast within this formation. This had Gu Fei extremely shocked. It seemed like these 81 Golden Crow flags were left behind by the old Master Golden Crow. The ancient mythological beast, the Golden Crow. That was an existence that could even fight against the human emperor of the ancient times. These 81 flags were practically equivalent to a human emperor's legendary weapon. Gu Fei had no choice but to give it his all. The other party's cultivation state was way stronger than his. Even though he had used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension Secret skill, to forcefully raise his fighting strength to that of a half-sage. However, there was no way he could make up for the difference in their understanding of the Great Tao. The deeper one's understanding of the Great Tao, the stronger one's legendary weapon would be. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation state, there was no way he could awaken a supreme legendary weapon with his own strength alone. But the Chaos Demon Lord's situation was different. She was a quasi-sage, and had a deep understanding of the Great Tao. She was just half a step away from attaining her Tao. The Chaos Demon Lord could awaken the Golden Crow flags to a certain extent. Even though she couldn't completely awaken them, this power was enough to contend against the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the terrifying collision began. Gu Fei and the Chaos Demon Lord were both fighting with their lives on the line. Around the Chaos Demon Lord, shadows of golden birds appeared one after another. This was the phenomenon that occurred when the demonic power of the Golden Crow in her body circulated to the extreme. The Divine Sun collided with the mountain and river cauldron. Countless golden patterns of the way appeared, instantly covering the entire space. The Golden Crow inside the Divine Sun finally rushed out. Wow! When the Divine Sun and the mountain and river cauldron collided, Gu Fei, who was holding the mountain and river cauldron, trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a human emperor was too strong. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, his martial body still suffered a great impact, causing him to spit out blood. Vroom!
The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. The ancient cauldron grew to the size of a small mountain. Gu Fei lifted it up with both hands and slammed it towards the divine sun. The veins on Gu Fei's hands were throbbing. He had already used all his strength. His shirt was torn to pieces by the martial path true power that erupted from his body, revealing the bronze-colored skin underneath. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The muscles on his body swelled and his bones vibrated. His entire body seemed to have grown in size. Beams of chaotic divine light wandered over his body. The sweat on his body evaporated into mist by the martial path true power. Using all his strength, Gu Fei used the secret skill of rising to heaven. He released all of his potential at this moment. This was an extremely powerful force. Under Gu Fei's desperate efforts, the originally silent mountain and river cauldron was finally successfully stimulated by Gu Fei's primordial chaos chi. An infinitely ancient aura spread from the mountain and river cauldron. Just a wisp of primordial chaos chi had blocked the descending divine Sunday. This made Gu Fei breathe a sigh of relief. What? Seeing that the ancient cauldron had only released a wisp of chi, but it had blocked the golden crow divine Sunday. This made the Chaos Demon Lord dumbfounded. How was this possible? The Chaos Demon Lord could not believe what he was seeing. Could it be? She thought of something in the legends. How was this possible? Myths and legends were not necessarily true. That thing probably did not exist. But now, it seemed that not all legends were groundless. Kill! The Chaos Demon Lord staked everything on this one throw. He mobilized the power of the entire Golden Crow Grand Formation to suppress the ancient cauldron. The Golden Crow incarnation formed from the fusion of the flawless Golden Crow Tao runes also sensed the threat from the mountain and river cauldron and instinctively acted. However, no matter how the Golden Crow Grand Formation revolved, the mountain and river cauldron remained unmoved like a mountain. Mountain and river cauldron. An old voice came from the spectators. An old man from the mortal world had seen through the origin of the ancient cauldron in the endless sea of flames. The true sun fire was one of the most terrifying fires in the world. Legend has it that the Golden Crow ancestor used the true sun fire to refine his divine weapon. This type of true sun fire could smelt immortal divine materials. Only a supreme divine weapon could resist this type of true sun fire. The ancient cauldron was immortal and couldn't be refined by the true sun fire. This ancient cauldron must be a supreme divine weapon. The two experts were fighting with their lives on the line, shocking everyone. This was the true rise of the human race's martial physique. The human race's martial physique had grown to the point that it could challenge a quasi-saint. This also meant that even a quasi-saint might not be able to suppress Gu Fei. Those who had a grudge against Gu Fei were all terrified, especially the Beitang clan, Dongfang clan, and the desolate ancient Zhao clan. These three clans all had a deep grudge against Gu Fei. Some people started to retreat. Gu Fei was too powerful. Once he was free, he would definitely deal with them. If they didn't leave now, they might lose their lives here. Roar! Gu Fei resisted the pressure of the Golden Crow Grand Formation with all his might. Blood seeped out from his 7 apertures. The energy required to activate the mountain and river cauldron was too great. Even a monstrous genius like Gu Fei had almost exhausted all his energy. Swish! 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 Just as Gu Fei was about to run out of energy, a beam of divine light shot out from his brow, chest and dantian. A surge of new energy surged out from these 3 spots on his body. At this critical moment, Gu Fei didn't hold back anymore. He directly activated the 3 inner worlds on his body, drawing the energy of heaven and earth to his body. Phew! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of murky air mixed with blood. His martial physique was like a withered tree that was suddenly irrigated with sweet dew. The energy that was almost sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron was rapidly recovering. This was the benefit of having an inner world. Gu Fei's body was equivalent to carrying 3 mobile spiritual chi treasuries, providing him with an endless supply of spiritual chi. In a few breaths, Gu Fei had recovered. How is this possible? The Chaos Demon Lord was dumbfounded once again. This guy actually opened up 3 inner worlds in his body. Chapter 1745. Gu Fei opened his 3 inner worlds, drawing in endless worldly essence. His depleted Yuan Qi was immediately replenished, filling him with power once more. / Open. Gu Fei roared angrily and poured all his strength into the mountain and river cauldron.
The moment the mountain and river cauldron stood up, it trembled and the golden crow that was suppressing the mountain and river cauldron was immediately sent flying. Boom! The golden crow grand array shook violently. Primordial chaos chi surged, and the 81 golden crow flags tottered. The grand array was on the verge of collapse. What a pity that I couldn't bring out the true power of this grand array, otherwise. The primal chaos fiend lord was sent flying thousands of meters away, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The endless solar true fire dissipated like smoke blown away by a gale. If the first time didn't work, I'll try again. Gu Fei had 3 inner worlds to supply him with endless worldly essence. He was also using one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. Bas! The mountain and river cauldron shook again. Although it consumed a great deal of yuan qi, Gu Fei didn't care. The mountain and river cauldron extracted his yuan qi, so he could use the 3 inner worlds to replenish it. Bam! The entire golden crow grand array was on the verge of collapse. The mountain and river cauldron was like a primordial beast flipping over. The commotion was terrifying, and countless golden Tao patterns were destroyed. Wah! The primal chaos fiend lord was sent flying again, coughing up blood. The demi-sage blood was like golden water, shining with golden light and containing terrifying power. This kind of essence blood could definitely pierce through a half-sage. A demi-sage was the closest existence to a sage. Everything on a demi-sage's body was a treasure. Their blood, flesh, tendons, and bones could be used to refine medicine. However, no one in this world would be crazy enough to use the essence blood of a demi-sage to refine medicine. It should be known that the essence blood of a demi-sage was very difficult to obtain. To a certain extent, a demi-sage was already the strongest existence in this world. Gu Fei continued to make the mountain and river cauldron vibrate horribly. The entire golden crow formation seemed like it could collapse at any moment. The 81 golden crow flags became dim and lifeless. Even the golden crow avatar became blurry, as if it was about to dissipate. The sudden change in the situation caused the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar to stare in shock. Even though the mountain river cauldron did not release any supreme divine might, it still shook the golden crow grand array. Supreme artifact, it's too powerful. This was the first thought that popped into everyone's mind. Of course, the true might of the great golden crow formation wasn't something that the Chaos Demon Lord could display. Boom! After Gu Fei collided with the mountain and river cauldron for a dozen times, the entire golden crow formation finally collapsed with a loud bang. The 81 golden crow flags were all blown away and their light dimmed. Even the golden crow avatar couldn't withstand the power of the mountain and river cauldron and dissipated in the void. Endless true fire of the sun swept out in all directions, burning and annihilating the void. Nothing was left behind. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. Oh no! The golden crow grand array collapsed and the true fire of the sun within it turned into millions of rays of divine light that shot in all directions, causing all the spectators to turn pale with fright. There was nothing much to think about. All the cultivators in the sky turned around and fled. That was the true fire of the sun. Even a demi-sage would be destroyed in both body and soul. Screams were heard in the end. Many cultivators were hit by the scattered true fire of the sun and were instantly burned to ashes. Both body and soul were destroyed. Even a few almighty experts were killed. This caused everyone to be terrified and they all fled for their lives. Even those who had sage weapons were the same. No one was willing to take the risk. The collapse of the Golden Crow Grand Array was a great calamity for all living beings within a radius of thousands of miles. The true fire of the sun could burn everything. As long as this divine fire pounced on it, everything would be turned into ashes. The ground was sinking and mountains were collapsing. The entire area was in chaos. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was horrifying. Roar! The Chaos Demon Lord roared and flew back tens of thousands of feet. This time, she was seriously injured. The collapse of the Golden Crow Grand Array almost caused her to explode and die. Die! Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. He swept away the scattered true fire of the sun and rushed towards the Chaos Demon Lord. Swoosh! The Chaos Demon Lord flew up into the sky and flapped her golden wings. Her speed was as fast as Gu Fei's desolate steps. She dodged and did not want to fight with Gu Fei. The 81 golden crow flags gathered from all directions under the summons of the Chaos Demon Lord. They formed a simplified Golden Crow Grand Array around the Chaos Demon Lord. "I'll smash you to death."
Gu Fei did not say anything else.
He flew up into the sky and smashed the mountain and river cauldron towards the Chaos Demon Lord. Even though the immortal rank weapon had not been awakened, it was still terrifying. After witnessing the power of the Supreme God Cauldron, how could the Chaos Demon Lord fight with Gu Fei?
Go!
The Chaos Demon Lord made a prompt decision. She took the 81 golden crow flags and transformed into a ball of divine fire. She broke through the void and escaped.
Gu Fei wanted to stop her.
However, the moment he moved, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He almost lost his grip on the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, Gu Fei felt that the power in his body was quickly dissipating. The time limit of the secret skill of ascension was up. The power generated by the secret skill of ascension was quickly dissipating.
Gu Fei felt weak all over.
He could not exert any strength.
He just wanted to lie down and sleep for a few days.
Overexerting one's potential would result in such a side effect. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei was the same. Although he had 3 inner worlds to provide him with an endless supply of worldly essence, his martial body was still affected.
Go!
Gu Fei was aware of the changes in his body. Taking advantage of the fact that the power of the secret skill of ascension had not completely dissipated, he used the universal void steps and quickly left this place.
Just like that, the curtains fell on the war.
No one could have predicted such an outcome.
This was too shocking.
The name of Gu Fei was destined to be spread across the entire Tanglong continent. With the cultivation of a peak almighty, he defeated a sage to be. No one would believe it if they did not see it with their own eyes. The divine fire of the sun in this area could not be extinguished for a long time. The area within 1,000 miles was scorched.
Nothing was left.
The true fire of the sun had burned everything. This place was burned by the true fire of the sun. The worldly essence of the sun condensed. It was a blessing for those who cultivated the yang qi. Many people sat cross-legged around the battlefield. They operated their magic skills and drew the worldly essence of the sun in the surrounding void to cultivate. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed into a valley in the 100,000 huge mountains. He then fell to the ground, panting heavily. This battle was a Pyrrhic victory for him. However, in the end he still won. Even Gu Fei could not believe this result. I relied too much on the supreme divine weapon. Gu Fei had to admit that he did not defeat the Chaos Demon Lord with his own strength. He borrowed the power of the mountain and river cauldron, a supreme divine weapon. After all, the borrowed power was not his own. If he relied on his own cultivation and strength, Gu Fei could not defeat the Chaos Demon Lord. There was a huge gap between the two of them. Gu Fei did not want to borrow the power of the supreme divine weapon. Only by using his own strength could he be truly powerful. He did not need to borrow any other power. If he wanted to become the strongest in the world, he could only rely on himself. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. He then operated his magic skill. The surrounding worldly spiritual qi began to gather towards him. At this time, he had already closed the 3 inner worlds in his body. He had used the mountain and river cauldron more than 10 times. He had consumed a lot of worldly spiritual qi. The worldly spiritual qi in his 3 inner worlds had thinned and needed time to recover. Specks of green light floated out from the flowers and trees around Gu Fei. They flew towards Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's body. They were refined into his vitality. As the worldly spiritual qi seeped into his body, Gu Fei felt his strength gradually increase. His breathing also gradually became rhythmic. In the end, he drew out a stream of water from the heavenly spring of life and refined the huge amount of worldly spiritual qi contained within. Only then did he manage to recover.
Boss, you're too fierce.
You're an unparalleled fierce person. You actually dared to challenge a quasi-saint. Gu Fei opened up his inner world and released He Tian. In the battle between Gu Fei and the primal Chaos Demon Lord, He Tian could not interfere at all. Therefore, Gu Fei could only throw He Tian into his inner world.
Fierce my ass.
Gu Fei kicked He Tian, causing him to somersault. This time, he had won by a narrow margin. If he encountered the primal Chaos Demon Lord again, he would not be so lucky. After all, his opponent was an ancient quasi-saint. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in his inner world. Could it be? A rare smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He opened up his inner world and walked in with Hei Tian. They then arrived in front of a killing array. Rumble. The killing array shook and countless formation inscriptions flickered. A shocking power was emitted from the killing array, causing it to almost collapse. Has that fatty finally broken through? Hei Tian couldn't help feeling shocked when he sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the killing formation. This killing formation was something he had set up himself to temper Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong would be able to break out of the killing array whenever he could. Gu Zhong had been trapped in the killing array for quite some time now. Today, Gu Zhong had finally taken that step. Master, you're here? Gu Zhong's voice came from the killing array. Very good. Gu Fei nodded when he sensed the disturbance in the killing array. His disciple did not disappoint him in the end. Gu Zhong's cultivation had broken through to the almighty realm in the end. Read the ad-free, word-free novel. // Your best choice. Chapter 1746. Within Gu Fei's inner world, Hei Tian's killing array was displaying its final might. Clang! Like the clanging of a divine weapon, rays of sword light shot out from the killing array. Countless rays of sword light illuminated the entire space, and all of them were pointing towards a single person. At this moment, Gu Fei and Hei Tian were standing on a mountain peak tens of miles away from the killing array. This is the final transformation of the killing array, Myriad Sword Annihilation. Hei Tian's eyes lit up. Gu Zhong was really about to break out of the array. With such combat prowess, could it be that Gu Zhong's cultivation had truly broken through to the almighty realm? This killing array was unable to trap an almighty realm expert. Hei Tian laid down this killing array to temper Gu Zhong, all for the sake of stimulating Gu Zhong's potential, allowing Gu Zhong to break through under the most extreme circumstances. Roar! A furious roar rang out from within the killing array. Countless array runes were ignited, releasing the last of its power, which was also its strongest power. 10,000 rays of sword light shot out, interweaving into a resplendent sword net, piercing towards Gu Zhong, who was in the middle of the killing array. Break! Gu Zhong exhaled. His entire body was radiating golden light, as though a golden divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. A powerful metal-type true force gushed out. The entire array was trembling. When the 10,000 rays of sword light collided with Gu Zhong's metal-type true force, they all crumbled apart, as though they had collided with a golden wall. Boom! Gu Zhong struck out with the metal-type fist. An invincible fist intent radiated from his body, and the 10,000 rays of sword light all crumbled apart, transforming into specks of golden light that dissipated into the air. Just a single fist was enough to destroy the killing array laid down by Hei Tian. Countless array runes crumbled apart, and the entire earth trembled. This extremely powerful fist shook the heavens and earth. Gu Zhong and his master, Gu Fei, walked different paths, although they were both martial artists, but Gu Zhong only trained in the metal attribute true power. In the distant past, it was not as if there were no martial artists who solely cultivated the metal element true power. When Gu Fei was still an unremarkable disciple in the Supreme Mystery Sect, the indestructible martial body he found in the depths of the black cold pool was an indestructible martial body that cultivated the metal element true power. By cultivating one of the 5 elements, one could also achieve great success and become a supreme expert in the world. On the other hand, Gu Fei's true energy could transform. The 5 elements could transform into yin and yang, and yin and yang could transform into primal chaos. It kept transforming, growing stronger and closer to the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. The path that Gu Fei had taken was something that no one had ever taken before. Even the supreme martial progenitor had not taken the path of limitless evolution. The killing array collapsed. However, there was no destructive damage. At the same time that the array patterns disappeared, the power of the killing array also receded like a receding tide. A golden figure walked out. It was a man that looked like he was made of gold. The fatty Gu Zhong had disappeared. There was not a single piece of fat on this man's body. It was like he was a completely different person compared to Gu Zhong, who had a big belly. Gu Fei and Hei Tian were dumbfounded. This transformation is too big. Gu Zhong was originally a big fatty. Now, he had actually become a strong and robust man. This truly caused Gu Fei and Hei Tian to be in disbelief. Could it be that after this guy's cultivation broke through, he reconstructed his martial body? Master Martial Uncle Hei. Gu Zhong walked over. With a single step,
He arrived at the mountain peak where Gu Fei and He Tian were at. His speed was almost comparable to Gu Fei's. Both master and disciple are heaven-defying monsters. He Tian could sense a boundless energy fluctuation from Gu Zhong's body. This energy fluctuation was too powerful. Even though he had become a half-saint, he still felt a great pressure. You're suppressing your cultivation. Gu Fei could tell with a single glance that his disciple had suppressed his cultivation. However, there was still a trace of almighty aura lingering around Gu Zhong's body. Yes. Gu Zhong nodded his head. At this moment, he realized the difference between him and his master. Even though his cultivation had broken through to the almighty realm, he still could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. You're thinking, like master, like disciple. He Tian rolled his eyes. He immediately realized the reason why Gu Zhong had suppressed his cultivation. It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. These two master and disciple were too different. Your appearance. Gu Fei looked at his disciple from head to toe. His disciple's figure had changed too much. The big fatty from before was gone. I still prefer that fatty. He Tian smiled. The fatty Gu Zhong from before was much more adorable than the current Gu Zhong. Martial Uncle He, this is all thanks to you. The killing formation you laid not only raised my cultivation, but it also helped me lose weight. Gu Zhong said. Even he found it hard to believe that he could lose weight. I haven't named this killing formation yet. Seems like I can call it the weight loss formation. A fatty was thrown into the formation and became a strong man. This is really... He Tian couldn't help smiling. Let's go. We can't undergo our tribulation here. At this moment, Gu Fei could already feel the pressure coming from the heavens and earth. This was the sign of the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Even if Gu Zhong could suppress his cultivation, his heavenly tribulation would come sooner or later due to the subtle and unpredictable nature of the heavens and earth. He opened his inner world. Finally, I can go out and get some fresh air. After Gu Zhong was thrown into the killing formation, the only thing he did every day was to cultivate. Now that he had successfully broken through to the mighty realm, he naturally wanted to find someone to practice with. However, he didn't want to waste the tribulation of the mighty realm. As long as he made a move and showed his cultivation, the tribulation would probably come immediately. Gu Fei and his disciple were also very particular about the place where they would undergo their tribulation. They left Gu Fei's inner world and appeared in the 100,000 mountains. As soon as they came out of Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Zhong sensed several unimaginably powerful auras. In front of these fluctuations, he felt as weak as an ant. The battle in the virtual sky world is still not over. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were surprised. After such a long time, the aura of the human sovereign realm and the demonic might of the evil spirits from the virtual sky world still enveloped the entire 100,000 mountains. Master, the virtual sky world. Gu Zhong's interest was aroused. You want to take a look? Gu Fei knew very well what this disciple of his was thinking. This fellow's hands were itching to find someone to spar with and test out the strength of his new life. Gu Zhong nodded. At this time, the virtual sky world was full of strong cultivators, and there were even human sovereign realm cultivators. This was a good opportunity to sharpen himself. Of course, Gu Zhong's main purpose was to test his combat strength. But your tribulation. Gu Fei knew that Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation was about to descend. This was the result of Gu Zhong suppressing his cultivation. If he had not suppressed his cultivation, the heavenly tribulation would have descended the moment he broke through to the almighty realm. We can't waste the tribulation. Let's go find those big baldies, said He Tian. In fact, he also wanted to go back to the virtual sky world. After all, there were still many good things in the virtual sky world. Okay, then let's go back again. Gu Fei nodded. He knew that at this time, most of the strong cultivators of the whole Tinglong continent must have gathered in the virtual sky world. People from all the super forces must have arrived. The appearance of the supreme martial artist's corpse affected every cultivator's nerves. People from the Buddhist school of West Earth couldn't be absent. The Chaos Demon Lord had appeared. Although he was beaten away by Gu Fei, the other protector of the Buddhist school didn't appear. There was also no trace of the current Buddhist Lord Qinglian. Perhaps the Buddhist school was plotting something in secret. People from the Dongfang clan, the Beitang clan, and the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity all had a great grudge against Gu Fei. At this time, the strong cultivators from these three clans must have arrived. Gu Zhong's tribulation couldn't be wasted. Swish! Gu Fei soared into the sky and flew directly in the direction of the virtual sky world. Gu Zhong and He Tian hurriedly chased after him. This was the third time they returned to the virtual sky world. At this time, outside the gate of the void sky, the various forces each occupied an area and watched each other. These forces from the ancient desolate era didn't trust each other. The Zhao clan, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan joined forces and occupied a large area. The Zhao clan was a force from the ancient desolate era with an extremely long inheritance. It had existed since the desolate antiquity era, and the Dongfang clan was also a force from the ancient desolate era. However, the Dongfang clan was different from the other forces from the ancient desolate era. They didn't move their entire clan to outer space. Instead, they stayed on the ground. Among these three forces, the weakest was the Beitang clan. This was a rising clan in the cultivation world. There were peak cultivators and even half-saints in this clan. However, this clan's foundation was too weak. They had no choice but to attach themselves to the superforces and obtain their protection. Soon, three figures appeared near the gate of the void sky. The disciples of Buddhism occupied an area to the west of the gate of the void sky. A peaceful aura enveloped the area. Among these disciples of Buddhism, there were obviously true experts who cultivated Buddhism. And among the people of the Zhao clan, there was a half-saint. If there was no such existence, the people of the Zhao clan would have been chased away by the other forces. So what if they were from the clan of the Desolate? If they were weak, it would be impossible for them to stay here. In the human world, although the forces of the ancient Desolate era were powerful, there were also people who didn't fear them. The waters of the human world were very deep. No one knew how many powerful existences there were in the human world. How about it? Gu Fei and the others arrived at the top of a mountain. They carefully observed the surrounding terrain. The place where the Zhao clan and the other two forces of the desolate antiquity joined forces was very easy to find. Jump into the crowd and trigger the heavenly tribulation, said Gu Zhong. Only a sudden attack like this could make the experts of the three forces unable to avoid it. If they could jump into the crowd, they could definitely cause the three forces to suffer heavy casualties. Chapter 1747. Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. At this time, they once again arrived near the gate of the void sky. They found that the entire area around the gate of the void sky had been occupied by various forces. The cultivation world had never been a monolithic entity. The relationship between the superpowers was always competitive. Everyone wanted to fight for an opportunity to reach the Tao in this great era. However, the various superpowers would also join forces for various reasons, such as common interests or common enemies. These reasons were all the reasons why the various superpowers would join forces. Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity, and the Beitang clan. Among these three forces, the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity were the strongest. The Beitang clan was the weakest, so they had the least say among the three forces. The cultivation world was extremely cruel. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Without a strong force, others could easily control your life and death. Even if you were killed, you wouldn't die unjustly. Who told you to be weak? Who told you to meet an opponent stronger than you? The alliance of the three forces was a powerful force that the entire cultivation world couldn't ignore. The Dongfang clan occupied the largest area. At this time, there was still an imperial aura coming from the depths of the virtual sky world. It was the heavenly Tao mirror of the Zhao clan and the human emperor's seal of the Dongfang clan. In the depths of the virtual sky world, the imperial formation was still operating. The supreme evil corpse was far more powerful than everyone imagined. Even imperial divine weapons couldn't suppress it. Alright, since we've made up our minds, let's do it. He Tian was a bit uneasy. If Join Ancient Seven-Step Saint and the others were allowed to take a breather and come out of the virtual sky world, they would be the unlucky ones. Okay. Gu Zhong rushed down from the top of the mountain using the 8 desolate steps. With one step, he was already more than 10 miles away. His speed was even faster than teleportation. Who is it? As soon as Gu Zhong approached the Dongfang clan's territory, he was immediately discovered by an expert from the clan. Stop or you'll be killed without mercy. The expert from the Dongfang clan was very powerful. A powerful fluctuation of power erupted from the Dongfang clan's camp, and a figure rushed out. Humph, Gu Zhong sneered. He directly used the 8 steps 8 kills and rushed over. In an instant, he approached the expert and stomped on his head.
What? That expert was greatly alarmed.
This person's speed was fast, truly something he had never seen before in his life. With just a flash, he already arrived. It was just too shocking.
Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder rang out beneath Gu Zhong's feet, as if bolts of lightning had appeared beneath his feet.
With just a single step, the entire world trembled. Too strong. The expert from the Dongfeng family turned pale with fright. His opponent's stomp had actually sealed off all 4 directions, forcing him to face his opponent head-on. Kill!
That expert was greatly alarmed.
He attacked with all his might. Celestial light erupted from his body as 9 divine halos shot out from his body to meet Gu Zhong's descending foot. Boom! Gu Zhong was incomparably powerful, just like his master. The 8 kill steps displayed supreme power, and the 9 divine rings shattered beneath his feet. That expert's body exploded, and he didn't even have time to scream before he died. What? When the experts saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. A supreme expert from the Dongfeng family was actually stomped to death by someone. This was simply unbelievable. A mist of blood dissipated in the air. An immortal supreme expert had died just like that. Roar! Just when everyone was feeling indescribably shocked, a roar rang out from the Dongfeng family's camp. Another figure walked out. This was a terrifying existence. Specks of starlight flickered around him, as if a starry sky was faintly discernible. This is... On a mountain peak tens of li away, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. He recognized this person. It was an ancient half-saint from the Dongfeng family. Damn it! Erebus was also shocked. He had never seen the ancient star sage before. However, he could sense that this person was a great enemy from the fluctuations of the ancient star sage's aura. He had already become a half-saint, but he could still sense how strong this person was. Gu Zhong had just broken through to the realm of a supreme expert. If he were to go up against an ancient half-saint now, things would probably be bad for him. To think that the Dongfeng family would have such a character. He Tian couldn't sit still any longer. He wanted to fight this fella personally, but Gu Fei held him back at this moment, not allowing him to do anything. Boss! He Tian looked at Gu Fei suspiciously. What's there to worry about? Gu Zhong can handle it. Gu Fei's face was still calm. He knew that his disciple wouldn't be killed so easily, even if the opponent was an ancient half-saint. Reckless little bastard, come and die. The ancient half-saint was seething with anger. This little fella actually dared to barge into the camp of the Dongfeng family. This was like a slap to his face. Humph, old thing, I said that you should come and die. Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps and moved rapidly in the void. However, even though he used the 8 desolation steps, he was still locked on by the ancient half-saint's aura. Humph. The ancient stellar sage-to-be was so angry that his face turned red. He extended his right hand and slapped at the rapidly moving Gu Zhong. Dao patterns rushed out from his palm and interweaved into a ball of starlight that rushed out from his hand. This was the great technique created by the ancient half-saint, the heavenly star palm. When he struck out, it was like a star charging towards Gu Zhong. The power of this palm was unstoppable, as if it could crush everything. What? The speed of the ball of starlight was also extremely fast. It instantly caught up to Gu Zhong, who was using the 8 desolation steps. The power of the stars exploded, and Gu Zhong felt a great danger. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. In the next moment, his entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his cultivation. Almighty metal-type true force erupted from his body. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. In the sky above the camp of the Dongfeng family, a golden divine sun seemed to have appeared, illuminating the entire sky. Bang! Gu Zhong directly struck out with the metal element fist. The golden fist met the incoming ball of starlight. An invincible fist intent emerged from his body. This is... When the ancient half-saint saw the martial arts technique that Gu Zhong had displayed, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This reminded him of a person, a great enemy of the Dongfeng family. Boom! The golden fist collided with the ball of starlight. The power of the metal element fist and the power of the stars exploded in an instant. The entire heavens and earth shook violently. The remnant power spread out,
and all the disciples of the Dongfeng family nearby were sent flying. After all, Gu Zhong had just broken through to the Almighty Realm. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to contend against an ancient expert. He was sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His martial body had received a strong shock. "Your disciple isn't a match for that old man," He Tian, who was on the peak of the mountain in the distance, said when he saw this scene. An almighty expert challenging an ancient semi-sage was an extremely crazy thing to do. Too strong. His opponent was too strong. Gu Zhong felt that there was a huge gap between him and his opponent. This gap couldn't be made up with a strong martial body. Die! The ancient half-saint felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. He didn't want to tangle with Gu Zhong anymore. Swoosh! 5 rays of starlight shot out from the fingers of the ancient half-saint's right hand. They were like 5 starlight swords, piercing towards Gu Zhong. Every ray of divine light tore the void apart. Ha! Just as the ancient half-saint made his move, Gu Zhong suddenly burst into laughter. He's crazy. He's definitely going to die now that ancestor Xing Chen has made his move. I guess he's scared out of his wits. The experts who were alarmed watched from afar. No one intervened because they knew that this person was definitely not a match for the ancient half-saint. One should know that the ancient half-saint was an ancient half-saint who had lived for countless years. Moreover, this ancient half-saint was different from the ordinary ancient half-saints. In the distant past, the ancient half-saint was a star saint. No one knew what happened back then that caused the ancient half-saint's cultivation to drop from a saint to a half-saint. Great timing. Gu Zhong released all of his aura and stopped holding back. Just as he stopped suppressing his cultivation, the sky changed color and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The entire world immediately darkened. A terrifying might of the world suddenly descended and shook the heavens. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. What? Sensing the terrifying aura of heaven and earth, even the ancient half-saint's expression changed. It's God's punishment. What is this person trying to do? Rumble. Bolts of lightning containing the power of destruction descended from the sky, and immediately dispersed the divine light condensed from the power of the 5 stars unleashed by the ancient star Quasi-Holy. Countless bolts of lightning covered the entire sky. Then, everyone was scared out of their wits. At that moment, how could they not know what was happening? All of them ran for their lives in fear. God's punishment. The ancient half-saint was shocked and furious. This person must be on the same side as the enemy of the Dongfeng family, Gu Fei. Even the way he dealt with his enemy was the same. Using God's punishment to kill one's powerful enemy was not something that an ordinary person dared to do. One should know that even one's soul could be destroyed by the God's punishment if one was not careful. Roar, I don't want to die. Help! The bolts of lightning wreaked havoc and many people were destroyed by the bolts of lightning. Under the God's punishment, even the ancient half-saint had to retreat. He knew how terrifying the God's punishment was. Chapter 1748. Rumble. The heavens' retribution exploded. The heavens' way was merciless. Anyone who wanted to surpass or challenge the heavens would face the heavens' lightning retribution. There were only 2 outcomes for those who triggered the heavens' retribution. It was either death or life. Such an outcome was very cruel. If one couldn't pass the heavens' retribution, his body and soul would be destroyed. This was the price of challenging the heavens' way and challenging the heavens' way. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. There might be people who could survive after failing the heavens' retribution. However, there was no record of someone surviving after failing the heavens' retribution. Billions of lightning strikes appeared at the same time, instantly covering a radius of a few hundred miles. The lightning strikes connected the sky and the earth. Each one of them was as huge as a mountain, bringing with it a terrifying destructive power. The Almighty's retribution. This fella, the ancient stellar half-saint, was the closest to Gu Zhong. Although he had the starlight escape technique and his speed was comparable to Gu Zhong's 8 desolate steps, it was still difficult for him to avoid such a powerful heaven's retribution. Boom! A lightning strike struck down on the ancient stellar half-saint's head. Even an existence like the ancient stellar half-saint couldn't help but be shocked by such a terrifying destructive power. Roar! The ancient stellar half-saint roared and tried his best to resist the lightning strike. His entire body shone and billions of starlight rushed out from his body. The ancient stellar half-saint had to use his full strength to resist the Almighty's retribution. If he was not careful, he might be blasted into pieces by the heaven's retribution. At this moment, he hated Gu Zhong to the core. Under the might of the heaven and earth, there was no suspense. The ancient stellar half-saint was sent flying thousands of feet away. His long hair was messy and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Roar ancient star sage To-be's anger was about to reach the 9 heavens. The power of the heavenly tribulation depended on the cultivation realm of the person undergoing it. If the heavenly tribulation fell on Gu Zhong, it would be the heavenly tribulation of a mighty figure. If it fell on him, it would be the heavenly tribulation of an ancient sage To-be. Swoosh ancient star half-sage desperately tried to rush out of the heaven tribulation. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of his body and his aura was rapidly weakening. He was using the Tao patterns to seal his body. He had no choice but to do this. This was a method. Sage To-be ancient Gu had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew all sorts of methods to seek fortune and avoid calamity. It was a mistake for ancient Gu to want to use the heavenly tribulation to kill him. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of the ancient star semi-sage's body and branded themselves on his body. He had sealed his cultivation. The ancient sage-level heavenly tribulation didn't appear. However, even though the star sage-level ancient sage-level heavenly tribulation had sealed his cultivation, he still possessed the powerful physique of an ancient sage-level heavenly tribulation. Thus, the almighty-level heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to hurt him. Brat, die! The ancient star sage had sealed his cultivation to the realm of a pinnacle almighty. At this moment, the heavenly Tao sensed his aura and sent down the heavenly thunder of a pinnacle almighty. This kind of method was precisely deceiving the heavens. It could evade the detection of heaven's secrets and deceive the heavens. He's courting death. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were standing in the void. They were constantly paying attention to the changes in the heavenly tribulation ahead. The heavenly tribulation covered a radius of several hundred miles. They had to retreat. Of course, he wasn't talking about Gu Zhong. He was talking about the ancient star sage. The ancient star sage had sealed his body. If they were to make a move now, the ancient star sage would definitely be killed instantly. This is just right. I can let Gu Zhong fight freely. Gu Fei didn't intend to make a move. His disciple needed to go through trials in order to truly grow. If he didn't go through trials, it would be hard for him to achieve anything great. At this moment, the ancient star sage, who had sealed his cultivation, didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the center of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was no longer a threat to him. With the ancient star sage's strong physique, the heavenly tribulation lightning couldn't hurt him at all. However, not everyone had the means of the ancient star sage. The heavenly tribulation lightning covered a radius of 500 miles. It even covered the bases of the 3 major forces. The Dongfang family, the desolate ancient Zhao family, and the Beitang family. All the disciples of the 3 major forces were scared out of their wits. Many of them triggered their own heavenly tribulation the moment the heavenly tribulation appeared. This was definitely a disaster. Streaks of heavenly tribulation lightning flashed, taking lives one after another. Even some of the experts of the 3 major forces fell. Roar! A figure was enveloped by endless heavenly tribulation lightning. His entire body was covered in dazzling lightning. He rushed out of the sea of lightning and was blasted into ashes by the heavenly tribulation lightning. That was a pinnacle almighty. He died just like that. In front of the merciless heavenly Tao, all living beings were like ants. There was no difference. Only by attaining the Tao and becoming a sage could one get rid of the status of an ant. However, even ants had to survive, let alone ants with great strength. Everyone was fleeing. Their bodies were covered in lightning. The power of destruction had triggered their heavenly tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation was absolutely fatal to those who were unprepared. The people of the 3 major forces were going crazy. None of them wanted to die. However, all of them were in despair. Kill him and the heavenly tribulation will stop. The ancient star sage shouted. At this time, another figure shot up into the sky and rushed towards the center of the heavenly tribulation. It was a half-saint who could also seal himself. There were experts guarding the 3 major forces. I didn't think that there would be someone who could use such a method to save his life.
Gu Fei and He Tian also saw the scene in the Sea of Lightning. That person was a half-saint that they had never seen before. Although he wasn't as strong as the ancient star sage, his cultivation was still very strong. He could seal himself. Yes, kill him and the heavenly tribulation will stop. The half-saint's killing intent soared. This person was too ruthless. He actually wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill everyone. Come on, all of you. Haha. Gu Zhong, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the heavenly tribulation, emitted lightning from his body. He looked like a god of thunder and lightning. He stood up in the sky and his battle intent surged. This was the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. Someone as strong as him actually used the power of the heavenly tribulation to refine his martial body. The ancient star sage and the other half-saint rushed closer. When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This fella was really a monster. When others went through the heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't even be able to dodge the heavenly tribulation in time. But this fella actually attracted the heavenly tribulation to himself. Oh no! The half-saint couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when he saw this. Gu Zhong's physique was too strong. He was probably invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. It was hard to tell who would win this battle. Kill! Gu Zhong's aura was like a rainbow. He struck out with a punch. Golden light and blinding lightning flashed. This punch shook the Sea of Lightning. This punch was aimed at the ancient star sage. This old man's cultivation base was the strongest. Even if he suppressed his cultivation base to the realm of a pinnacle almighty being, he was still far stronger than a true pinnacle almighty being. After crippling this fella, the remaining half-saint would be easy to deal with. He used the power of the heavenly tribulation. The ancient star sage was shocked. This fella was too sick. He didn't seem to be afraid of the threat of the heavenly tribulation. He even used the power of the heavenly tribulation for his own use. Countless blinding lightning flashed on Gu Zhong's fist like silver snakes. His fist was fused with the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even the ancient star sage was shocked when he punched out. Meteor from the outer sky. The ancient star sage displayed his great skill. The sky lit up with stars. One after another, the stars seemed to have flown down from the outer sky and smashed into the sea of lightning formed by the heavenly tribulation. Boom! A ball of stars exploded. A large amount of the power of the thunder collapsed. The void was collapsing. However, an attack like this could not stop Gu Zhong. Bang! His fist shattered the void and passed through the ball of stars that exploded. He continued to press towards the ancient star sage without changing the momentum of his fist. This invincible fist intent made the ancient star sage feel a great pressure. Who is this? Could he be Gu Fei's senior brother? The ancient star sage did not know Gu Zhong's background. Moreover, Gu Zhong was no longer the fatty he used to be. Even if his son, Gu Xiaofeng, came back, he would not be able to resist his father. Where did this revered martial artist come from? The other half-saint was shocked as well. Even though Gu Zhong didn't attack him, the formidable combat strength Gu Zhong revealed caused him to be extremely fearful. Boom! 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 The power of the meteor from the outer sky continued to explode. Balls of stars flew from the outer sky and exploded around Gu Zhong. Such an attack was much stronger than the heavenly tribulation. This was the power of a pinnacle almighty. The void was annihilated as countless bolts of lightning dissipated. Gu Zhong was directly smashed into the shattered void. His punch was naturally neutralized. Good fella. As expected of the ancient star sage. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but nod when they saw this scene. The ancient star sage was indeed different from the other half-saints. He was much stronger than the other half-saints. Especially for someone like the ancient star sage, who had fallen from the sage realm. He was much stronger and more terrifying. Bang! Just as the ancient star sage smiled, the void in front of him suddenly exploded. An extremely powerful wave spread out from the shattered void. A fist enlarged infinitely in front of the ancient star semi-sage's eyes. Bang! The ancient star sage felt a pain in his right eye. His vision went dark and he almost fainted from the powerful force. He was sent flying thousands of feet away. His right eye was black and swollen. At this moment, he realized that he had been punched. Roar! The ancient star sage was enraged. A huge figure appeared behind him. Saint-level waves spread out from that figure.
Even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not get close to that figure.
*T. This fella is going all out.
Gu Zhong sensed a great danger. But at this moment, the second wave of the heavenly tribulation was launched. A terrifying wave came from the depths of the sky. Roar! A roar came from the depths of the sky.
A huge figure rushed out.
This is... Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this figure.
Chapter 1749.
This is... Gu Zhong's gaze pierced through the lightning, and when he saw the giant silhouette charging out from the depths of the sky, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What? Up in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian, who witnessed this scene, were equally shocked. That silhouette seemed to have come from the primordial era, and an unimaginably powerful aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the living beings in the 100,000 mountain range were alarmed. What's going on? An old voice came from the depths of the 100,000 mountain range. The wrath of lightning, this is the power of heaven and earth. In the depths of the 100,000 mountain range, an ancient demon was alarmed. An ancient true dragon, how is this possible? He Tian's voice was trembling. The silhouette that charged out from the depths of the sky was actually a giant dragon. The body of the giant dragon was more than 10 li long, like a mountain ridge.
It's not a real ancient true dragon.
Gu Fei used his divine eyes of martial path to observe, and he saw that the true dragon wasn't a real giant dragon with flesh and blood, but a giant dragon formed from endless lightning energy. In other words, this giant dragon was formed from the power of the heavenly tribulation. That scared me. I thought I saw the old tortoise's father. At this moment, He Tian also used his divine eyes of yin yang, and he saw the essence of the true dragon. What's going on? Why is there such a heavenly tribulation?
Gu Fei couldn't understand.
When he was undergoing his own heavenly tribulation, such a thing didn't happen. This was a giant dragon that descended along with the lightning, condensing a terrifying power of heaven and earth.
Roar!
A gigantic dragon roar rang out, shaking the entire sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. This dragon seemed to possess a life of its own, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate with fear. It's the legendary heavenly tribulation. A portion of He Tian's memories from his previous life had returned. This heavenly tribulation could be said to be the most terrifying heavenly tribulation in the world, and it seemed that the heavens didn't want to give Gu Zhong a chance of survival. At this moment, the giant dragon formed from lightning had already swooped down from the sky, and its gigantic dragon claws grabbed towards Gu Zhong, who was in the sea of lightning. Rumble. The tribulation lightning that covered a radius of hundreds of miles dissipated in an instant. All the lightning power was sucked away by the huge dragon claw and turned into the power of the dragon claw. This power was so powerful that even the ancient star sage and the other half-sage had to retreat. It was as if the real ancestral dragon was attacking. How could this be? This time, Gu Zhong could no longer maintain his calm. This kind of heavenly tribulation had already exceeded his expectations. The heavens wanted to borrow the hand of this giant dragon to completely obliterate him. Roar! So what if the real ancestral dragon is here? If they want me dead, even the heavens will have to pay the price.
Gu Zhong roared in rage.
The battle blood in his body was boiling. This unknown danger had stimulated his desire to live. Although this heavenly tribulation was powerful, it didn't mean that he didn't have a chance. Fight! A voice rang out in Gu Zhong's heart. Master! Gu Zhong looked in the direction of Gu Fei. Just now, it was Gu Fei who transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong. There was only one thing, and that was fight.
Advance courageously. Even if the opponent was the heavens, it was the same. A cultivator must maintain an invincible heart. The stronger they met, the stronger they would become. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponent, they wouldn't waver. Fight! Gu Zhong roared in rage.
He stared at the dragon claw that was coming towards him. His body emitted a shocking battle intent. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his body flickered with golden light, as if there were golden snakes swimming around. Golden Dao patterns appeared on his skin. This was a cultivation technique on the path of martial arts. After imprinting Dao patterns on his body, Gu Zhong's cultivation had broken through to the almighty realm. He had started to condense his own Dao patterns.
Another monstrous genius.
The ancient star sage and the other half-sage had already retreated. They didn't dare to go over. The terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation had actually condensed into an ancestral dragon.
A heavenly tribulation like this had never appeared before. The power of thunder and lightning circulated around the body of the dragon, emitting a shocking destructive power. Even the ancient star sage, who was a super antique, felt the danger. If that dragon were to come for him, he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with it. At this time, the disciples of the three major powers had almost all turned into ashes under the attack of the heavenly tribulation. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The cultivators with high cultivation were almost completely annihilated. Only some of the cultivators with low cultivation managed to survive. This was something that no one had expected. The one with the highest cultivation had died, while the one with the lowest cultivation had survived. The reason for this was not a secret. Cultivators with high cultivation could easily trigger their own heavenly tribulations and die under their own heavenly tribulations. As for those with low cultivation, they were far from being able to pass the heavenly tribulation. It was difficult for them to trigger their own heavenly tribulation. Therefore they were lucky enough to survive. The heavenly tribulation only targeted Gu Zhong. However, if one was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation, even if the heavenly tribulation didn't target anyone else, the heavenly tribulation of others would still be triggered. The disciples of the Dongfang family and the other two major powers were truly unlucky. The three major powers had suffered heavy losses. More than a dozen almighty experts had died. To the three major powers, this was definitely a resounding slap in the face. The people from the other major powers couldn't help but be shocked when they saw how miserable the disciples of the Dongfang family were. Who was that person? He actually went to the three major powers to undergo his heavenly tribulation. It seemed like this person had a great enmity with the three major powers. No one knew that this crazy person was the disciple of Gu Fei. In fact, there were many people in the mortal world who knew about Gu Zhong's identity. However, Gu Zhong was no longer the big fatty from before. Even if there were people who recognized Gu Zhong, they wouldn't think that it was him. Boom! Gu Zhong's body emitted a golden light as he soared into the sky. At this time, he only had one opponent, the dragon in the sky. Bang! Gu Zhong did not retreat. Instead, he threw a punch upwards. Ferocious power blossomed from his fist. His fist seemed to have turned into a divine sun, illuminating the heavens and earth with a golden glow. A terrifying collision began. There was no suspense at all. No matter how heaven-defying Gu Zhong was, no matter how monstrous he was insignificant in front of this dragon. He was directly smashed down from the sky by the dragon's claw. Boom! The dragon's claw descended from the sky, smashing Gu Zhong into the ground. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A destructive force spread out, causing the ground to undulate like waves. Boss, this? Far in the sky, He Tian couldn't help but glance at Gu Fei when he saw this scene. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a certain possibility, but he wasn't sure. If it was really as he guessed, Gu Zhong would really be in danger. Chapter 1750. Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation underwent an unprecedented change. An ancestral dragon formed from the power of the heavenly tribulation descended from the depths of the sky. What's going on? Even He Tian, who had awakened part of his past life's memories, was dumbfounded. The ancestral dragon was so powerful that it blasted Gu Zhong down from the sky with a single strike. A huge dragon claw descended from the sky and smashed Gu Zhong into the ground. Roar! A roar came from the depths of the ground, causing the entire land to shake violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Gu Zhong's battle intent surged as he charged out from the depths of the ground. Kill! So what if it was the ancestral dragon? If it dared to block his path, then he would destroy it. Gu Zhong charged forward with an indomitable will, and he charged towards the ancestral dragon in the sky. This sort of invincible battle intent caused everyone's hearts to palpitate without end. Roar! The gigantic dragon roared. Its gigantic body merely trembled for a moment before the entire space collapsed. The dragon's tail whipped towards Gu Zhong. Bam! Gu Zhong was sent flying by the ancestral dragon's tail. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for his powerful martial body, he would have been annihilated. Ascend! Gu Zhong fought with all his might. As Gu Fei's disciple, he naturally cultivated Gu Fei's secret arts. An extremely powerful ripple of energy erupted from his body. Millions of golden rays appeared, as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. The power of the metal element in the surroundings was drawn, gathering towards Gu Zhong.
He displayed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascend secret art. The 9 arcana of the immortal Tao. Not only could cultivators cultivate the 9 arcana of the immortal Tao, other cultivators could also cultivate the 9 arcana of the immortal Tao. Gu Zhong's battle prowess instantly multiplied after the Ascend secret art was unleashed. The powerful power of the metal element caused the void around him to tremble. It was a terrifying sight. At this moment, his combat power was infinitely close to the level of an almighty emperor. The current Gu Zhong was comparable to an almighty emperor of the 5th heaven. The almighty 9 heavens, starting from the 5th heavens, was a watershed. Almighty beings above the 5th heavens were called emperors among almighty beings. Almighty sovereigns were extremely powerful and could easily kill almighty beings below the 5th heaven. Boom! A great battle erupted. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. He actually fought endlessly against the ancestral dragon, formed from the power of the heavenly tribulation. Golden blood continuously sprinkled down from the sky. The ancestral dragon had 10,000 bolts of lightning swimming around its body. This was a terrifying thunder dragon condensed from the boundless power of tribulation lightning. Its destructive aura filled the world. Too powerful. Up in the sky, He Tian's heart trembled. This sort of heavenly tribulation was enough to cause anyone to feel despair. Even someone like him, who had cultivated the undying heaven art and had been reincarnated countless times, felt that this was inconceivable. He had never seen a heavenly tribulation like this before. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more power Gu Zhong would obtain. Although Gu Fei was also shocked, he wasn't too worried because he had already imparted the Heaven Ascension secret art to Gu Zhong. Even if Gu Zhong was blasted to smithereens by the heavenly tribulation, he could still be reborn. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao created by the supreme Tao ancestor contained unimaginable power. The Heaven Ascension secret art evolved the profoundness of life to an undying level. Cultivators who cultivated this secret art would find it very difficult to die. Only special methods could be used to kill a cultivator who cultivated the Heaven Ascension secret art. Gu Zhong fought against the ancestral dragon. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. The might of the heavens and earth was too powerful, so powerful that it caused despair. However, Gu Zhong's Tao heart was extremely resolute. Others could feel despair, but he couldn't. Others could die under this heavenly tribulation, but he had to fight against the heavens. Bang! The dragon claw slammed down, causing Gu Zhong's body to explode and turn into a bloody mist. The battle prowess of the ancestral dragon was too strong. Gu Zhong's martial physique was still destroyed even after using the Heaven Ascension secret art. However, in the next moment, the blood mist quickly rushed back and gathered together once again. A figure quickly appeared high up in the sky. Again. Gu Zhong seemed to have gone mad. After he reformed his martial physique, he once again charged towards the ancestral dragon with unparalleled battle intent. His invincible spirit made everyone admire him. Who among the cultivators present had the courage to do so? Humph! Like a moth flying into a flame. He's digging his own grave. The ancient star saint who had already retreated to the distance sneered when he saw this. At this moment, he and the other ancient star saint no longer dared to step forward. Billions of lightning bolts bloomed. The ancestral dragon opened its mouth and spat out thousands of rays of divine light, piercing through Gu Zhong and shattering him into pieces. However, Gu Zhong was like an undying cockroach. His shattered martial physique rapidly reformed. His battle intent was still strong and he had no intention of retreating. Good. That's how I, Gu Fei, should behave. Gu Fei couldn't help nodding his head when he saw this scene from afar. His disciple's performance was not bad. It was rare for Gu Zhong to still have such fighting spirit under such circumstances. You two master and disciple are both freaks. He Tian was secretly shocked. The path of cultivation was too difficult. No wonder it gradually declined. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Zhong encountered seemed hopeless in the eyes of others. However, Gu Zhong insisted on fighting against the heavens. He refused to yield to the might of the heavens. Rumble. Gu Zhong displayed the metal fist. Every single punch caused the entire world to tremble. His golden fists shattered the void and clashed against the ancestral dragon. With the help of the ascending secret skill, he was barely able to fight against the ancestral dragon without being smashed into pieces. However, compared to the ancestral dragon, he was still too weak.
Unleash your potential to the fullest. Gu Fei's voice resounded in Gu Zhong's mind.
As his disciple's master, Gu Fei naturally wouldn't interfere in his disciple's heavenly tribulation.
However, he could give Gu Zhong some pointers. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. His face became incomparably ferocious.
His martial strength erupted and rays of golden light shot out from his body.
Bang! A huge dragon claw descended from the sky. However, this time around, that mountain-like dragon claw was blocked by his fists. Even the heavens can't take my life. Gu Zhong was facing the greatest crisis since he started cultivating.
He knew that as long as he could pass through this, he would be able to soar to the heavens and become a true expert.
My fate is up to me. Kill.
Gu Zhong didn't hold back and used all his strength to fight against the ancestral dragon.
He was risking his life and fighting against the heavens. He wanted to use his fists to fight for a chance of survival. Chapter 1751.
The almighty heavenly tribulation that Gu Zhong had encountered was too powerful. If it was an ordinary almighty, he would have been annihilated.
However, Gu Zhong had an undying will to fight.
Rumble. At this moment, Gu Zhong's fists collided with the huge dragon claw.
Powerful martial path true force crazily gathered towards his fists. Ugh!
He felt that his blood was boiling. It was as if there was a divine fire burning in his dantian.
Divine marks of the great Tao began to condense in his Naiwan palace. Then, they flew out from between his eyebrows and imprinted themselves on his body. Under the threat of the heavenly tribulation, Gu Zhong's potential was completely stimulated. The almighty realm was stabilizing. Tao marks began to condense and imprint themselves. This was a great technique of the martial path. It used the martial body as a divine weapon to refine. The martial body was the strongest divine weapon of a cultivator. Generally, those who had cultivated the martial body would rarely use weapons because their martial body was already comparable to a divine weapon. The huge dragon claw was incomparably heavy. Thousands of tribulation lightning appeared on it. The power of the heavenly thunder constantly bombarded Gu Zhong, wanting to destroy his will to fight. Gu Zhong was constantly being pressed down by the dragon claw. Preposterous! Gu Zhong was ruthless. With a thought, his dantian emitted a dazzling golden light. A destructive power erupted from his dantian. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Zhong's martial body exploded. Metal elemental power erupted in a frenzy, causing the entire world to tremble violently. A huge hole with a radius of 100 miles appeared in the sky due to the sudden eruption of power. The ancestral dragon seemed to have a life of its own. With a roar, it was blown away by this violent power. The huge dragon claw was badly mutilated. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Could it be that the ancestral dragon, formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation, really had a body of flesh and blood? This was too real. They couldn't help but doubt it. It was too tragic. Gu Zhong actually used the method of self-detonating his martial body to fight against the ancestral dragon. However, he had cultivated the Ascension secret technique. Even if he self-detonated his martial body, it was nothing. Very quickly, Gu Zhong's body was reborn and appeared in front of everyone. What? The ancient star saint and the other experts were all in disbelief. How could this guy still be alive? Could he have cultivated that legendary secret technique? He's still not dead? What a freak. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. Just who had the Dongfang family offended? They were going to be in deep trouble. As long as this group of people managed to survive, they would be a huge threat to the three major powers. At this time, the human emperor-level fluctuations coming from the virtual sky world gradually weakened. The battle in the virtual sky world was about to end. The people of Dongfang clan, Zhao clan from the desolate antiquity, and Beitang clan were all pleasantly surprised. It should be noted that the human sovereign divine weapons of Dongfang clan and Zhao clan from the desolate antiquity were inside the virtual sky world. If the warriors of these two families were to attack with the Ranhuang divine weapons, they would be able to sweep away everything. However, this was definitely not a good thing for Gu Zhong. Even Gu Fei and He Tian did not dare to be careless, and paid close attention to the movements of the gate of the ruined sky. Gu Zhong was still going through the heavenly tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation was very special. The ancestor dragon, formed by the tribulation thunder, was probably an innate ancestor dragon born when the chaos opened the sky.
The reason why the heavenly tribulation took on the appearance of the ancestor dragon was that this innate divine beast born from the chaos left its mark on the way of heaven.
Of course, this was only Gu Fei's guess.
The power of the ancestor dragon was beyond doubt. Even if it was not the real ancestor dragon, the terrifying fluctuations that could shake the heavens shocked everyone. After Gu Zhong's body was reborn, he attacked again. He killed again and again, fell again and then was reborn again and again. The time limit for the secret technique of rising to heaven had long passed. Gu Zhong didn't know how many times his body and martial body had been destroyed by the ancestor dragon. During this process, his martial body was tempered in all aspects. Every time his martial body was reconstructed, Gu Zhong's cultivation and combat strength improved a bit. His martial body became stronger and stronger, and the speed of his martial body's reconstruction became faster and faster. In the end, every inch of Gu Zhong's martial body, every inch of his muscles and bones, was emitting golden light. The power of the metal element was gradually fusing with Gu Zhong's martial body. 9 golden Dao patterns were imprinted on Gu Zhong's bones. These were the Dao patterns that he had comprehended.
Gu Zhong constantly self-destructed.
As his martial body grew stronger, the destructive power produced by the self-destruction grew stronger. His essence did not dissipate, and after the self-destruction, it gathered again. This meant that his Yuan Qi was not depleted at all. The secret technique of ascension was indeed too profound and unfathomable. Not only could it prevent Gu Zhong from dying, but it could also seal his Yuan Qi, preventing it from dissipating into the void. If it were an ordinary mighty figure, they would not dare to self-destruct. They did not cultivate the secret technique of ascension.
No one could withstand such a loss.
The ancestor dragon was gradually covered in wounds. It had been severely injured by Gu Zhong. No one had expected such an outcome. Gu Zhong had used such a method to fight for a chance of survival. Of course, the secret technique of ascension played a key role in this. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancestor dragon that was formed by the tribulation lightning finally exploded. Billions of lightning bolts shot in all directions. At the same time, Gu Zhong's martial body was turned into a bloody mist. The terrifying heavens might started to fade. The heavenly tribulation was finally about to dissipate. However, this time, Gu Zhong's figure did not appear. Countless lightning bolts were disappearing, wreaking havoc within a radius of 1,000 miles. Many cultivators were too close and were affected. With a flash of lightning, those cultivators were instantly turned into ashes. Everyone was shocked and quickly dodged. However, the tribulation lightning quickly disappeared, and only a bloody mist was left floating high up in the sky. It was a golden bloody mist. Within the bloody mist, there were 9 golden Dao patterns faintly visible. However, there was no spiritual fluctuation coming from the bloody mist. Dead. Ancient Star Sage and the others were surprised and delighted. This great enemy might have died under the heavenly tribulation. Boss, this... At this moment, He Tian was also shocked.
Gu Zhong had died.
This should not have happened. Everything had been going so smoothly. How could he have died at the last moment? Gu Fei did not say anything. He just stared at the golden bloody mist in the void in front of him. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. Just when everyone thought that Gu Zhong would not be able to escape death, the golden blood mist moved. An extremely weak spirit fluctuation appeared within the golden blood mist. What? The faces of Ancient Star Sage Saint and the others turned extremely ugly.
Chapter 1752.
When a cultivator challenged the laws of heaven and earth through cultivation, the heavens would send down a heavenly tribulation. The might of heaven and earth was definitely fatal to a cultivator. However, even if it was certain death, there was still a chance of survival. Gu Zhong's martial body was shattered by the heavenly tribulation and turned into a bloody mist. Golden lights flickered and 9 golden Dao patterns appeared indistinctly in the bloody mist. Gu Zhong's divine sense had been extinguished. It seemed like Gu Zhong had died under the heavenly tribulation. However, just when everyone thought that Gu Zhong's body and soul had been destroyed, a weak fluctuation of divine sense was suddenly emitted from the golden bloody mist. What? He's not dead. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the weak divine sense. Even an ancient star sage would find it hard to survive under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. However, this person's life force was unbelievably strong. As long as the divine sense and soul were not destroyed, It would not be true that his body and soul had been destroyed.
The golden bloody mist was moving slowly. At the center of the bloody mist, a golden light appeared. It was this golden light that was guiding the bloody mist. We can't let him reconstruct his body. The ancient star sage was shocked. Gu Zhong was not dead yet. However, he was extremely weak at the moment. This was the best time to kill him.
Humph, he deserves to die 1,000,000 times for killing so many of our disciples.
The other ancient star sage also charged towards the golden bloody mist. At this moment, they no longer needed to seal their bodies. They immediately revealed their true strength. Die! The ancient star sage was from the Zhao clan. Gu Zhong had triggered the heavenly tribulation and caused the three great forces to lose many elite disciples. This ancient star sage was itching to tear Gu Zhong apart.
He pointed his finger and an immortal light shot out from the tip of his finger.
It pierced through the divine light in the middle of the golden bloody mist. The ball of golden divine light in the bloody mist was Gu Zhong's spirit.
Although he had cultivated the levitate secret technique, his injuries were very serious this time.
Even the levitate secret technique could not heal him in a short time. However, this price was worth it. After the baptism of heaven's retribution, he had truly stepped into the almighty realm. Moreover, his cultivation had completely stabilized. However, Gu Zhong was extremely weak right now. It was impossible for him to fight a half-saint.
If he was hit by the divine light, he would probably be killed even if he cultivated the ascension secret technique.
The ancient star sage didn't make a move. The Zhao clan semi-sage was more than enough. Shua!
The immortal light streaked across the void and was about to pierce through the golden divine light in the blood mist.
Just when everyone thought that it was impossible for Gu Zhong to escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden blood mist. That person also pointed his finger forward. Bang! A chaotic finger force shot out from the man's finger and directly broke through the immortal light.
Moreover, the finger force continued to pierce through the half-saint like a hot knife through butter.
What? The half-step saint was shocked. Never had he imagined that someone would be able to break his move with such great strength. Moreover, the attack was directed at him with the same strength. Shwa! The half-step saint soared into the sky and dodged the finger force. It's you. When the ancient star sage saw the person's face clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. The person who saved the cultivator was Gu Fei. Gu Fei had once attacked the Dongfang clan's ancestral court and fought against two ancient half-saints of the Dongfang clan. How could the ancient star sage not recognize Gu Fei? Humph! My disciple isn't someone you can kill. Gu Fei glanced at the ancient star sage and the Zhao clan's half-saint coldly. His body was filled with murderous intent. He could attack the two experts at any time. Gu Fei, the Zhao clan's half-saint, was extremely shocked. So this person is Gu Fei's disciple. No wonder he's so abnormal. The path of cultivation is going to rise again. The Zhao clan of the primordial clan and Gu Fei had a great enmity. Although many experts of the Zhao clan had not seen Gu Fei before, Gu Fei's name was well known. Moreover, all the disciples of the Zhao clan of the primordial clan had seen Gu Fei's portrait before. All right. Let's settle our old and new enmity together. The ancient star sage strode in the void and closed in on Gu Fei step by step. His aura continued to rise with each step he took. In the end, the terrifying pressure of the ancient star sage spread across the sky, shocking all the cultivators in the area. The powerful aura swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. This was the terror of the ancient star sage. The ancient star sage used to be a saint. Although his cultivation level had dropped, he was still much stronger than ordinary ancient star sage. Among the ancient star sage was definitely the emperor among them. Very well, that's what I thought too. Gu Fei took a step forward and his aura instantly rose to its peak. Powerful energy waves spread out from his body, causing the void where he was at to shake. With Gu Fei as the center, transparent ripples spread out in the void. Sensing Gu Fei's expert, the ancient star sage couldn't help but be shocked. How long has it been? How did this guy's cultivation increase again? This is the cultivation of a pinnacle almighty. Gu Fei's improvement shocked the ancient star sage. This cultivation speed was too fast. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for Gu Fei to become a half-saint. At that time, no one would be able to restrain Gu Fei, who had become a half-step saint. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much? Gu Fei took another step forward. This step caused him to disappear from where he was. The moment Gu Fei disappeared, the ancient star sage had goosebumps all over his body. He could feel extreme danger. At his cultivation level, his sense of danger was definitely different from ordinary people. The ancient astral half-sage instinctively retreated without even thinking. Aside from Gu Fei, there was no one else present who could threaten him. Swoosh! Sure enough, Gu Fei's figure instantly appeared where the ancient star sage was. A powerful force shattered the void into nothingness. SSS! The ancient star sage gasped. This Gu Fei's speed was too fast. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been in trouble. The two of them had already become enemies. There was nothing more to say. The ancient star sage made his move. Powerful star energy erupted from his body. Buzz! The void trembled. Spots of starlight rushed out from the ancient star sage's body. A starry sky seemed to have appeared around him. There were stars floating around him. Gu Fei smiled. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his battle intent. This ancient star sage was definitely a rare opponent. The battle blood in his body started to boil. Chapter 1753. An ancient half-saint was peerlessly powerful. With Gu Fei's peak cultivation and battle prowess, he could definitely compete with him. This was a rare opponent. Rumble! The void trembled. Gu Fei's aura was still rising as if there was no end to it. Powerful energy was awakening in his body. Primal chaos Tao patterns were faintly visible on his body. The ancient star sage was also increasing his power. Countless starlights flickered in the void around him. It was an ancient starry sky. The ancient star sage was like the sovereign of that starry sky. He could rule over everything in that starry sky. At this time, the other half-saint had already been ignored by Gu Fei. Ordinary half-saints were no longer a threat to him. He was only interested in the ancient star saint. Roar! You deserve to die! The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan was both shocked and furious. He immediately made his move. 9 rays of immortal light rushed out from his body and turned into 9 immortal swords. They emitted shocking sword chi and shot towards Gu Fei. Scram! A furious roar was heard. The rolling sound wave spread out and the 9 rays of sword light instantly collapsed. Even the void collapsed and turned into nothingness under this roar. The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan suffered a huge impact. It was as if he was hit by an ancient divine mountain. He was sent flying thousands of meters away while coughing out blood. What? How is this possible? He's actually this powerful. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. A single roar from Gu Fei was enough to severely injure a half-saint. This was simply inconceivable. Almost all the cultivation forces in the human world had gathered around the void sky gate. There were many experts among these forces. However, these people were weak in front of Gu Fei and the ancient star saint. These two people are incredible. The strength of Gu Fei and the ancient star saint had shocked everyone. Even some of the quasi-saints in the dark didn't dare to do anything at this time. The golden blood mist gradually gathered, and Gu Zhong's divine soul was strengthening. His strength was rapidly returning. The Heaven Ascension secret art could allow him to fight against the heavens. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, was a great art that had evolved the profound meaning of life to the extreme. Gu Zhong used this great art to preserve his soul and reconstruct his martial body. However, his injuries were too serious this time. Even though he had used the Ascension secret technique, his spirit was still nearly shattered by the ancestral dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation. A golden blood mist gathered from all directions, wrapping around the golden divine soul. Then, his flesh was reborn, and his bones were reconstructed. Resplendent golden light wrapped around Gu Zhong's flesh and bones, making him look like a golden cocoon. When Gu Zhong was reborn, Gu Fei and the ancient star quasi-saint finally made their move. Boom! Billions of stars shone with boundless starlight. The ancient star saint was like an invincible star sovereign as he punched at Gu Fei. As the ancient star saint punched, a few specks of starlight around him turned into stars and charged at Gu Fei. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei punched out with the primal chaos fist. Primal chaos Tao runes appeared on his fist, and the powerful force collided with the stars. The stars that were charging at Gu Fei were blasted apart by his fist. He charged past them and entered the starry sky around the ancient star saint. An intense battle broke out. Gu Fei was like an invincible god of war, moving rapidly in the starry sky and clashing with the ancient star saint. Rumble! The entire starry sky was shaking. Countless stars shone with dazzling starlight. The ancient star saint wanted to kill Gu Fei with the power of the starry sky. However, the starry sky created by the ancient star saint couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. The sealing power of the starry sky couldn't suppress Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei's martial physique was extremely powerful. Every movement of his could cause the entire starry sky to tremble and stars to fall from the sky. Even the ancient star sage was shocked. He raised his hand to shatter the stars and stomped on the starry sky. Gu Fei was extremely powerful and forced the ancient star saint to retreat. This scene shocked everyone. The ancient star sage of the Dongfang family was a super old man. However, this Gu Fei was so powerful that he could suppress the ancient star sage by force. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei's other enemies. Outer Sky Meteor. The ancient star saint had no choice but to use his killing technique. A powerful starry power rushed out of his body and instantly disappeared into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, a muffled sound came from the depths of the sky. Following that, specks of starlight appeared in the sky. The ancient star saint had used the power of the real stars in the sky. The boundless starry power condensed into balls of dazzling starlight and fell from the sky like meteors. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. The powerful waves of the stars made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. The ancient star saint was really powerful and not something that an ordinary half-saint could compare to. So what if I used the power of the stars? Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He continuously threw out chaotic fists. The starry sky around him was constantly collapsing. Under his chaotic fists, everything would be mercilessly crushed. He wanted to use his true strength to fight the ancient star saint. Buzz! When the starlight in the sky fell on the starry sky that the ancient star saint had conjured, the entire starry sky shook. The countless stars in the starry sky suddenly became a few times brighter. The starlight was so dazzling that it illuminated the heavens and earth. Gu Fei could feel that the starry sky that the ancient star saint had conjured seemed to have formed a subtle connection with the real stars in the depths of the sky. The ancient star saint had used the power of the stars in the sky to increase his combat strength. The balls of starlight that fell from the sky were all smashed towards Gu Fei. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei began to shatter. The power brought about by the outer space meteor was too great and a saint-level ripple appeared between the heavens and earth. The understanding of the great Tao of the ancient star saint was far beyond that of an ordinary half-saint, especially the ancient star saint. In the distant past, he was a star saint. In terms of understanding the great Tao, he had surpassed all other half-saints and even demi-saints. Against such an existence, even Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. One should know that Gu Fei could be seriously injured or even killed by the other party if he was not careful. Swish! Gu Fei used the universal void steps and moved quickly in an attempt to avoid it. However, he realized that the power of the falling stars was much stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, the starlight was too dense. It was impossible for him to avoid it completely. Boom! Thousands of starlight fell and seemed to have engulfed Gu Fei. The terrifying power of the stars was wreaking havoc. The starlight exploded, shredding the void and destroying everything. Nothing was left behind. Boss, Hei-Tian, who had been watching the battle, was shocked to see this scene. Chapter 1754. Outside the gate of the ruined sky, Gu Fei fought against the ancient star saint and broke through the sky. A starry sky appeared. The ancient star saint was very powerful. He actually attracted the power of the stars from outer space and turned it into a star shadow that completely engulfed Gu Fei. Rumble! Countless stars exploded as if real stars were collapsing. A terrifying destructive power swept out. If it wasn't for the protection of the ancient four spirits formation, the gate of the ruined sky would have been destroyed. What martial body! In the face of absolute power, you still have to die. The ancient star saint sneered. Gu Fei was only a peak expert. If Gu Fei was a half-saint, he would have turned around and left without any hesitation. No one knew better than the ancient star sage how terrifying a martial artist could be. This was a frightening existence that was invincible in the same realm. Invincible in the same realm was not a lie. Boss, in the distant sky, Heition couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Gu Fei really couldn't defeat the ancient star saint. How was this possible? That was Gu Fei. Gu Fei had an invincible heart. He was an unyielding cultivator. How could he be defeated so easily? At this moment, the golden blood mist in the distance had completely disappeared. It had all fused into a golden light. A figure could be faintly seen in the golden light. That is, his flesh and blood were regenerated. His bones and tendons were reconstructed. His soul had returned. He really didn't die and was recovering rapidly. This was simply a fight against the heavens. Gu Zhong used the Heaven Ascension secret technique. He was about to reappear in front of the world. His flesh and bones were reconstructed. His life aura was gradually becoming stronger. It's not that easy to reconstruct a body. The half-saint, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei's roar, had barely recovered. When he saw that Gu Zhong really didn't die, he immediately rushed towards the golden divine light. "You're courting death." Just when the half-saint was about to attack, a loud shout came from the distant sky. Then, a black and white divine light rushed over. The energy of yin and yang interweaved, and then a figure appeared in front of the ball of golden light and intercepted the half-saint. At the same time, countless array patterns rushed out from the man's body, imprinting themselves into the void. A powerful force was rapidly gathering. Creating a formation out of thin air? You are. The semi-sage realm expert from the primordial Zhao clan had a good eye for recognizing Heition's technique. After all, there was only one formation grandmaster in the entire mortal world who could form a formation out of thin air, and that person was none other than Heition. Boom! Just at this moment, countless array patterns that were imprinted into the void surged out, densely packed together. Up in the sky and down on the ground, as long as one's eyes could see, there would be array patterns. Just like that, the half-saint was trapped at the center of the formation. What? The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan was truly shocked. His opponent's technique was too strange and terrifying. In just an instant, he had laid down a killing formation. The runes of the array interweaved and the power of the surrounding heaven and earth was stirred up. A shocking killing intent erupted as the killing array that Heition had set up began to operate. Roar! The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan was in big trouble. The power of the killing array was coming at him from all directions, causing him to feel a great sense of danger. He roared and spat out a bronze bell that smashed towards the runes in front of him. It was an immortal bell with thousands of immortal lights swimming around it. Bam! The bronze bell smashed against the runes in front of him. Immortal light burst out and the runes flickered, blocking the attack. This caused the half-saint to be extremely shocked. Half-saint. You're a half-saint as well. The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan knew that he had met his match this time. His opponent's cultivation and combat prowess were not any weaker than his. Furthermore, his opponent was a formation grandmaster. Humph! Heition sneered. He did not say anything. Instead, he strode forward within the killing formation. Inextinguishable runes bloomed from his body as he perfected this killing formation. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that apart from Gu Fei, Heition was here as well. Heition was not a good person. There was a period of time when he and the old tortoise had harmed many people, causing many forces to hate and fear them, especially the Buddhist disciples of the Western Buddhist land. They had long regarded Heition and the old tortoise as great devils that they had to suppress. Swish! Lines of runes spread out from beneath Heition's feet in all directions. The terrifying killing intent kept rising and the killing intent within the great formation seemed to have taken on a physical form. The sky changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. Destructive divine lights kept appearing within the killing formation, tearing through the void. This scene was even more terrifying than when Gu Zhong was undergoing his heavenly tribulation. This move of Heition had shocked everyone present. This was the terror of a formation grandmaster. Heition pointed his finger out, and the dozens of beams of destructive light around him immediately pierced through the half-step saint trapped in the formation. Clang! The bronze bell rang, and a transparent ripple spread out from it. The powerful sound wave turned into a sound-killing technique, blocking the dozens of divine lights that pierced through the bell. However, the formation immediately changed. Countless runes produced divine fire, turning the entire killing formation into a fire formation that burned the void and burned towards the half-saint. The half-saint from the primeval Zhao clan was shocked,
and he hurriedly enveloped himself with the bell. Countless divine markings of the immortal Tao appeared on the surface of the bell, and it kept the surging divine flames at bay. The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan was extremely powerful. Although He Tian had the advantage of time and place, he couldn't break through the bell in a short amount of time. At this time, in another direction, Gu Fei charged out from the shattered void like a reincarnated god of war. The billions of starlight couldn't harm him at all. All right, if this is all you've got, then it's too boring. The ancient stellar half-saint's battle intent was like a rainbow as he charged towards Gu Fei, who was charging out from the shattered void. The starry sky around him trembled with every step he took. Very well, you're a pretty good whetstone. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The stronger the ancient stellar half-saint was, the higher his fighting spirit would be. Only in a life-and-death battle would one's potential be stimulated. Whetstone. The ancient stellar half-saint couldn't help but be enraged. This guy is using me as a whetstone. How arrogant. Kill. Without saying anything else, the ancient star sage used his killing technique right away. Every star in the starry sky around him seemed to have been set ablaze. A peerlessly terrifying fluctuation burst out from the body of the ancient star sage. Interesting. Let's end the warm-up here. A shocking aura surged from Gu Fei's body as he confronted the ancient stellar half-saint. Sparks flew between the two, causing the entire world to shake. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone was extremely nervous. Chapter 1755. Gu Fei and the star ancient sage-to-be were confronting each other. This was the first time he had fought against an ancient sage-to-be without any external help. A peak almighty could fight against a sage-to-be. However, this ancient star saint was not an ordinary ancient star saint. He was a super expert who had lived for countless years. Martial body's blood. The ancient star saint's eyes were brighter than real stars. He knew very well that this martial cultivator in front of him was like a human-shaped divine medicine. Martial cultivators only cultivated martial bodies. They didn't cultivate magical techniques or divine abilities. They wouldn't spend any effort to refine divine weapons because their martial bodies were the most powerful divine weapons. A martial cultivator's bones and flesh had been refined by endless essence qi. The essence qi contained in them was absolutely unimaginable. If it could be refined, it would be even more useful than a real divine medicine. Kill. The ancient star saint's aura instantly soared to its peak. Then he made his move. He flicked his 10 fingers and 10 balls of starlight flew out from his hands. Rumble. Every ball of starlight was like a real star. The power they emitted shook the heavens and the earth. Even the stars in the sky paled in comparison. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He threw out a palm. The violent palm energy caused a gust of wind to rise in the surrounding area. The huge palm covered the sky and blocked all 10 balls of starlight. Boom! The 10 balls of starlight collided with Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and attacked each other. Everyone who witnessed this scene was extremely nervous. A great battle had broken out. This was a battle between ancient star saints. The 10 balls of starlight exploded under Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. The destructive power directly shattered Gu Fei's huge palm. The two forces turned into a destructive energy storm that swept out in all directions. The area around the gate of the void sky became dark. The heaven and earth shook as if doomsday had arrived. Too powerful. The experts of the major forces who were watching the battle were secretly shocked. The destructive power was enough to kill an ordinary ancient star saint. Everyone hid far away. Master. At this moment, Gu Zhong's flesh and blood had already been reborn. His muscles and bones had been reconstructed. However, he had exhausted too much of his yuan qi during the tribulation. Just as he condensed his martial body, he stirred up the spiritual energy from all directions. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Gu Zhong and entered his body, replenishing his empty martial body. Haha, nephew, you finally succeeded. In another direction, He Tian's hearty voice resounded from a grand formation that was brimming with killing intent. He was fighting with the half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan. Clang! The divine bell rang. The Zhao clan's half-sage used the sound-killing technique. The sound of the bell rang out from the killing formation. Even though everyone was very far away, they could still feel the buzzing in their ears. They felt very annoyed. Martial Uncle He. When Gu Zhong saw this scene, how could he not know what was going on? It seemed like someone had tried to kill him while he was weak, but his master and Uncle Master He Tian had stopped them. Boom! Bang! Huge and shocking sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Gu Fei and the ancient stellar half-sage kept clashing. The starry sky trembled and resonated with the real starry sky in the sky. The ancient stellar half-sage attracted the power of the stars in the sky and added it to his body. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the depths of the sky and endlessly entered the starry sky, around the ancient stellar half-sage. The entire starry sky seemed to have appeared around him. Gu Fei, you're not my match. The ancient stellar half-sage was very confident. Even when they were fighting, he still spoke. The aura of a saint lingered on his body and stars seemed to be descending in his eyes. Humph, if you could beat me, you would have killed me long ago. There's no need for you to talk nonsense here. Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. This old antique was trying to use words to disturb his mind. Such a trick was simply insignificant in front of him. I've cultivated for a much longer time than you and was once a saint. Why are you trying to fight me? The ancient stellar half-sage continued to speak. At the same time, he waved his hands and divine patterns of the great path flew out from his hands and were imprinted in the void. Rumble! The starry sky around the ancient stellar half-sage was shaking. The entire starry sky was extremely dazzling. He was like an invincible god of war in the starry sky. Every move he made contained great power. Ridiculous! Gu Fei said these two words and did not say anything else. He punched out again and there were constantly stars shattered under his fists. Stars shift. The ancient stellar half-sage used a great technique. The stars around him rotated rapidly and formed a terrifying nebula with him as the center. A great suction force pulled Gu Fei towards the center of the nebula. That was the place where the power of the stars was the most concentrated in the entire starry sky. The ancient stellar half-sage wanted to destroy Gu Fei completely in body and soul. It would be useless even if he cultivated the secret technique of the legends. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei roared, and a strange ripple charged out from his body. Then, the orbit of the starry sky immediately changed. Rumble! The stars moved and the ancient stellar half-sage soon discovered to his shock that he and Gu Fei had switched places. He was at the center of the nebula vortex and the destructive power was coming at him from all directions. How is this possible? The ancient stellar half-sage was truly shocked. His great technique was actually reversed by his opponent. Could this be one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Roar! The ancient stellar half-sage roared furiously. His long hair danced in the wind. You're trying to kill me with my great technique? How despicable! Boom! An item rushed out of the ancient star sage's body. As soon as this item appeared, the star power of the entire starry sky was immediately triggered by the power emitted from this item. The power of the stars that was going to destroy the ancient stellar half-sage was completely devoured by the item. BZZ. It was an ancient halberd with stars twinkling on it. A powerful aura of the divine Tao spread out from it, causing the world to dim. This is... Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the halberd. That antique was finally going to use his holy weapon. The terrifying power of the stars was completely devoured by the halberd in just a few breaths' time. One after another, the stars flew towards the halberd and merged into it. The starry sky around the ancient stellar half-sage disappeared, devoured by the halberd in his hand. Stars began to descend on the halberd after devouring the vast power of the stars. Humph! You're quite something to be able to die to my astral halberd. The ancient stellar half-sage gripped the halberd and emitted the aura of a saint. It was as if he'd once again stepped into a realm where he could look down on all living beings. These guys. Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed how powerful the ancient stellar half-sage was. These antiques who'd once been saints were truly difficult to deal with. They had all sorts of methods to temporarily raise their cultivation to the saint realm. Although the ancient star saint's cultivation realm had fallen from the sage stage, he could temporarily return his cultivation base to its peak state in the past. How was he supposed to fight them? Sages were definitely the strongest existences in the ancient times. Only extreme supremes or human emperors could suppress such existences. In today's world, sages were extinct. Once the ancient star sage recovered to his former peak state, he would be invincible in the human realm. Unless an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu came, no one would be his opponent. It's that halberd. Gu Fei sensed that the ancient stellar half-sage seemed to have fused with the halberd in his hand. He was borrowing the power of the halberd to temporarily restore his invincible cultivation. Die! At this moment, the ancient stellar half-sage shook the halberd in his hand. Terrifying spatial cracks immediately spread out with the ancient stellar half-sage as the center. The terrifying power of the stars pressed down on Gu Fei. The starry sky in the sky trembled. It was the real starry sky, not the one created by the ancient stellar half-sage. Master! In the sky, Gu Zhong was shocked to see this scene. He had yet to recover his battle strength. He was heavily injured during the heavenly tribulation and almost died. It was still difficult for him to use the power of a great expert at this moment. Whoosh! The halberd fell and Gu Fei was reduced to dust. Not even a mist of blood was left behind. What? The ancient stellar half-sage was stunned. He never thought that he would be able to kill his opponent so easily. It was too easy, making him feel uneasy. Roar! Gu Zhong roared in sorrow. A terrifying murderous aura rushed out from his body. His gaze was like a divine weapon as he looked at the ancient stellar half-sage in the sky. Humph, do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The ancient stellar half-sage had temporarily returned to his peak state. At this moment, he was invincible. Who could fight against him? He could even fight against a true saint. Just when the ancient stellar half-sage was about to make his move, a fist silently came from the back of his head. Bam! The ancient stellar half-sage only felt a pain at the back of his head. He felt dizzy and his entire body was sent flying. He was punched by someone. The punch was so powerful that it almost shattered his head. Roar! The ancient stellar half-sage was enraged. He swept the halberd in his hand behind him. A large area of the void was destroyed. However, his attack did not hit anything. What? The ancient stellar half-sage was shocked and furious. Who could have such a technique to sneak behind him and attack him before retreating quietly? Swoosh! Far in the sky, a figure walked out from the void and appeared beside Gu Zhong. This person was Gu Fei, who was turned into dust by the ancient stellar half-sage's halberd. Chapter 1756. With the help of the halberd, the ancient star half-step saint had temporarily recovered his peak cultivation. Terrifying fluctuations of the martial sage level emanated from his body. The power of the martial sage level was too great. A single attack from the ancient star half-step saint was enough to turn Gu Fei into ashes. However, just as the ancient star half-step saint was about to attack Gu Zhong, someone suddenly sent the ancient star half-step saint flying with a punch. That person was none other than Gu Fei. What? How is this possible? The ancient star half-step saint could not believe his eyes when he saw Gu Fei appear next to Gu Zhong. How could the person he just killed be? You'll have to be a true sage to kill me. Gu Fei wore a disdainful expression. It was a close call just now. The one that the ancient star half-step saint turned into ashes was only his clone. One of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the 3 pure ones, allowed Gu Fei to create 3 clones that were no weaker than his main body. Each clone was almost as powerful as his main body. At this time, even the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. The powerful pressure of the sage level almost suffocated everyone. The ancient star half-step saint was too terrifying. He actually had the means to restore himself to his peak state. Right now, he was like a saint. Damn it! The ancient star half-step saint was furious. Gu Fei deserved to die for challenging his sage might again and again. Moreover, Gu Fei's punch just now almost blew up his head. If the ancient star half-step saint hadn't recovered to his peak state, Gu Fei would have beaten him half to death with that punch. The head was where the spirit resided, and the spirit resided in the Mud Pill Palace. If the head was blown up, the Mud Pill Palace was destroyed, and the spirit was crushed, even a true sage would die. There were no exceptions. Of course, the ancient star half-step saint's spirit was already extremely powerful. It was very difficult to destroy it. Even if Gu Fei managed to sneak up on him, he might not be able to kill the ancient star half-step saint. That was your doppelganger. The ancient star sage was both shocked and furious. Didn't cultivators not cultivate divine abilities and magical arts? How could this guy be able to create a clone? This was beyond the understanding of the ancient star semi-saint. Martial artists walked the path of proving their Tao through strength. The more successful a martial artist was, the more they disdained to waste time and effort on practicing magical powers and spells. However, Gu Fei's performance just now broke everyone's inherent understanding. Martial artists cultivate supernatural powers. Could it be? The ancient star sage's expression changed as if he had thought of something. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion boomed out from the skies above. The entire world shook for a moment as the killing formation that He Tian had laid down exploded. The killing formation collapsed and a terrifying destructive force erupted. This force was too powerful. The half-saint who was trapped in the formation let out a shrill cry as the divine bell shattered. After that, the half-saint was killed in both body and soul. The powerful body of a half-step saint was directly torn apart by this burst of power. He Tian, Martial Uncle He. Seeing this scene, even someone as determined as Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. He Tian was going to perish together with his opponent. This wasn't He Tian's style. The power of the killing formation's collapse was too strong. It swept through a radius of 100 miles and almost destroyed everything. It even enveloped the Gate of the Void Sky. However, the Gate of the Void Sky was protected by the ancient Four Spirits formation and was difficult to destroy. Amidst the chaotic energy storm, a figure rushed out. Countless array runes danced around the figure, interweaving into a profound array diagram, condensing into a power that completely blocked the destructive power outside the figure's body. I was wondering why this guy would perish together with his opponent. Seeing the person who rushed out from the energy storm, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. He Tian was fine. Only the half-saint from the primordial Zhao family died. All of you will die. The ancient star half-saint with the halberd roared. The power of a sage surged out from his body and shook the heavens. The terrifying pressure caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Let's go. Gu Fei knew that it would be difficult to fight against the ancient star half-saint even if he used the supreme divine weapon. Moreover, it would take time to use the supreme divine weapon. Buzz! The void trembled. At this moment, the ancient star half-saint had already swung the halberd in his hand and swept it towards Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. He did not use any divine ability or magical art. It was just a simple sweep. However, it was such a simple attack that destroyed the void and displayed great might. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a thought, an ancient cauldron flew out from his dantian. The ancient cauldron rapidly expanded and collided with the incoming halberd. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The halberd that had collided with the ancient cauldron was repelled. The ancient star half-saint was pushed back by a few 100 feet. His hands that were holding the halberd were trembling. Both of his wrists split open and blood seeped out. He found it hard to believe that there was still something that could block his attack, even though he had temporarily returned to his peak state. Buzz! The ancient cauldron shook. The power of the ancient star half-saint's attack was too strong. The ancient cauldron was sent flying thousands of feet away and fell to the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei pulled Gu Zhong up and used the universal void steps. With a single step, they arrived next to the ancient cauldron. Gu Fei held the ancient cauldron with one hand and took out the formation platform. He jumped onto the formation platform with Gu Zhong, and the formation platform immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. Trying to escape. When the ancient star sage saint saw this, he wanted to make a move. However, the sharp pain in his hands caused his movements to slow down for a moment. In that short moment, the formation platform, Gu Fei, and Gu Zhong directly entered the void and disappeared. What? The ancient star half-saint was shocked and furious. Gu Fei was definitely a huge problem. If he was not killed now, the Dongfang family would be in trouble in the future. It was not a good thing to be targeted by such an enemy. At this moment, He Tian also activated the formation platform and disappeared into the void. Roar! The ancient star half-saint roared in anger. His hair was dancing in the wind. He was furious. The three of them actually escaped. The Dongfang family had suffered a huge loss in this battle. The disciples of the three great families were almost all killed by the heavens' retribution. Those who survived were those with low cultivation. Because the heavens' retribution was difficult to trigger, they survived. Is that ancient cauldron the mountain and river cauldron? The ancient star sage Tabi's eyes shone with a cold light. Chapter 1757. Ancient Star Saint had temporarily recovered to his former peak state. This was equivalent to a real saint appearing in the world. His saintly might was enough to shock the world. It was too powerful. This wasn't just the power of a sage, but a living saint. The rule of the great path of a saint had reappeared in the body of ancient star saint. Of course, this state couldn't last long, but as long as it lasted for a while, ancient star saint would be able to kill all of Gu Fei and the others. Even if he had a supreme divine weapon, it would be useless. A real saint had a nearly complete rule of the great path. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't suppress him. Unless Gu Fei could completely revive the mountain and river cauldron or the purple gold divine sword, there was no chance at all. However, it was impossible to completely revive the supreme divine weapon. Gu Fei and the others could only retreat. No one could contend against a real saint. Roar! Ancient star saint roared furiously outside the gate of the void sky. The whole world shook. The starry sky above trembled, and the stars in the sky seemed to fall. All the cultivators in the surrounding area were terrified. The supreme saintly might made them unable to resist at all. In front of a saint, even a quasi-saint was just an ant. Ancient star saints were really terrifying and powerful, especially those who used to be saints. These existences could use special means to restore their cultivation to their former peak state. For example, ancient star saint Joyo could completely activate the human emperor bloodline in his body and restore the human emperor of the past. Of course, this state was difficult to maintain and couldn't last long. However, even if this invincible state couldn't be maintained for long, it was enough. As powerful as a saint, he could even kill all the cultivators outside the gate of the void sky within a breath's time. Of course, ancient star saint wasn't that crazy. After all, the cultivators outside the gate of the void sky came from various forces in the human world. Some of the forces behind them weren't necessarily weaker than the Dongfang clan. Some of the super forces even had stronger foundations than the Dongfang clan. Boom! Just as ancient star saint was soaring in the sky, a loud noise suddenly came from the virtual sky world. Then, a powerful existence rushed out of the virtual sky world. These people were the real experts from various big forces who took the risk to stay in the virtual sky world. Such a powerful person was actually running for his life at this time. A shocking aura burst out from the depths of the virtual sky world as if an unknown powerful existence had awakened. Rumble! The entire virtual sky world was shaking. Hundreds of millions of creatures were howling. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Huge primal chaos cracks appeared on the ground. The earth split open, and earth, water, fire, and wind gushed out from the cracks. This was a sign that this part of the world was about to collapse. The battle in the depths of the primal chaos awakened a supreme existence sleeping in the virtual sky world. The earth collapsed, and endless elements of earth, water, wind, and fire surged out. A huge figure appeared in this part of the world. This was a figure that was completely formed from the four primordial powers of earth, water, fire, and wind. This figure was extremely huge. Its head reached the sky, and its feet stood on the ground. The so-called 10,000 zhang tall mountain couldn't even reach its heel. It was too big, like a celestial being. The four primitive forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were wreaking havoc. A powerful divine comprehension emanated from the giant and instantly enveloped the entire virtual sky world. What's this? Everyone was extremely shocked. No one could have imagined that there was such a powerful existence sleeping under the earth of the virtual sky world. A powerful sage-to-be was like an ant in front of this giant. A celestial being. Outside the gate of the void sky, ancient star half-sage's expression changed when he sensed the violent and powerful fluctuations. This existence was extraordinary. It was comparable to a sage. Swish! The giant condensed from the four forces of earth, water, fire, and wind stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at the gate of the void sky. He wanted to smash the exit of this part of the world. What? Ancient star half-sage couldn't help but be shocked. After all, ancient Nine Nether half-sage and Dongfang clan's human emperor's divine weapon and human emperor's seal were still inside. The human emperor's divine weapon couldn't be lost. It should be noted that it was Dongfang clan's biggest reliance. Once it was lost, Dongfang clan's status among the major forces would immediately be lowered. Everyone was stunned by the change in the virtual sky world. The people inside were all fleeing. However, the giant was really too powerful. The terrifying fluctuations it emitted almost made the virtual sky world collapse. It was really peerlessly terrifying. The giant's hand grabbed at the gate of the void sky. Wherever it passed, the void was shattered. Nothing could stop it. People kept turning into flying ashes under the giant hand. The people of the major forces were extremely nervous. Those who died were the real experts of their forces. The hearts of the leaders of the major forces were twitching. There was nothing much to say. The weak died in the hands of the strong. This was the most common thing in the cultivation world. However, the existence that suddenly awakened was really too powerful. Damn it! Ancient Star Half-Sage was shocked and angry when he saw an expert from Dongfang clan perish in body and soul under the giant hand. Without any hesitation, Ancient Star Semi-Sage directly rushed into the virtual sky world while he could still maintain his former peak state for now. Saint. A spiritual will fluctuation spread out from the giant's body. The appearance of the Ancient Star Sage had caught him by surprise. However, the mysterious existence didn't show any signs of stopping. The giant hand that was much larger than a mountain directly slammed down on Ancient Star Half-Sage, who just rushed in from outside the gate of the void sky.
Heaven and Earth projection. The Ancient Star Sage roared furiously.
His body instantly became as tall as the giant, and he swung the halberd in his hand at the giant's hand.
Terrifying divine path power erupted from the halberd.
Ancient divine path divine veins vaguely appeared on the halberd, condensing the divine path power.
Not bad, little guy.
The giant stopped. The giant hand collided with Ancient Star Half-Sage's halberd. His entire arm turned into earth, water, fire, and wind and dissipated in the void. On the other hand, the Ancient Star Half-Saint staggered back 5 or 6 steps, causing the ground to tremble. What? All the cultivators outside the gate of the ruined sky were shocked to the extreme. The giant had actually blocked the attack of the Ancient Star Half-Step Saint. The Ancient Star Half-Step Saint was a ruthless person who had temporarily returned to his peak state.
Who are you?
Ancient Star Half-Sage was even more shocked. He was facing this existence alone. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying this mysterious existence was. At this moment, the earth, water, wind, and fire gathered again. The giant's arm that was shattered by Ancient Star Half-Sage reformed as if it had never been attacked. Seeing this scene, even Ancient Star Half-Sage was inwardly shocked. This mysterious existence was too powerful. It was so powerful that it could compete with saints. How could there be such a powerful existence in this world? There was no saint in the world. This was a phenomenon after the primitive world was broken. The rule of heaven and earth changed greatly. After the primitive world was broken, saints were not allowed to exist. As the rule of heaven and earth was like this, the heavenly Tao became unpredictable. It was difficult for cultivators to comprehend the Tao. Therefore, after the primitive world, no one could successfully prove their Tao. And in the human world, the strongest existences were quasi-saints and those Ancient Star Half-Sage. However, there were some powerful existences that had escaped from the 3 realms. They were not in the 5 elements and were not bound by the heaven and earth. These existences were the true experts. For example, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and that expert who suppressed the group of devils in the extreme north.
Who am I?
The giant muttered. He seemed to have forgotten who he was. He seemed to be in a state of confusion.
Bang!
At this moment, a huge halberd pierced through the giant's chest and came out from his back. That huge halberd nailed the giant in the void.
You!
The giant was furious. His long hair that was condensed from the power of fire danced wildly. Sparks flew out from his long hair. Everything that came into contact with the sparks was burnt to ashes. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of fire. It turned out that Ancient Star Half-Sage took advantage of the giant's daze and directly attacked. He successfully pierced through the giant's body with his halberd.
Buzz!
Ancient Star Half-Sage shook the halberd in his hand. A powerful power of stars erupted from the halberd. Specks of starlight appeared around him and a starry sky appeared around him.
Boom!
The giant condensed from the power of earth, water, fire, and wind collapsed in an instant. The power of destruction swept out and destroyed the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. The virtual sky world trembled. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void and chaotic aura overflowed from them. The entire world seemed to be heading towards destruction. The giant was defeated by Ancient Star Half-Sage, but he didn't feel happy about his victory. Instead, he frowned. He felt that things weren't that simple.
Bang!
At this moment, a huge coffin rushed out from the depths of the earth and directly collided with Ancient Star Half-Sage. A terrifying power spread from this huge coffin. It was a huge coffin surrounded by chaotic aura.
Roar!
The ancient stellar half-saint's hair stood on end. He sensed danger and attacked with all his strength without any hesitation. The halberd in his hand turned into a river of stars that pierced through the incoming coffin. Boom! The galaxy fiercely collided with the huge coffin. However, the power coming from the huge coffin was too strong. Ancient Star Half-Sage was forced to retreat. His halberd was still pressed against the huge coffin. He was knocked back for more than 10 miles. 2 large valleys appeared on the ground. He was still in the state of the divine Laksana, so his divine form was incomparably huge. What? Ancient Star Half-Sage tried his best to stop himself. He felt that his hands that were holding the halberd were numb. This wasn't a good thing. Chapter 1758. The virtual sky world was very mysterious. No one knew when it had appeared. This world was discovered by the founders of the 3 great Taoist schools thousands of years ago. Later, the tradition of training in the virtual sky world came into being. For thousands of years, this world had been a place for the disciples of the 3 great Taoist schools to train. However, the 3 great Taoist schools had long fallen apart. The Taishan school had been destroyed, the Guangqing celestial sect had submitted to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity, and the Shangqing sect had disappeared. Of the 3 great Taoist schools in the human world, only the Guangqing celestial sect still had disciples in the cultivation world. This place for the disciples of the 3 great Taoist schools to train had also become a target for various forces. However, today, the ancient existence in the virtual sky world had begun to awaken. This was definitely not a good thing for the cultivators of the various forces. The entire virtual sky world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the sky. The earth sank, and the 4 primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind overflowed from these cracks. This was a sign that this world was about to be destroyed. The cultivators fighting in the depths of the chaos also sensed the abnormality of the virtual sky world. A figure rushed out from the depths of the chaos. A large seal with mighty fluctuations of sovereign path power broke through the layers of chaos and appeared in the virtual sky world. The sovereign path rule was vast and mighty, and the ancient sovereign path pattern lingered, suppressing the area. A person stood under the large seal. This person was Ancient Half-Holy of the Abyss. At this time, Ancient Half-Holy of the Abyss broke away from the battle in the depths of the chaos and rushed out. Ancient Half-Sage Joyo had just come out from the depths of chaos and saw Ancient Star Half-Sage fighting against a giant coffin. The star halberd was pressed against one side of the giant coffin, and he was trying his best to lift the giant coffin away. Roar! The divine path rule erupted from Ancient Star Half-Holy's body. His body seemed to be surrounded by stars. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes burst out starlight that was brighter than the stars in the sky. Terrifying power continued to be added to the halberd in his hand. The divine path mark in the halberd had been awakened. Even so, Ancient Star Half-Holy found it difficult to lift the giant coffin in front of him. This was because a power no weaker than the divine path rule erupted from the giant coffin. This power could contend against a real saint, and it was even stronger than Ancient Star Half-Holy. What? Ancient Nine Nether couldn't help being startled by this scene. He was well aware of the strength of the Ancient Star Half-Holy. With the halberd, he could recover to his peak state. In the current human realm, the sage represented absolute invincibility, but now, this absolute state was being mercilessly broken. Boom! There was nothing more to say. The ancient half-saint of the abyss made his move right away. The Renhuang seal flew up and smashed towards the giant coffin in front of him. The power of the ultimate emperor realm was vast and mighty, and a large area of the void was destroyed. Bam! The giant coffin seemed to have sensed the power of the human emperor's seal. It abandoned the ancient star sage saint and soared into the sky, colliding with the human emperor's seal. An ancient giant coffin actually took the initiative to attack the human emperor's divine weapon. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. At the same time, they felt their blood run cold. At this time, a human figure flickered within the primal chaos depths. An ancient mirror released endless divine light, piercing through the void, protecting a person as they rushed out from within. Another aura of the ultimate emperor realm appeared in the virtual sky world. The great figure of the Zhao clan from the antiquity of the ancients also came out. The man protected by the ancient mirror was covered in blood, and his body was almost shattered. It was hard to imagine how fierce the battle in the depths of the primal chaos was. Even a cultivator with an ultimate emperor divine weapon was almost crippled. Ancient Nine Nether situation was relatively better, but he was also an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't hold on for much longer. The power of his bloodline was almost completely consumed in the battle just now. Without the support of his bloodline, the ancient half-saint of the abyss could only rely on the human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal was, after all, a supreme divine weapon refined by a cultivator of the ultimate emperor realm. The laws of the way of the human emperor's seal manifested on it, intimidating the heavens and even suppressing the great Tao of the heavens. Boom! The human emperor's seal and the giant coffin collided in an instant, erupting a terrifying shockwave. The entire virtual sky world almost collapsed, causing the world to become even more unstable. Human emperor. A divine thought came from the giant coffin, making the ancient half-saint of the abyss's scalp go numb. Was there really a supreme existence inside the giant coffin? The giant coffin trembled and countless wisps of chaotic aura erupted. Ancient Tao patterns emerged on the coffin, interweaving with the most primitive laws of the great Tao to contend with the human emperor's seal. Ancient Tao patterns from the era of myths? Ancient half-saint of the abyss couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the ancient Tao patterns emerging on the giant coffin. These Tao patterns were extremely ancient and couldn't possibly appear in the current era. The virtual sky world actually had a figure from the era of myths buried inside. This was too shocking. Could it be that the virtual sky world already existed in the era of myths? The era of myths was an extremely ancient era that involved the great secret of creation. It was the era of gods and devils, when innate gods and devils ruled the three realms. In that era, humans were the weakest race and were almost wiped out. However, if a super antique from the era of myths was really buried in the virtual sky world, how could this super antique recognize the human emperor? After all, the human emperor was a cultivator of the ultimate emperor realm who appeared in the desolate era and cultivated the supreme emperor's path. The two of them belonged to two different eras, so there shouldn't be any intersection between them. Unless the human emperor of the East also entered the virtual sky world. Rumble. This was a great confrontation. The gods and the human emperor's seal awakened and displayed the ultimate emperor rule. The power of the rule could obliterate everything and even trample the heavenly Tao under its feet. However, this time, the invincible ultimate emperor rule was blocked by the giant coffin. The ancient coffin was shrouded in chaotic aura and confronted the human emperor's seal head-on. The virtual sky world shook and terrifying fluctuations even spread out of the virtual sky world. All the cultivators in the southern region of the human realm could feel the fluctuations. Chaos is about to begin. A sigh came from an ancient forbidden area in the human realm. The old voice sounded powerless. In the golden age of the human realm, all the major forces developed rapidly and cultivators emerged in large numbers. In just a few hundred years, their progress was already comparable to the progress of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before the Great Era. However, after the peak of prosperity came the decline. In order to fight for the opportunity to become a saint, all the people who were interested in the Holy Road would take action. The fight for supremacy on the Holy Road was destined to be a bloody path. Some super antiques who had been sleeping for countless years would jump out, and the demons would also become restless. The virtual sky world might be the beginning of chaos. Serialized. Please stay tuned. Voting. Chapter 1759. The terrifying battle began. Ancient half-saint Joyo used the human emperor divine weapon to fight against the coffin from the mythological era. The two forces collided and cancelled each other out. The entire virtual sky world was affected once again. Rumble. This was a real collapse of heaven and earth. This part of the world was about to be destroyed. The earth sank, the starry sky cracked, and huge stars fell from the sky. Loud booms rang out continuously. The destruction of the star created a great disaster. Wherever the star fell, all living beings within thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers, were completely wiped out. The billions of living beings in the virtual sky world were roaring and struggling. This was a real doomsday. Bang! The huge coffin shook. The ancient patterns on it shone with dazzling divine light and condensed the ancient rule of the Great Path. The human emperor seal was knocked away. Ancient half-saint Joyo was hit. He vomited blood and retreated. He felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. His vitality was injured. We can't deal with this guy. Let's go. Ancient star half-saint Joyo rushed up with his halberd and met up with ancient half-saint Joyo. The two of them rushed out together, and the huge coffin didn't stop them. Rumble. The ground under the huge coffin shook.
An ancient formation platform rose from the depths of the ground. The platform was engraved with countless patterns of the Tao. These patterns were very ancient, the same as the ones on the coffin from the mythological era. Bang! The huge coffin landed on the formation platform from the mythological era. Then, the entire ancient formation platform began to shine with dazzling divine light. All the ancient patterns of the Tao seemed to come to life.
The patterns intertwined and evolved into the rule of the Great Path.
An extremely powerful wave of power spread from the ancient formation platform and instantly enveloped the entire virtual sky world. The collapsing world stopped immediately. The chaotic aura that broke out of the ground and rushed into the sky was also suppressed by the spreading power from the formation platform. The existence in the huge coffin was using the power of the ancient formation platform to display a supreme technique and stabilize the world. The world that was about to collapse gradually stabilized. At this time, Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo and Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo took this opportunity to rush out of the gate of the void sky. The ancient star sage state could not be maintained forever. Once this state disappeared, he would be mercilessly killed by the giant coffin. Moreover, Ancient Half-Saint Joyo was also an arrow at the end of its flight. If they didn't leave now, the two ancient half-saints of the Dongfang clan would all die in the virtual sky world. The Dongfang clan couldn't bear losing two ancient half-saints at once, especially when the human emperor's seal was in the hands of Ancient Half-Saint Joyo. The ancient Nine-Nether Half-Sage and the ancient Star Half-Sage wouldn't stay in this place even if they knew that they would die. At this time, the giant coffin from the mythological era released a terrifying chaotic energy that froze the entire world. At this moment, the giant coffin seemed to have become the ruler of this world. Above the firmament, the cracked space was gradually repaired, and the chaotic great path of heaven and earth began to become orderly. The giant coffin seemed to have merged with this side of the world. Could it be, Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo and Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo, who had already escaped from the virtual sky world, sensed the changes in the virtual sky world. Both of them were extremely shocked.
The mysterious existence in the giant coffin actually controlled the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world.
How was this possible? Could it be that he was the master of the virtual sky world? When they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts.
If the existence in the giant coffin was not the master of the virtual sky world, how could he make the almost collapsed laws of heaven and earth operate again?
Boom! At this time, a terrifying wave of power came from the chaos in the depths of the virtual sky world, and a crystal coffin rushed out of the chaos. Buzz! The void shook, and a divine pattern of yin and yang also rushed out of the depths of the chaos. A powerful figure was sitting on the divine pattern. The aura of yin and yang intertwined on the divine pattern. This was the law of the great path of yin and yang. This person was the fierce person who suppressed the far north devil territory by himself. The existence in the crystal coffin was peerlessly powerful. It was the corpse of a supreme being of the extreme path that underwent a corpse transformation and was born anew. That life was a brand new life. It was no longer the supreme being of the past, but it was, after all, a life born anew from the immortal body of a supreme being. Even if it wasn't a supreme being, it was absolutely powerful to a terrifying extent. Boom! Bang! A violent collision sound came from the chaos. Two figures were fighting fiercely in the depths of the chaos. One figure's ghostly aura soared into the sky, shaking the void of the chaos. The other figure emitted a peerlessly terrifying evil might and fought endlessly with the ghostly shadow. The two great experts directly rushed out of the chaos. The originally stable laws of heaven and earth were once again attacked and almost disrupted again. Rumble. On the ancient formation platform, the giant coffin began to emit the fluctuation of the Supreme Being's law, and the aura of a Supreme Being came out of the giant coffin. It's evolving the Supreme Being's law. The peerless figures who rushed out of the depths of the chaos were all shocked. They couldn't stay in this world anymore. Once the Supreme Being's law fully manifested, it was equivalent to the resurrection of a Supreme Being. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world could no longer be disrupted. Not only did the Supreme Being's law stabilize the entire world, but it was also suppressing those peerless figures who had intruded into this world. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Master, who were fighting, couldn't help but stop. The giant coffin was manifesting the Supreme Being's law, which was not a good thing. Let's go. The divine yin-yang diagram carried the fierce person from the extreme north and flew towards the gate of ruined sky. Even a wisp of the Supreme Being's law couldn't truly suppress such an existence.
The lid of the crystal coffin had long been lost somewhere. The aura of death inside the crystal coffin was vast and mighty, but at the same time, a wisp of vitality came out of the crystal coffin. There was life in death, and there was death in life. Could it be that the person in the coffin wanted to defy the heavens and be reborn, unwilling to become that evil creature of death? Rumble. The crystal coffin was like a primordial divine mountain. It flew through the void and also flew towards the gate of ruined sky. Although the existence in the coffin had the body of a supreme being, it didn't have the law of the supreme being's great Tao, so it was impossible for it to contend against the supreme being's great Tao manifested by the legendary ancient coffin. Let's go out and fight to our heart's content. Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't dare to be negligent and also rushed towards the gate of ruined sky. Very well. Thousand Illusions Evil Master nodded and rushed towards the gate of ruined sky. Chapter 1760. In the virtual sky world, the supremacy's law kept evolving. In the end, this kind of power seeped out from the gate of sky. Even the gate of sky, protected by the four spirits formation, could not withstand this kind of power. The gate of sky collapsed, and so did the four spirits' ancient formation. In the face of the supremacy's law of the great path, nothing could be preserved, not even things from the mythological era. With the disappearance of the gate of sky, the passage between the virtual sky world and the human world also disappeared. From now on, no one could enter the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world had truly become a completely independent world. No one could have ever imagined such a result. The virtual sky world actually disappeared before everyone's eyes in such a way. The supreme divine treasure and the huge coffin from the mythological era had nothing to do with the cultivators of the human world because no one could directly open the barrier between the world and the virtual sky world. All the cultivators gathered near the gate of sky soon dispersed, but the peerless figures who came out of the virtual sky world didn't stop. Boom! In an ancient battlefield in the depths of the 100,000 mountains, a loud noise came out. Two figures were fighting in the battlefield, and the terrifying fluctuations shook the entire battlefield. This battlefield was full of white bones and shrouded in gloomy fog all year round. Even in broad daylight, the battlefield was extremely gloomy and terrifying. It was very likely that many evil things had been born in the depths of the battlefield. However, today, this battlefield ushered in a great calamity. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Master fought in this battlefield. There were still countless great path laws left in this ancient battlefield, so they could fight to their heart's content without fear. This was because there were countless great path laws here that hadn't dissipated. These great path laws were immortal laws created by peerless figures who had fallen in this ancient battlefield. If they fought here, they could minimize the damage caused by the battle. Kill! Thousand Illusions Evil Master attacked. Evil energy soared into the sky, and within the pale green evil energy, there were countless vaguely ferocious evils. A huge palm slapped out from the evil energy. Rumble! The entire ancient battlefield shook. Thousand Illusions Evil Master was extremely powerful. He could destroy an area with a raise of his hand or a kick. His cultivation level might have already reached the saint level. Roar! Ghost Emperor Fengdu roared and directly opened his inner world. 100,000 ghost soldiers rushed out from his inner world and entered his body. Drawing the 100,000 ghost soldiers into his body, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's power soared rapidly. Boom! A surge of power erupted from Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body. It was as if an ancient desolate beast had awakened inside his body. His power instantly increased by several times. Bang! Ghost Emperor Fengdu also sent out a palm to meet the other party's large palm. Boom! The two hands collided, and a terrifying power erupted. Countless Tao patterns were destroyed. Both experts had used the power of the great Tao laws. Hideous cracks appeared on the ancient battlefield. This was a battlefield formed from flesh and bones, and even the soil was red. It was hard to imagine just how many living beings perished in that battle all those years ago. In this ancient battlefield, the fragments of weapons of half-step saints and even the standard level could be seen everywhere. There were even supreme figures who had fallen here. After Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Venerable clashed head-on, both of them were sent flying by each other's power. Swish! The two peerless figures were moving at high speed. The sounds of collisions were extremely shocking. It was as if two behemoths were colliding. The void was constantly being pierced. In front of this level of power, the void of heaven and earth was like a thin piece of paper that could be easily torn apart. Even a half-step saint would be instantly killed.
At this time, on a mountain peak outside this ancient battlefield, 3 figures stood. I'm afraid these people are some super antiques. Hei Tian was incomparably shocked. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions' evil venerable's combat power was too powerful. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Not long ago, he had experienced the means of an ancient star saint. Even if that ancient star saint used a secret technique to temporarily restore his peak power, he still wouldn't be a match for existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. An existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu was too powerful. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a powerful existence in the human realm. This kind of existence might have already surpassed the saints. The 3 people on the mountain peak were Gu Fei's group. Although they used the transporting formation, they didn't go far and turned back again. Hei Tian couldn't forget about the supreme divine treasure in the virtual sky world. They turned back because they wanted to fish in troubled waters. They just happened to catch up with the battle between Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions' evil venerable. At this time, the fierce person from the extreme North Devil territory had already left. During the time he was gone, the devils in the extreme North Devil territory were using all their strength to break the seal laid by this fierce person. The seal laid by this fierce person wouldn't last long. If he didn't return to the extreme North Devil territory, the devils in the Devil's Den might break the seal and run out. The Devil's Den of the extreme North Devil territory was a devil origin of the human realm. It was unknown how many devils there were inside. If these devils were to run out, the human realm would face a great calamity. The crystal coffin carried the mysterious existence and flew into the depths of the starry sky, disappearing into the universe. In this trip to the virtual sky world, Gu Fei's harvest was the greatest. Compared to the other major forces, those forces suffered heavy losses. Especially the Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, and the Beitang clan. Bang! The news came. In the ancestral court of the Dongfang clan, the Dongfang clan's patriarch was so angry that he smashed a jade bottle carved from sheep fat white jade. Damn it! I won't stop until I kill Gu Fei. The Dongfang clan's patriarch was furious. Many experts of the Dongfang clan died in the hands of Gu Fei and his disciple. This time, they lost so many elite disciples. This made the Dongfang clan's patriarch so angry that he almost vomited blood. When the news of their disappearance reached the ancestral court of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, the patriarch of the Zhao clan was also furious. He immediately ordered the great figure of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, who was still in the 100,000 mountains, to kill Gu Fei with the Renhuang divine weapon. However, Gu Fei's whereabouts were uncertain. The expert of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity couldn't find him for a while. The ancient half-saint of the netherworld and the ancient star half-saint were also looking for Gu Fei. They also wanted to cut Gu Fei into 1,000 pieces. With the Renhuang divine weapon in hand, they didn't believe that Gu Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms. At this time, the fluctuations caused by the battle between Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions' evil master were sensed by many people. Some figures appeared outside the ancient battlefield. Gu Fei and the others didn't want to meet those people, so they hid themselves. Master, who do you think will win, Ghost Emperor Fengdu or that evil demon? With Gu Zhong's cultivation, it was difficult for him to see who was stronger between experts of this level. Even Gu Fei and Hei Tian couldn't see it. After all, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and that evil demon were really too powerful. Ghost Emperor Fengdu has never lost before. Such a character has an invincible heart. In the end, the winner will definitely be him. Hei Tian said. Being strong was important, but having an invincible heart was even more important. Although some people's cultivation couldn't compare to their opponents, they had an invincible heart. It was because of this invincible belief that the weak could win against the strong. After hearing Hei Tian's words, Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. The cultivation of one's mental state was very important. This was the key to reaching the Tao. If a cultivator was scared out of his wits by an opponent stronger than him and lost the invincible belief, then he would lose the qualification to become the strongest. The battle in the ancient battlefield continued. Divine lights rushed out from time to time, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. At this time, a figure silently appeared behind Gu Fei's group. It was a skinny masked man. Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. Swish! The moment that person arrived, Gu Fei suddenly turned around and glared at that person with a gaze as sharp as a heavenly saber. Hei Tian and Gu Zhong were both startled. At the same time, They were inwardly aghast. This person actually came behind them and was only noticed by Gu Fei. This person's cultivation was incredible. Who are you? Gu Fei calmly looked at this black-clothed man. Clearly, this person was well prepared. Even Gu Fei's heavenly gaze couldn't see through this person's true appearance. This person had a strange treasure on him that rendered Gu Fei and He Tian's heavenly gaze ineffective. That person suddenly tilted his head and looked at Gu Fei from head to toe, then said, "Gu Fei, I didn't think that you would grow up in the end." What? He Tian and Gu Zhong couldn't help but glance at each other. This person immediately said such words, causing them to feel incomparably shocked. Who on earth are you? Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. At this time, many people already knew that he had a supreme artifact, the mountain and river cauldron. Who knew how many people were envious of him? Could this person be here for the mountain and river cauldron? This person had a pair of bright and spirited eyes, which made Gu Fei feel a sense of déjà vu. However, he couldn't recall anything at this moment. If you want to know who I am, then follow me. The black-clothed person directly rushed down the mountain, reaching the waist of the mountain in an instant. This speed shocked even Gu Fei, who possessed 8 steps of extreme speed. Swish! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly chased after him. With his current cultivation, as long as he didn't meet any super antiques, he wouldn't be in any danger. Master! Boss! Gu Zhong and He Tian were startled once again. Gu Fei's action was too rash. If the other party had set up a trap for Gu Fei to fall into, it wouldn't be good. Seeing Gu Fei and the black-clothed person disappear before their eyes, He Tian and Gu Zhong could only chase after them. Very quickly, Gu Fei and the black-clothed person had already run a few thousand li away. This place was already close to the border of the 100,000 mountain range. Suddenly, the black-clothed person who was leisurely running ahead suddenly stopped. Chapter 1761. Outside the ancient battlefield, the mysterious man appeared and lured Gu Fei to a mountain range thousands of miles away. Just who are you? The mysterious man stopped. This mysterious man gave Gu Fei a feeling of déjà vu. How could this be? Could it be that this mysterious man was someone he knew? Bam! The entire space shook. The mysterious man suddenly turned around and slammed a palm towards Gu Fei. Countless talismans rushed out of his palm and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei. Every single talisman was shining brightly, containing an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. While Gu Fei was shocked, he also knew where the other party came from. You are from the Shangqing sect. Gu Fei moved his feet and instantly retreated. Those talismans didn't even touch the corner of his robe. However, the place he was standing at just a moment ago exploded. Even the chi of chaos was forced out. At this moment, Gu Zhong and He Tian had arrived as well. They just happened to see the black-robed man making his move and were incomparably shocked. Someone actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. Rumble. Talismans after talismans appeared on the mysterious man's body. The talismans intertwined with each other, activating the energy of the heaven and earth. This man was borrowing the energy of the heaven and earth for his own use. Dao Talisman. Gu Fei's eyes brightened. This was a secret technique of the Shangqing sect. Only the direct disciples of the Shangqing sect could learn this technique. Ancient Dao talismans imprinted themselves on the sky, activating the qi in all directions. A gigantic dragon appeared before everyone's eyes and pounced towards Gu Fei. It's a half-saint. He Tian was shocked. This mysterious man was a powerful half-saint. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a Dao talisman. His combat strength was extremely strong. He was definitely an expert amongst the half-saints. Bam! Gu Fei no longer retreated. He punched towards the incoming dragon. It was very direct. He wanted to use his absolute strength to destroy this dragon formed from Dao talismans. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the dragon's head as his martial Dao true force burst forth, directly shattering the huge dragon's head, causing the mysterious man to fly backwards. As for Gu Fei, he was also stopped by the dragon's burst of power. All right. The mysterious man rushed forward again. This time, countless Dao talismans turned into divine chains of laws that rushed out of the mysterious man's body and wrapped around Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was punching the second time, completely dispersing the huge dragon formed by the Dao talisman. Shwa!
The divine chains of law pierced through the void and ignored the distance between them. In an instant, they appeared around Gu Fei and wrapped him up like a dumpling. Master. Boss. Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help being shaken. This mysterious person's power had surpassed their expectations. Even Gu Fei had been bound by the chains of laws. Humph. At this time Gu Fei, who was bound by the divine chains of law, let out a cold laugh. After that, a powerful force burst forth from his body. Bang! The divine chains of law that wrapped around Gu Fei's body were all broken as countless Dao talismans scattered in the void. Shua! A silhouette flashed across the void and appeared in front of the mysterious man. A huge hand reached out to grab the mysterious man. The mysterious man seemed to have expected that Gu Fei would break the divine chains of law formed by the Dao talismans. When Gu Fei broke the chains, the mysterious man had already started to retreat. However, Gu Fei's speed was too fast. It was the fastest in the world. Even if the mysterious man could predict the opponent's movements, it was still hard for him to completely dodge Gu Fei's attack. Buzz! The void trembled as a pitch-black void appeared behind the mysterious man. Dao talismans intertwined with each other. It was a world of its own, emitting an aura of heaven and earth. He opened up his own world. Gu Fei was very surprised. This mysterious man wasn't simple. A world appeared behind the mysterious man and sucked him in. Trying to escape? Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and directly barged into that world. The void was collapsing as the world that the mysterious man had created started trembling violently. You dare to come in? The mysterious man was still as calm as ever. Gu Fei actually dared to barge into his inner world? How audacious. One must know that once one entered the other party's inner world, it was equivalent to entering a cage. Within the inner world of the mysterious man was a supreme god while Gu Fei was an ant. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation base was higher than the mysterious man's, it would still be hard for him to defy the heavens. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei really barged in. The mysterious man wanted to close his inner world but Gu Fei wouldn't let him. Once he closed his inner world, he would truly be trapped within. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch and directly smashed the rapidly closing exit of his inner world. Rumble! An even more powerful force of heaven and earth rushed out from Gu Fei's body, opening the exit of the mysterious man's inner world. Then, a world appeared around Gu Fei's body. This is... At this moment, the mysterious man could no longer remain calm. Gu Fei's inner world was obviously stronger and more stable than his own. All right, you're strong. See you later. A divine diagram rushed out from the mysterious man's body. As soon as this divine diagram appeared, a saint-level wave immediately spread out from it. Emitim. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He hurriedly put away his inner world and rushed out from the mysterious man's inner world. The mysterious man had used a saint-level weapon. If he was not careful, his inner world might be attacked. Swoosh! The void rippled and the mysterious man and his inner world disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei didn't think this would be the result. The opponent's technique was truly brilliant. Even Gu Fei could not stop the mysterious man from escaping. The mysterious man's movement was far too fast. Nobody thought that the mysterious man would retreat just like that. He Tian and Gu Zhong didn't even have time to stop him. Master, who was that? Gu Zhong and He Tian arrived beside Gu Fei. Someone from the Shangqing sect. Gu Fei's emotions were a little complicated. The Shangqing sect had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Shangqing sect's disciples had almost never appeared before. But now, he had encountered a powerhouse. The Shangqing sect's talisman technique could be described as a secret technique unique to the cultivation community. Those who were not direct descendants could not learn it. This mysterious man's cultivation level was extremely powerful. He was a half-saint. Since when did the Shangqing sect, which was once one of the three main Taoist houses, have someone like this? A half-saint. Even in this world of mortals, they were at the pinnacle of existence. With a half-saint, why would the Shangqing sect hide? They couldn't understand. With a half-saint, there was no need for them to hide. The power of a half-saint was extraordinary. In the cultivation community, a force with a half-saint was definitely a major force. Though they couldn't compare to the clan of the Huanggu, they could still fight against forces like the Beitang clan.
The appearance of the Shangqing sect made Gu Fei think about many things. He faintly felt like there was some kind of secret behind this. Perhaps the appearance of the three main Taoist houses was not a coincidence. At this time, the Great War continued inside the ancient battleground. Ghost Emperor Feng Du was undefeatable. He had attracted hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers into his body, and his battling abilities had increased to a level where he could kill a saint. The Thousand Illusions evil being was truly impressive. He managed to summon all the evil energy that had been accumulating inside the ancient battleground for countless years. The entire ancient battleground was about to collapse. The Thousand Illusions evil being seemed to have opened the gates of hell. An endless amount of evil energy rushed out and engulfed the entire ancient battleground. The Thousand Illusions evil being used his great power to attract the evil energy into his body and fought against Ghost Emperor Feng Du. These two fellas in the distant past. Even if they weren't supremes, they were very close to it. He Tian exclaimed. The strength displayed by Ghost Emperor Feng Du and the Thousand Illusions evil being was far too powerful. It was as if two supremes had descended into the ancient battleground and were engaged in an ultimate battle. Gu Fei's group once again arrived near the ancient battleground. They didn't dare to get too close because the consequences would be unimaginable if they were caught up in the battle. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the ancient battleground really did collapse. Beneath the ancient battleground, a putrid stench of blood gushed out. This ancient battleground seemed to have a life of its own as it bled. Just how many living beings have fallen here? The old antiques couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. This was a battleground built from the corpses of countless living beings. In the end, the auras of Ghost Emperor Feng Du and the Thousand Illusions evil being disappeared. No one knew the result of the battle because in the end, even the old antiques who cultivated the divine eyes couldn't see the battlefield. It wasn't until 10 days later that the news of Ghost Emperor Feng Du's return came from Ghost Palace. He returned with serious injuries and his supreme ghost body was almost crippled. As for the Thousand Illusions evil being, he never appeared again. The result of this battle seemed to be Ghost Emperor Feng Du's victory. Ghost Emperor Feng Du won, but it was a very difficult victory. It was a Pyrrhic victory. In the distant past, Thousand Illusions evil being, an almost invincible existence who could move unhindered between heaven and earth, was finally completely beheaded. With the end of the battle, Gu Fei's group left the 100,000 mountains. During this trip to the virtual sky world, Gu Fei's harvest was incomparable to anyone else's. The peerless ominous saber was successfully reassembled into a perfect supreme ominous saber. A supreme immortal tool was absolutely priceless. However, everything that happened in the virtual sky world had a great impact on the cultivation world. The existence in the crystal coffin was an unerasable shadow in the hearts of the old antiques in the cultivation world. No one knew whether the existence in the crystal coffin would change or not. A few days later, Gu Fei's group appeared in Dragon Emperor City. The current Dragon Emperor City was absolutely bustling. The streets were crowded with people, and most of them were cultivators. Such a scene in Dragon Emperor City was absolutely unimaginable hundreds of years ago. Chapter 1762. Dragon Emperor City was an immortal city in South Wilderness. This ancient city had experienced the darkest age in the cultivation world and was still standing in South Wilderness. This immortal ancient city remained unchanged as if it had always been like this since ancient times. Even though it had existed for so many years, it had not been submerged in the merciless years. When Gu Fei's group arrived at Dragon Emperor City, it was night time. South Wilderness was not tranquil at night. Fierce beasts would appear in the woods outside Dragon Emperor City from time to time. In the night, even cultivators in the city would not like to go out. The night was full of unknown dangers. However, in front of Gu Fei's group, these dangers could basically be ignored. Few existences in this world could threaten Gu Fei. Gu Fei's group landed on the avenue in front of the ancient city a few miles away from the city. Closely after that, they walked towards the ancient city. The city gate of Dragon Emperor City had not been closed yet. 2 tall immortal soldiers in black armors were guarding outside the city gate. Immortals guarding the city gate. Even Gu Fei was slightly surprised by this scene. It should be known that even in this earthly world, immortal-level existences would absolutely not stoop to the level of having to defend a city. Which clan's immortal soldiers are they from? Gu Fei and the others immediately thought that perhaps it was because of the virtual sky world that there were immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. Only powerful immortals and deities could prevent unrest from happening. The opening of the virtual sky world almost attracted all the powerhouses across the cultivation world to pour into South Wilderness. Even now, a lot of cultivators were still in Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City was the center of South Wilderness and the sacred city in the eyes of hundreds of clans in South Wilderness. Therefore, Dragon Emperor City couldn't be chaotic. If some foreign powerhouses wanted to make trouble in the city, they would need immortal soldiers to stop them. Stop! When the two immortal-level immortal soldiers outside the city gate saw Gu Fei's group approaching the city gate, one of them instantly moved one step forward and stopped Gu Fei's group by holding his spear horizontally. Gu Fei glanced at the immortal soldier and his eyes flickered with a sharp light. That immortal soldier was instantly frightened. He felt a powerful pressure. This seemingly young cultivator was extremely terrifying. With just a glance from this person, he no longer had any thoughts of resisting. May I ask which family's esteemed guest is senior from? To be able to cultivate to the immortal realm, these people's eyelashes were all empty. This immortal soldier knew that he couldn't afford to offend them, so he immediately became respectful and asked carefully. Gu Zhong walked out from behind Gu Fei, stared at the immortal soldier, and coldly said, Who are you to ask about my master's background? He had just stabilized his cultivation base and could not control the aura on his body well. The pressure of an almighty level spread out from his body. When the two immortal soldiers sensed this pressure, their legs instantly went soft while their souls shook, and they almost knelt on the ground while their entire bodies trembled. Let's go. Without looking at the two immortal soldiers, Gu Fei directly entered Dragon Emperor City, followed by Gu Zhong and He Tian. The three people soon disappeared in the streets of Dragon Emperor City and integrated into the crowd. Almighty! The two immortal soldiers only came back to their senses after Gu Fei and the others had left. They found that their clothes had been soaked with cold sweat at some point in time. In the eyes of mortals, immortals were lofty. However, in front of almighty figures, they were just like mortals. They couldn't resist almighty figures at all. Hurry up! Inform Master Long that an almighty figure has entered the city. After recovering their composure, the two immortal soldiers changed their faces greatly. One of them hurriedly took out a message rune and sent it out. In a pavilion on one side of the streets of Dragon Emperor City, a fat middle-aged man suddenly sensed something. He stretched out his hand and caught a light that flew in through the window. An almighty figure has entered the city. The immortal light in the middle-aged man's hand disappeared in the air as his face turned a bit solemn. He had to pay attention to the arrival of an almighty figure. This middle-aged man didn't know that there was more than one almighty figure in the city. If he knew that two almighty figures and a semi-sage level knight had entered the city, he might not be able to sit still anymore. Master Long, now that you've come to the Sunset Glow Pavilion, you must enjoy yourself. A somewhat flirtatious young woman came over. This woman had a bewitching charm, as if she was born with a bewitching bone. She had an extraordinary attraction to men. Behave yourselves tonight. My young master is holding a banquet in Drunken Immortal Mansion. What? That young woman's small mouth was wide open. She was incomparably shocked. She was very clear about this Chief Long's background. This Chief Long was an expert from one of the four great ancient clans of the Southern Wasteland, and the ancient clan he belonged to in recent years had produced an exceptional genius, faintly showing signs of becoming the #1 clan in the Southern Wasteland. Is it Qing? Audacious! How dare you call my young master's name directly? Master Long changed his face as he interrupted the young woman's words. ZG, you should know that there's something that you shouldn't touch. If you touch it, you might die both physically and spiritually. Master Long said with a solemn look. After hearing Master Long's words, the young woman called ZG's face turned pale. Is that peerless genius really in South Wilderness? ZG couldn't help but look out of the window. Opposite Afterglow Pavilion was the famous Drunken Immortal Mansion in Dragon Emperor City. It was said that Drunken Immortal Mansion was supported by a major force. The immortal brew of Drunken Immortal Mansion could even make immortals drunk. In the pavilion on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal residence, there were only a few people in the huge pavilion. It seemed very deserted. Someone had booked the top floor of Drunken Immortal Mansion to hold a banquet for a friend. Qing Long, you've made a breakthrough in cultivation base after 100 years. You're really the most heaven-defying genius in South Wilderness. A pleasant voice sounded in the pavilion. Jiang Ren, You're not bad either. You're only half a step away from breaking through to quasi-sage level. At the banquet, two of the most dazzling existences were conversing.
Both of them could be regarded as rare geniuses in the cultivation world. Moreover, both of them had astonishing origins.
I've heard that that person is back. Is that why Brother Qinglong finished his secluded cultivation in advance? The little Shen King Jiangren said as he watched that young man with a faint smile. Humph. After hearing the little Shen King's words, Qinglong harumphed as his eyes suddenly turned sharp. It seemed that the little Shen King had touched his sore spot. Chapter 1763. On the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Tavern, Azure Dragon invited the Jiang family's little Shen King to a banquet. The Jiang family's little Shen King's words caused the atmosphere to become somewhat oppressive. Azure Dragon's aura burst out uncontrollably. Hee hee, you really came out early for that person. This trip to the southern wasteland was not in vain. There's going to be a good show. The Jiang family's little Shen King had an expectant look on his face. Are you asking for a beating again? Azure Dragon's aura continued to rise. It seemed like he was really going to make a move. A dragon's shadow loomed over his body, and a dragon's roar could be vaguely heard in the void. The young cultivators beside them couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this scene, and they quickly retreated. Everyone in the southern wasteland knew that the friendship between Azure Dragon and the Jiang family's little Shen King was forged through a fight. The first time they met, they fought for 3 days and 3 nights in the mountains of the southern wasteland. No one knew the result of that fight. After that, the Jiang family's little Shen King would come to challenge Azure Dragon every once in a while. As time went by, the two actually became friends. I know you're strong. Save your strength to find that person. The Jiang family's little Shen King didn't want to fight Azure Dragon at this time. That person had beaten all the young cultivators of the southern wasteland. He also wanted to meet such a person.
One should know that beating all the young cultivators of the southern wasteland with his own strength was not something an ordinary person could do.
Even Azure Dragon wasn't a match for that person. At this time, Azure Dragon suddenly sensed something. He stood up and looked down the street. At this time, there were 3 people standing on the street in front of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. The leader was looking up and his eyes met Azure Dragon's. Gu Fei. Azure Dragon. After seeing each other, the two were startled. Then, Azure Dragon directly jumped down from the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. At this time, his body erupted with the aura of a half-step saint. Half-step saint? Gu Fei muttered to himself. This Azure Dragon was not simple. He had actually cultivated to the half-step sage realm. Moreover, his realm was very high. He was definitely at the 5th layer of half-step sage realm or above. Just as Gu Fei was thinking, the Azure Dragon landed on the ground and stood in front of him. You really came. The Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei, the blood and qi in his body surging. It was as if there were stars descending in his eyes, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. It was as if the entire world had frozen. Can't I come to this place? Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, a figure flashed above the pavilion. Another figure jumped down from above and landed beside the Azure Dragon. You are. When Gu Fei saw this person, he felt that this person was a little familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Jiang Ren of the Jiang family.
The young man introduced himself.
Jiang Ren. When Gu Fei heard Jiang Ren's words, a thought flashed in his mind. He knew why he felt that this person was familiar. This person was the expert of the younger generation of the Jiang family, the Jiang family's young divine emperor, whom they had met when they were in the land of death and death of the dragon and phoenix. That guy from the Jiang family. He Tian walked out from behind Gu Fei. Half-step sage. When Azure Dragon and the little Shen King of the Jiang family saw He Tian, they couldn't help but be shocked. This guy behind Gu Fei was actually a powerful half-step sage. 2 great experts and a half-step sage had entered the city without attracting any attention. Could it be that the immortal soldiers guarding the city were eating shit? Azure Dragon's face turned a little ugly. Dragon slave. Get the hell out here.
The Azure Dragon shouted loudly.
Young master. At this time, a middle-aged man rushed out of a pavilion opposite the immortal drunken residence in a panic. This middle-aged man was a fatty. This fatty was Master Dragon who had received the message from the immortal soldiers guarding the city. In the eyes of outsiders,
The people that came from the Azure Dragon clan were all a tier above others. This middle-aged fatty was a lord before the people from the Sunset Cloud Pavilion. However, before the Azure Dragon clan, he was nothing more than a servant. What's wrong? Brother Gu Fei, how could you not know about the arrival of Brother Gu? Do you still want to be the Castellan of Dragon Emperor City? Azure Dragon said with an extremely solemn look. Young Master Heir. After hearing Azure Dragon's words, the fatty was shocked at once. He was clear about Azure Dragon's temperament. He might not be the Castellan of Dragon Emperor City anymore. Piss off. Azure Dragon didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and the middle-aged fatty was immediately sent flying. He smashed into the Sunset Pavilion on the other side, causing chaos in the pavilion. Gu Fei had been watching this scene without saying a word. Brother Gu, why don't we have a talk upstairs? The young Shin King of Jiang Clan's voice sounded. With the words of the young Shin King of Jiang Clan, the intense atmosphere instantly dispersed. This was Dragon Emperor City. Nobody would like to fight here. Even Cyan Dragon couldn't break the rules of Dragon Emperor City. The Castellan of Dragon Emperor City was a member of Cyan Dragon Clan. South Wilderness Prefecture Lord had been driven away by hundreds of clans in South Wilderness 100 years ago. South Wilderness had been truly independent. The force of Yen Dynasty had been completely cut off. The influence of the Immortal Dynasty couldn't reach into South Wilderness anymore. Hundreds of clans in South Wilderness had never been conquered by any force, not even the Immortal Dynasty. It was just a matter of time before South Wilderness became independent. Fine. Gu Fei nodded. Azure Dragon is a good opponent. He could fight me endlessly many years ago. In South Wilderness, Azure Dragon's cultivation base is definitely outstanding among the young generation. Azure Dragon finally retracted his gaze from Gu Fei. In his eyes, Gu Fei's cultivation was no secret. Gu Fei was a peak almighty expert. How could he be a peak powerful figure? Gu Fei has already been unrivaled among the young generation in South Wilderness hundreds of years ago. Even I was defeated by him. How could such a freak be a peak powerful figure? Although Azure Dragon almost died in the hands of Gu Fei, there's no animosity between them. It was a fair fight. If he was killed, he could only blame himself for not being proficient in martial arts. Who else could he blame? The friendship between him and the young Shin King of Jiang Clan was built through fighting. Under the guidance of the young Shin King of Jiang Clan and Azure Dragon, Gu Fei and the others entered Drunken Immortal Residence. At this moment, many people were watching this scene. The appearance of Azure Dragon shocked all the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City, especially the local cultivators in South Wilderness. It was said that Azure Dragon had always been in secluded cultivation. Even the opening of the virtual sky world couldn't make him come out. However, Azure Dragon appeared in Dragon Emperor City at this moment. The spies of the major forces in South Wilderness soon spread this news. Gu Fei has come to Dragon Emperor City. A news that was more shocking than Azure Dragon's coming out of secluded cultivation was also spreading. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were together. This time, all the people who knew this news couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 1764. On the top floor of Drunken Immortal Residence, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were sitting opposite each other. Brother Azure Dragon, how have you been? Gu Fei replied with a smile. Azure Dragon was almost killed by me that day. If not the powerhouses of Cyan Dragon Clan saved him, this Azure Dragon of Cyan Dragon Clan would have been killed. You very good. Azure Dragon didn't hide his battle intent at all. It was rare for him to be so calm in front of the most powerful opponent in his life. In the Southern Wilderness, Azure Dragon was famous for being a cultivation maniac. The main reason why Azure Dragon was so crazy about cultivating was to defeat Gu Fei. When Azure Dragon was defeated in the previous battle, he was unwilling to accept it. Because he was Azure Dragon with the bloodline of a supreme immortal beast. This time, when he met Gu Fei again, his battle blood started to boil. He Tian and Gu Zhong were secretly shocked by the Azure Dragon's battle intent. This was an extremely powerful half-saint. Moreover, it was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. The bloodline of a supreme immortal beast could not be underestimated. You want to fight? Gu Fei looked straight into Azure Dragon's eyes with a calm look. He didn't even release any chi fluctuation. His chi had been hidden. Nobody knew his current state. This was an instinct of the martial body. It could lock the aura and fluctuations on one's body, preventing the opponent from noticing anything unusual on one's body. In this way, his opponent couldn't figure out Gu Fei's current state. Hearing Gu Fei's words, the people at the side jumped in fright. These two fellows better not fight here. One must know that they were both decisive figures. Especially the fat boss of Drunken Immortal Residence. He was flurried as beads of sweat constantly oozed out of his forehead. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Even the power behind him couldn't afford to offend them. That was because the origins of these two people were too great. Moreover, these two people were lawless fellows. Although others dared not fight in Dragon Emperor City, it didn't mean that the two powerful figures dared not. Cyan Dragon Clan had long controlled Dragon Emperor City. Ho ho, it's really Brother Gu. Right at this moment, a figure flickered at the entrance to the staircase, and then a graceful woman walked up while a pleasant voice resounded. The others hurriedly looked at the entrance of the staircase. This woman was wearing a light green dress and looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She floated over, extraordinary and otherworldly, without the slightest trace of the mortal world. When Gu Fei saw this woman, he couldn't help feeling surprised. He hadn't expected to see her here. She was an old friend. Zhongli Meng. Gu Zhong's expression turned grave when he saw the woman. He had once traveled to many places and had stayed in the southern wasteland for a period of time. Of course, he knew this woman. This was a powerhouse of a major force in Dragon Emperor City. Zhongli Clan's power was deeply rooted in Dragon Emperor City. Even Cyan Dragon Clan was a bit afraid of this clan. Zhongli Meng was one of the people who chased away the southern desolate prefecture king. This girl is not bad. At the sight of Zhongli Meng, He Tian's eyes shone as he almost drooled. At the sight of Zhongli Meng, Gu Fei couldn't help but recall what happened when he came to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness for the first time. Time is really merciless. When I came to Dragon Emperor City, I was just a nobody. It was also in Dragon Emperor City that I fought South Wilderness prefects. From then on, the name Gu Fei came into being in the cultivation circle. It could be said that Dragon Emperor City was a starting point for Gu Fei, a starting point on the road to power. A figure flashed across his mind. It was a figure that had been sealed in his heart for a long time. However, at this moment, that figure appeared in the depths of his mind. After hundreds of years, she doesn't have a good aptitude. Even if she enters the cultivation circle, I'm afraid that she could barely live for hundreds of years. When Gu Fei thought of this, he couldn't help but become silent. When the others saw Gu Fei's expression, they couldn't help being amazed. Is there anything that can make this person who strives for the most powerful power worry? This was especially true for He Tian and Gu Zhong. They were very curious as to what could have caused Gu Fei to act like this. What? Brother Gu, do you blame this little sister for not being a good host? Zhongli Meng walked over and sat down beside the table. She was the owner of this room. The major force behind Drunken Immortal Residence was Zhongli Clan. How could I? Zhongli Meng's voice brought Gu Fei back to his senses. At this moment, a black figure was standing in a dark corner on one side of the street outside Drunken Immortal Residence. This person seemed to have integrated with the surrounding void. Even existences like Gu Fei and Azure Dragon couldn't detect his existence. He's actually here, the black figure muttered to himself. Closely after that, he disappeared in the void. At this moment, all the major forces in Dragon Emperor City had known that Gu Fei had entered Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, Gu Fei encountered Azure Dragon, which made all the major forces pretty intense. What would happen to Gu Fei when he encountered Azure Dragon? Everyone wanted to know the answer. However, it was not easy to enter the top floor of Drunken Immortal Residence. Nobody would like to offend Azure Dragon. Many people in the southern wasteland knew that Azure Dragon was defeated by Gu Fei. When the two experts met, there would definitely be a battle. This was already destined. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both top figures. Many people wanted to know, after hundreds of years, who was stronger between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. Fairy Zhongli, why are you here? Azure Dragon couldn't ignore Zhongli Meng. After all, Drunken Immortal Residence was the property of Zhongli Clan. Zhongli Meng was the owner of this room. Humph. Zhongli Meng sneered and said, Brother Gu and Brother Azure Dragon, you're being too polite. Now that you're in Dragon Emperor City, you should invite some old friends here. Old friends. Hearing that, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly.
He didn't have many old friends. Additionally, most of them were his enemies instead of his friends. The Azure Dragon sitting in front of him was a powerful opponent for him. Gu Fei was very clear on the difference between enemies and opponents. When it came to enemies, one would not rest until the other party was dead. If one did not kill the other party, one would be killed. As for opponents, they didn't have to fight to the death. There were many enemies and even more opponents in the Holy Road. Some people had died and couldn't be seen anymore. However, the outstanding figures of the major ancient clans in South Wilderness wouldn't die that easily. Among the rising powers in South Wilderness, there were Azure Dragon, Gui Tang, Zhongli Meng, and Feng Shiwu. They were all rising stars. This was especially true for the Azure Dragon.
Even the old half-sage might not be able to suppress him.
Gu Fei, do you dare to fight? Azure Dragon was very direct. He wanted to settle the score with Gu Fei. Hundreds of years had passed. Now that they'd met again, he wanted to wipe away his previous humiliation and defeat Gu Fei. You want to challenge my teacher? Gu Zhong stared at Azure Dragon. His qi and blood were surging, and his battle blood was boiling.
An extremely powerful wave erupted from his body.
He's your teacher. Azure Dragon was very surprised. He didn't expect the martial artist behind Gu Fei to be Gu Fei's disciple.
This was a martial almighty.
Martial almighty. Little Shin King's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful an almighty's martial body was. The Jiang clan of the ancients had been passed down for countless years and had accumulated countless ancient books. Little Shen King's understanding of martial bodies came from these ancient books. It should be known that a successful martial body was almost impossible to find in the human world. Even Zhongli Meng's eyes lit up. They couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation and strength. However, Gu Zhong's cultivation and strength were no secret in their eyes. Gu Fei's disciple was already an almighty. Gu Fei's cultivation must be stronger than his disciple. Could it be that Gu Fei's cultivation had also broken through to the half-sage realm? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? A half-sage expert was definitely extremely powerful. If you want to fight with me, a supreme, you'll have to defeat me first. Gu Zhong stood up from his seat. His battle intent was shocking.
2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Azure Dragon.
Junior, you can't do it. Azure Dragon shook his head. Although this martial artist was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Azure Dragon. It wouldn't take much effort for him to defeat this martial artist. What? Gu Zhong's eyebrows immediately rose when he heard Azure Dragon's words. There seemed to be golden lightning flashing in his eyes. Gu Fei, my opponent is you. Azure Dragon ignored Gu Zhong. This caused Gu Zhong to be shocked and angry. Azure Dragon had actually ignored him. This made Gu Zhong extremely depressed. Everyone was shocked. This Azure Dragon was indeed a powerful person. Even when facing a powerful opponent like Gu Fei, he was still calm and composed.
Humph, you little fella, you're really courting death.
He Tian didn't care about Azure Dragon's strength. He was well aware of Gu Fei's strength. Even if Azure Dragon possessed the bloodline of a supreme divine beast, he might not be a match for Gu Fei. Everyone was shocked when they heard He Tian call Azure Dragon a little fella. Could this half-sage be a super old man with a great background? Otherwise, why would he dare to act like this? Swoosh! Azure Dragon's gaze swept towards He Tian, causing He Tian to be shocked. Time and place. Gu Fei was very straightforward. He knew that he would fight Azure Dragon for sure. However, he didn't want to fight Azure Dragon right away. He still had something to do in Dragon Emperor City. Master, Gu Zhong spoke. He wanted to fight Azure Dragon on behalf of his master.
You're still not a match for him,
Gu Fei said. Gu Zhong wasn't him. His cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer. It was not enough for him to fight Azure Dragon. Chapter 1765. One sect with 2 almighties. On the top floor of the drunken immortal residence, Azure Dragon and the others were shocked. They knew very well what kind of path Gu Fei had taken. It was the most difficult path among all the paths. And his disciple had also become an almighty. This was not an ordinary almighty, but a martial almighty, an invincible existence among those in the same realm. It was shocking. And now, not only Gu Fei had grown, but his disciple had also grown.
This disciple of Gu Fei was even going to fight Azure Dragon on behalf of his master. However, Gu Fei stopped him. One should know that Azure Dragon wasn't an ordinary half-step saint. Even some ancient half-step saints might not be a match for him. The power of the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline could not be underestimated. Master. Gu Zhong's blood was boiling. Azure Dragon's strength made his battle intent surge. He could not wait to join forces with Azure Dragon and fight to his heart's content. Little fellow, your master is right. You are not my match. I'm not interested in you. At this moment, Azure Dragon spoke. In his eyes, there was only Gu Fei who had defeated him in the past. And although this disciple of Gu Fei was also very strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Azure Dragon. He did not want to bully the weak. You! Hearing this, Gu Zhong's eyes flickered. Then, a thunderous sound came from his body. This was the sound of his blood and qi surging. Just when Gu Zhong was about to attack, a palm suddenly landed on his right shoulder. Gu Zhong was shocked. He turned his head and saw that the person who pressed down on him was He Tian. He Tian's palm was as heavy as a mountain, making it difficult for Gu Zhong to move his body. Brother Gu, your disciple is not bad. The little Shin King of the Jiang clan glanced at Gu Zhong and said. Gu Zhong's potential was the same as his master's. It could be increased infinitely. This Gu Zhong was the second Gu Fei. My bloodline only consists of me and my disciple. We can't compare to you. Gu Fei smiled and said indifferently. His bloodline had withered a long time ago. It was already a miracle that his bloodline could be passed down. However, no one here dared to look down on Gu Fei and his disciple. A martial artist at the peak of the almighty stage could compete with an ancient semi-sage. In terms of battle prowess, he could already be ranked among the top figures of the human realm. Alright, now that we've met, let's part ways here. I'll tell you the time and location of the duel within 3 days. Azure Dragon didn't want to say too much. He stood up and walked out of the drunken immortal residence. This guy. He Tian couldn't help but be shocked as he saw Azure Dragon leave. That person was definitely a strong opponent. In this great world where the Holy Road was contending for supremacy, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were destined to fight. Very good. Gu Fei also stood up. Brother Gu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Zhong Liming and Little Shin King of the Jiang clan also stood up. The battle between Azure Dragon and Gu Fei had touched the nerves of all the experts in the southern wilderness. This was definitely the most anticipated battle in the cultivation world. No one was willing to miss this battle. It was likely that all the experts in the cultivation world would not be able to sit still. I need to adjust my condition. After saying that, Gu Fei also turned and walked out of the drunken immortal residence. Gu Zhong and He Tian followed Gu Fei out of the drunken immortal residence. They had originally thought that Gu Fei and Azure Dragon would definitely fight. However, the result was beyond the expectations of Little Shin King of the Jiang clan and the rest. Azure Dragon and Gu Fei had both left. Only Little Shin King and Zhong Liming of the Jiang clan were left in the drunken immortal residence. Brother Zhong's essence, qi, and spirit are all in peak condition. It seems that you haven't fought against Azure Dragon this time. Zhong Liming only took a glance at Little Shin King of the Jiang clan, but he had already seen through Little Shin King's condition. This Little Shin King came to the southern wilderness every 10 years to challenge Azure Dragon. During these 100 years, Little Shin King of the Jiang clan and Azure Dragon fought a total of 10 times. Every time, they chose to fight in an inaccessible place, so very few people could witness the battle between the two. Some people said that in these 10 battles between Little Shin King of the Jiang clan and Azure Dragon, both of them won and lost. This time, because of the opening of the virtual sky world, Little Shin King of the Jiang clan came to the southern wilderness 2 years in advance to challenge the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. However, Azure Dragon didn't come out of his closed-door meditation and didn't accept the challenge. However, the arrival of Gu Fei made Azure Dragon, who ignored Little Shin King of the Jiang clan, come out of his closed-door meditation in advance. From this, it could be seen that in Azure Dragon's mind, Gu Fei was far more important than Little Shin King of the Jiang clan. Among the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, Azure Dragon was recognized as the strongest cultivator among the younger generation. However, several hundred years ago, he was defeated by a cultivator from the Middle Plains. In his whole life, he was only defeated by this person who convinced him wholeheartedly.
His opponent's cultivator wasn't someone he could contend against at that time. However, it was different this time.
For the past few hundred years, he had been cultivating madly, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he had surpassed all the cultivators of the younger generation in the southern wilderness, and he had become a half-saint.
Even among the semi-saints of the older generation, there weren't many who could be his opponent. If he encountered Gu Fei again, Azure Dragon was confident that he could defeat him. Azure Dragon's opponent this time won't be me. The eyes of Little Shin King of the Jiang clan flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. To him, Gu Fei was also a rare opponent. In the competition for supremacy on the Holy Road, many people were destined to suffer a tragedy if they encountered such an existence. Gu Fei's strength was enough to make most people despair on the Holy Road. Zhong Liming's cultivation technique was very special. She could sense waves that others couldn't. Little Shen King of the Jiang clan also seemed to see Gu Fei as his opponent. I'm really looking forward to this battle. Zhong Liming stood up and left. Soon, the news of the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon spread throughout the Dragon Emperor city. The entire southern wilderness was shocked. Azure Dragon represented the #1 cultivator of the younger generation in the southern wilderness.
If Azure Dragon lost, it would mean that the younger generation of the Central Plains was stronger than the younger generation of the southern wilderness.
And this time, Azure Dragon's opponent was not Little Shin King of the Jiang clan, but Gu Fei, the demon. Gu Fei's reputation was completely built on his fists. A storm spread in all directions with Dragon Emperor City as the center. Among the humans, there were enemies of Gu Fei, but there were also friends of Gu Fei. The human forces that came out of the third Buddha sky were all grateful for Gu Fei's great kindness. This was a force so powerful that even the ancient wilderness forces had to be wary of it. Of course, Gu Fei's enemies were far more than his friends. The ancient Buddhists had great enmity with Gu Fei, and heavenly monk Dharma was always thinking of sending Gu Fei to the afterlife. In the eyes of the ancient Buddhists, Gu Fei was a great demon. If they could send this demon to the afterlife, it would be a great meritorious deed. That sloppy monk of the Buddhists appeared near Dragon Emperor City. Zhongli clan was a local tyrant in Dragon Emperor City. The next day, Zhongli Meng had someone record the movements of the other forces on a jade amulet and sent it to Gu Fei. Humph, even those people couldn't sit still this time. After reading the information in the jade amulet, Gu Fei's eyes glowed as killing intent spread from his body. Even Gu Zhong and He Tian felt a chill run down their spines, even with their cultivation bases.
Those old baldies are here.
Maribus picked up the jade medallion, and after reading its contents, his expression turned serious. An important figure from the Buddhist sect of the Western lands had appeared. Even the quasi-demon sage Chaos Demon Lord couldn't defeat our boss. They're here to seek death. He Tian murmured to himself. However, he had to admit that the Buddhists of Western Earth Buddhism were determined to send them to the afterlife. All the signs indicated that Heavenly Monk was here too. This old monk was extraordinary. With great strength and ability, he was the #1 Buddhist in the current age. Even Green Lotus Buddhist Lord had to call him Uncle Master. Most importantly, this old monk definitely had a Buddhist sacred weapon on him. Heavenly Monk was hiding in the dark, which was the biggest threat that Gu Fei and the others were facing. It was hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Nobody knew when the hidden enemy would launch an attack. Gu Fei didn't want to stay in Dragon Emperor City. He knew that numerous eyes were gazing at him. After leaving Dragon Emperor City, they entered a mountain range. The southern wasteland didn't have a lot of things, but it had a lot of mountain ridges. This was a barbaric area, and it had the oldest mountain range in the human world, the 100,000 Mountain Range. Gu Fei and the others entered the mountain range and got rid of all the others. After 3 days, everything seemed to be as usual. However, Dragon Emperor City was full of hidden forces as if a storm was coming. Some people added fuel to the fire and wanted to instigate all the clans in South Wilderness to fight against Gu Fei through the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. However, someone used a thunderous method and killed all of these fellows with ulterior motives. Many people thought that it was Gu Fei who did it because most of the dead people were related to Zhao clan or Dongfang clan. However, nobody could prove that it was Gu Fei who did it. On the evening of the 3rd day, Gu Zhong appeared outside Dragon Emperor City. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the other forces. At this moment, everybody knew that Gu Fei had a disciple called Gu Zhong.
The moment Gu Zhong appeared, a person had rushed out of Dragon Emperor City and intercepted him.
Amitabha.
Benefactor, if you lay down your butcher's knife, you could become a Buddha right away. The person who stopped Gu Zhong was a middle-aged monk. This monk wore a bluish-white monk robe and a string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck. Each and every one of these Buddhist beads was flowing with Buddhist power. Damn bald donkey, you're seeking for death. Gu Zhong knew about the resentment between Gu Fei and Buddhism in West Earth. At this moment, this middle-aged monk appeared to want to send him to the afterlife. Benefactor, your killing intent is too strong. This humble monk could only invite you to see Buddha. The middle-aged monk didn't say much. He suddenly flipped his hands in front of his chest, and two large golden palm prints immediately slapped towards Gu Zhong.
Chapter 1766. Send me to meet your Buddha? How could you do that?
Gu Zhong strode one step forward as he pushed forward his right palm. A golden hand seal rushed out of his right palm and collided with the huge Buddha hand seal.
Boom!
With a loud sound, the earth quaked 3 times. Gu Zhong resisted the middle-aged monk's 2 palms with one hand as the 2 powerful forces collided with each other. All the woods in front of Dragon Emperor City were sent flying into the sky by the overwhelming power wave. Closely after that, they exploded in the air and turned into powder, dissipating between the heavens and the earth.
Air!
At the sight of this scene, the immortal soldiers who guarded the city gate were scared out of their wits. If they were involved in the battle in front of Dragon Emperor City, they would be doomed. The 2 immortal soldiers hurriedly escaped into Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City could stand in South Wilderness for so many years. Even in the darkest period in the cultivation world, nobody could destroy this ancient city. It was said that this ancient city was an immortal city which was built by the supreme being of Cyan Dragon Clan. The Supreme Dragon Emperor appeared in the mythological age. As a supreme immortal beast, he was respected by all the clans. In that mythological age, he was glorious. However, even such a powerful existence had disappeared, leaving only Dragon Emperor City. The city wall of Dragon Emperor City was branded with immortal Tao patterns. Even a sage couldn't damage this ancient city, not to mention the power below sage level. With the loud sound, all the powers in Dragon Emperor City were shocked. Many people rushed into the sky and rushed towards the city gate. It's him, the disciple of Gu Fei. Who's that monk? How dare he find the disciple of Gu Fei? Soon, all the powers in the city had discovered Gu Fei and that middle-aged monk who were moving at an extremely fast speed, causing collisions from time to time. Gu Zhong and that middle-aged monk started a fierce battle. The animosity between Gu Fei's branch in Buddhism in West Earth was irresolvable. Gu Zhong and the middle-aged monk were destined to fight. Therefore they didn't talk too much. Bang! Gu Zhong used the 8 desolate steps and instantly appeared beside the middle-aged monk. His palm struck the middle-aged monk's left shoulder, sending him flying. The sound of bones breaking rang out from within the middle-aged monk's body. His left arm immediately drooped down, unable to move. Humph, if you want to send me to see your Buddha, then I should be the one sending you to the Western Paradise. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering and had the bearing of his teacher, Gu Fei. He pressed forward courageously and displayed an unrivaled fist intent. Even someone as powerful as the Buddha child would be injured. Since he dared to look for Gu Zhong, this middle-aged man was definitely a powerful arhat. Even in the West Earth Buddhism sect, such an existence was extremely influential. Roar! That middle-aged Buddha let out a furious roar, causing the entire world to tremble. It was like the voice of a real Supreme Buddha. Many people immediately fell from the sky above Dragon Emperor City. This roar shook the heavens and earth, causing some powerhouses to fall from the sky. This killing technique of sound was the secret of the West Earth Buddhism sect, Lion's Roar. The Lion's Roar of Buddhism sect was a supreme Buddhist dharma. Legend had it that when the ancient Buddha Lord achieved Tao, he let out a roar like this, causing all the demons that came to stop him to dissipate their souls. Wang! Gu Zhong suffered this roar head-on. He only felt his ears ringing as if he had been smashed by an invisible hammer. His vision darkened and he almost fell from the sky. Swish! At the critical moment, he used the 8 desolate steps and rapidly retreated, dodging the middle-aged Buddha child's attack. He felt a warm current flowing out from his ears. Preposterous! Gu Zhong was both shocked and furious. Blood was flowing out from his ears. Under the roar of the middle-aged Buddha child, His ears were severely injured and he could not hear anything for the time being.
Wang! Gu Zhong's fists danced. His fists seemed to have turned into two golden godly suns, lighting up the dark sky. A terrifying metal elemental power exploded. Boom! The void was smashed by a pair of golden fists. The combat strength of a mighty figure was fully displayed. At this moment, Gu Zhong seemed to have turned into a golden god of war, looking down on the world. This is... All the experts in the sky above Dragon Emperor City who saw this scene were incomparably shocked. This Gu Zhong was just a disciple of Gu Fei, but he was actually so powerful. The powerful energy waves shook everyone's soul. Especially the middle-aged Buddha child who was directly facing Gu Zhong's attack. He felt a terrifying threat. Gu Zhong's golden fist smashed everything and struck towards him. Virokana seal! The middle-aged Buddha child roared angrily. He formed a Buddha seal with both hands. When this Buddha seal appeared, the spiritual chi in the surroundings was attracted and gathered towards the Buddha seal. A huge golden Buddha appeared in front of the middle-aged Buddha child. The Virokana seal actually turned into a huge Buddha. The Buddha's power was vast, as though the real Virokana had descended. That huge Buddha blocked in front of the middle-aged Buddha child. Bang! Gu Zhong's fists ruthlessly smashed against the Buddha image. Even if it was Virokana, as long as it was in front of him, it would be smashed by his fists. Boom! The huge Buddha emitted a brilliant Buddha light. Endless Buddha's power interweaved and actually blocked Gu Zhong's metal element fist with all his might. What? Gu Zhong was shocked. He had never expected this monk to have such combat strength. This combat strength was at least at the level of a mighty figure emperor. A pinnacle mighty figure? Gu Zhong had to re-evaluate this opponent. Bang! The Buddha image exploded in the end. The middle-aged Buddha child was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. He smashed into a short mountain, smashing it into pieces. Gu Zhong was also sent flying thousands of feet away by the destructive power of the Buddha image. His golden fists were dripping with golden blood. He cultivated the power of the metal element, which was different from his master, Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Zhong's entire body had turned golden. He looked like a god of war made of gold. Swish! At this moment, a Buddha diagram rushed out from the ground, breaking through the void and forming a spatial tunnel. That middle-aged Buddha child was about to escape. However, Gu Zhong would never allow this Buddha child to escape so easily. Boom! The moment the Buddha diagram appeared, Gu Zhong's aura instantly grew several times stronger. The entire void around him was trembling. It was as though this world could no longer contain this powerful god of war. Swish! Gu Zhong instantly appeared in front of the spatial tunnel formed by the Buddha diagram. He then punched out. This punch was so strong that it could even destroy the void. Bang! Countless Buddha runes dissipated. The spatial tunnel formed by the Buddha diagram collapsed. Nothing could block this punch of Gu Zhong's. Not even the Buddha runes of a pinnacle mighty figure could stop it. That middle-aged Buddha child who was about to rush into the spatial tunnel was completely dumbfounded. How could this guy be so sick and strong to such an extent? Shit! Apart from being shocked, the middle-aged Buddha child's expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Gu Zhong made his move. With a flash, he appeared beside the middle-aged Buddha child. His speed was several times faster than before. Under this speed, the middle-aged Buddha child had no chance to escape. Bang! With just a single punch, the middle-aged Buddha child was smashed into pieces by a golden fist. Without any suspense, his physical body and primordial spirit were completely destroyed. A powerful Buddha child was killed by Gu Zhong with a single punch just like that. The instant the Arhat was killed by Gu Zhong, a Buddhist lamp that was burning in a Buddhist palace on a spirit mountain in West Earth's Buddhist kingdom suddenly extinguished. The Buddhist lamp was extinguished very quickly. The Buddhist lamp was originally fine, but something like this happened. What? Who did it? Who killed my disciple? An old voice rang out in the Buddha palace as an old monk walked out. At this moment, all the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City were stunned by Gu Zhong's ruthless means. That was a powerful Buddha child. Gu Zhong killed him without any mercy. Who else wants to find me and my disciple? Come at me at the same time. Gu Zhong's gaze swept across the crowd. His invincible attitude shocked everyone. Even a powerful Buddha child was killed. Who else would dare to come out and court death?
In Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei and his disciple definitely had a lot of enemies. However, there weren't many people who had the strength to fight Gu Fei and his disciple. Among the crowd, there were people from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity, Dongfang clan, and even Beitang clan. However, they didn't dare to come out. Even if they knew they were going to die, they still had to come out. No one was that stupid. Haha, good, very good. Little brother is indeed Brother Gu's disciple. At this moment, a bell-like laughter rang out from Dragon Emperor City. Hearing this voice, Gu Zhong's expression became a little unnatural. Being called little brother by someone made him feel like he was about to go crazy. However, this person was a friend of his master. Therefore, Gu Zhong couldn't lose his temper. Along with the laughter, a person walked out of Dragon Emperor City. It was a woman who looked like a fairy. Her appearance made the bright moon in the sky pale. Zhong Liming. At the sight of this woman, Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to have any contact with this woman. His intuition told him that this woman was very scheming. Moreover, there was no lack of beautiful women in the cultivation world. The wife he had snatched back was a rare beauty. Pass this to your master. Zhong Liming directly threw a jade slip to Gu Zhong. After Gu Zhong scanned the jade slip with his spiritual sense, his face instantly changed. Then, he turned around and left. After a few steps, he disappeared into the mountains.